Chapter 13, Part 2 of The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte M. Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part 2. They talked on, with happy silences between, Guy standing all the time with his branch of roses in his hand, and Amy looking up to him, and trying to realize it, and to understand why she was so very, very happy. No one thought of time till Charlotte rushed in, like a whirlwind, crying, "Oh, here you are! We cannot think what had become of you. There has Deloraine been at the door these 10 minutes, and Charlie sent me to find you, for he says if you are too late for Mrs. Henley's dinner, she will write such an account of you to Philip as you will never get over." Very little of this was heard. There was only the instinctive consternation of being too late. They started up. Guy threw down his roses, caught Amy's hand and pressed it, while she bent down her head, hiding the renewed blush. He dashed out of the room, and up to his own, while Mrs. Edmonston and Charlotte hurried down. In another second he was back again, and once more Amy felt the pressure of his hand on hers. "Good-bye," he said, and she whispered another good-bye, the only word she had spoken. One moment more he lingered. "My Verena," said he. But the hurrying sounds in the hall warned him. He sprang down to the drawing-room. Even Charles was on the alert, standing, leaning against the table, and looking eager. But Guy had not time to let him speak. He only shook hands and wished good-bye, with a sort of vehement, agitated cordiality, concealed by his haste. "Where's Amy?" cried Charlotte. "Amy? Is not she coming to wish him good-bye?" He said something, of which "upstairs" was the only audible word, held Mrs. Edmonston's hand fast, while she said in a low voice, "You shall hear from Papa to-morrow," then sprung on his horse and looked up. Amy was at the window. He saw her head bending forward under its veil of curls, in the midst of the roses round the lattice. Their eyes met once more. He gave one beamy smile, then rode off at full speed, with Bustle racing after him, while Amy threw herself on her knees by her bed, and with hands clasped over her face, prayed that she might be thankful enough, and never be unworthy of him. Everyone wanted to get rid of everyone else, except Mrs. Edmonston, for all but Charlotte guessed at the state of the case, and even she perceived that something was going on. Lady Eveline was in a state of great curiosity, but she had mercy. She knew that they must tell each other before it came to her turn, and very good-naturedly she invited Charlotte to come into the garden with her, and kept her out of the way by a full account of her last fancy ball, given with so much spirit and humour that Charlotte could not help attending. Charles and Laura gained little by this kind manoeuvre, for their mother was gone up again to Amy, and they could only make a few conjectures. Charles nursed his right hand, and asked Laura how hers felt. She looked up from her work, to which she had begun to apply herself diligently, and gazed at him inquiringly, as if to see whether he intended anything. "For my part," he added, "I certainly thought he meant to carry off the hands of some of the family." "I suppose we shall soon hear it explained," said Laura quietly. "Soon? If I had as many legs as you, would I wait for other people's soon?" "I should think she had rather be left to mamma," said Laura, going on with her work. "Then you do think there is something in it?" said Charles, peering up in her face, but he saw he was teasing her, recollected that she had long seemed out of spirits, and forbore to say any more. He was, however, too impatient to remain longer quiet, and presently Laura saw him adjusting his crutches. "Oh, Charlie, I am sure it will only be troublesome." "I am going to my own room," said Charles, hopping off. "I presume you don't wish to forbid that." His room had a door into the dressing-room, so that it was an excellent place for discovering all from which they did not wish to exclude him, and he did not believe he should be unwelcome. For though he might pretend it was all fun and curiosity, He heartily loved his little Amy. The tap of his crutches, and the slow motion with which he raised himself from step to step, was heard, and Amy, who was leaning against her mother, started up, exclaiming, "Oh, mamma, here comes Charlie. May I tell him? I am sure I can't meet him without." "I suspect he has guessed it already," said Mrs. Edmonston, going to open the door just as he reached the head of the stairs, and then leaving them. "Well, Amy," said he, looking full at her carnation cheeks, "are you prepared to see me turn lead-coloured and fall into convulsions, like the sister with the spine complaint? Oh, Charlie, you know it. But how?" Amy was helping him to the sofa, laid him down, and sat by him on the old footstool. He put his arm round her neck, and she rested her head on his shoulder. "Well, Amy, I give you joy, my small woman," said he, talking the more nonsense because of the fullness in his throat, "and I hope you give me credit for amazing self-denial in so doing. Oh, Charlie, dear Charlie!" And she kissed him. She could not blush more, poor little thing, for she had already reached her utmost capability of redness. "It is no such thing." "No such thing? What has turned you into a turkey-cock all at once, or what made him nearly squeeze off my unfortunate fingers? No such thing, indeed." I mean, it is not that. We are so very young, and I am so silly." "Is that his reason?" "You must make me so much better and wiser. Oh, if I could but be good enough!" "For that matter, I don't think anyone else would be good enough to take care of such a silly little thing. But what is the that it is or is not?" "Nothing now, only when we are older. At least, you know papa has not heard it." "Provided my father gives his consent," as the Irish young lady added to all her responses through the marriage service. "But tell me all you like, I mean, for you will have lovers' secrets now, Amy." Mrs. Edmonston had meantime gone down to Laura. Poor Laura! As soon as her brother had left the room, she allowed the fixed composure of her face to relax into a restless, harassed, almost miserable expression, and walked up and down with agitated steps. "Oh, wealth, wealth!" Her lips formed the words, without uttering them. "What cruel differences it makes! All smooth here. Young, not to be trusted, with strange reserves, discreditable connections. That family! That fearful temper, showing itself even to her. All will be overlooked. Papa will be delighted, I know he will. And how is it with us? Proved noble, superior, owned as such by all, as Philip is, yet for that want of hateful money he would be spurned. And for this, the love that has grown up with our lives must be crushed down and hidden. Our life is wearing out in wearying self-watching." The lock of the door turned, and Laura had resumed her ordinary expression before it opened, and her mother came in. But there was anything but calmness beneath, for the pang of self-reproach had come. Was it thus that she prepared to hear these tidings of her sister? "Well, Laura," began Mrs. Edmonston, with the eager smile of one bringing delightful news, and sure of sympathy. "It is so, then," said Laura. "Dear, dear little Amy! I hope—" and her eyes filled with tears, but she had learnt to dread any outbreak of feeling, conquered it in a minute, and said, "What has happened? How does it stand?" "It stands, at least as far as I can say, without papa, as the dear Guy very rightly and wisely wished it to stand. There is no positive engagement, they are both too young, but he thought it was not right to remain here without letting us know his sentiments towards her." A pang shot through Laura, but it was but for a moment. Guy might doubt where Philip need never do so. Her mother went on. "Their frankness and confidence are most beautiful. We know dear little Amy could not help it, but there was something very sweet, very noble, in his way of telling all. Another pang for Laura. But no, it was only poverty that was to blame. Philip would speak as plainly if his prospects were as fair. "Oh, I hope it will do well," said she. "It must, it will," cried Mrs. Edmonston, giving way to her joyful enthusiasm of affection. "It is nonsense to doubt, knowing him as we do. There is not a man in the world with whom I could be so happy to trust her." Laura could not hear Guy set above all men in the world, and she remembered Philip's warning to her 2 years ago. "There is much that is very good and very delightful about him," she said, hesitatingly. "You are thinking of the Morville temper," said her mother, "but I am not afraid of it. A naturally hot temper, controlled like his by a strong religious principle, is far safer than a cool, easy one without the principle." Laura thought this going too far, but she felt some compensation due to Guy, and acknowledged how strongly he was actuated by principle. However, and it was well for her, they could not talk long, for Eveline and Charlotte were approaching, and she hastily asked what was to be done about telling Ava, who could not fail to guess something. "We must tell her, and make her promise absolute secrecy," said Mrs. Edmonston. "I will speak to her myself, but I must wait till I have seen papa. There is no doubt of what he will say, but we have been taking quite liberties enough in his absence." Laura did not see her sister till luncheon, when Amy came down, with a glow in her cheeks that made her so much prettier than usual, that Charles wished Guy could have seen her. She said little, and ran up again as soon as she could. Laura followed her, and the two sisters threw their arms fondly round each other and kissed repeatedly. "Mom has told you," said Amy. "Oh, it has made me so very happy, and everyone is so kind. Dear, dear Amy. I'm only afraid. He has begun so well." "Oh, nonsense! You cannot think I could be so foolish as to be afraid for him. Oh, no. But if he should take me for more than I am worth! Oh, Laura, Laura, what shall I do to be as good and sensible as you? I must not be silly little Amy any more." "Perhaps he likes you best as you are." "I don't mean cleverness. I can't help that, and he knows how stupid I am. But I'm afraid he thinks there is more worth in me. Don't you know, he has a sort of sunshine in his eyes and mind that makes all he cares about seem to him brighter and better than it really is. I'm afraid he is only dressing me up with that sunshine." "It must be strange sunshine that you want to make you better and brighter than you are," said Laura, kissing her. "I'll tell you what it is," said Amy, folding her hands, and standing with her face raised. "It won't do now, as you told me once, to have no bones in my character. I must learn to be steady and strong, if I can. For if this is to be, he will depend on me. I don't mean to advise him, for he knows better than anybody, but to be, you know what, if vexation or trouble was to come. And Laura, think if he was to depend on me, and I was to fail. Oh, do help me to have firmness and self-command, like you. It was a long time ago that we talked of your wanting bones." "Yes, before he came, but I never forget it." Laura was obliged to go out with Eveline. All went their different ways, and Amy had the garden to herself to cool her cheeks in. But this was a vain operation, for a fresh access of burning was brought on while Laura was helping her dress for dinner, when her father's quick step sounded in the passage. He knocked at her door, and as she opened it, he kissed her on each cheek, and throwing his arm round her, exclaimed, "Well, Miss Amy, you have made a fine morning's work of it. A pretty thing for young ladies to be accepting offers while papa is out of the way, eh, Laura?" Amy knew this was a manifestation of extreme delight, but it was not very pleasant to Laura. "So you have made a conquest," proceeded Mr. Edmonston, "and I heartily wish you joy of it, my dear. He is as amiable and good-natured a youth as I would wish to see, and I should say the same if he had not a shilling in the world." Laura's heart bounded, but she knew, whatever her father might fancy, the reality would be very different if Guy were as poor as Philip. "I shall write to him this very evening," he continued, "and tell him, if he has the bad taste to like such a silly little white thing, I am not the man to stand in his way. Eh, Amy? Shall I tell him so?" "Tell him what you please, dear papa." "Eh? What I please? Suppose I say we can't spare our little one, and he may go about his business?" "I'm not afraid of you, papa." "Come, she's a good little thing. Shan't be teased, eh, Laura? What do you think of it, our beauty? To see your younger sister impertinent enough to set up a lover, while your pink cheeks are left in the lurch?" Laura, not being wont to make playful repartees, her silence passed unnoticed. Her feelings were mixed, but perhaps the predominant one was satisfaction that it was not for her pink cheeks that she was valued. It had occurred to Mrs. Edmonston that it was a curious thing, after her attempt at scheming for Eveline, to have to announce to her that Guy was attached to her own daughter. Nay, after the willingness Eveline had manifested to be gratified with any attention Guy showed her, it seemed doubtful for a moment whether the intelligence would be pleasing to her. However, Eveline was just the girl to like men better than women, and never to be so happy as when on the verge of flirting. It would probably have been the same with any other youth that had come in her way, and Guy might fully be acquitted of doing more than paying her the civilities which were requisite from him to any young lady visitor. He had 2 years ago, when a mere boy, idled, laughed, and made fun with her, but his fear of trifling away his time had made him draw back, before he had involved himself in what might have led to anything further. And during the present visit, no one could doubt that he was preoccupied with Amy. At any rate, it was right that Eveline should know the truth in confidence, if only to prevent her from talking of any surmises she might have. Mrs. Edmonston was set at ease in a moment. Eveline was enchanted, danced round and round the room, declared they would be the most charming couple in the world. She had seen it all along. She was so delighted they had come to an understanding at last, poor things. They were so miserable all last week. And she must take credit to herself for having done it all. Was not her aunt very much obliged to her? "My dear Ava," exclaimed Mrs. Edmonston, into whose mind the notion never entered that anyone could boast of such a proceeding as hers last night. But the truth was that Eveline, feeling slightly culpable, was delighted that all had turned out so well, and resolved to carry it off with a high hand. To be sure, poor little Amy, when she looked ready to sink into the earth, she little knew her obligations to me. Was not it the cleverest thing in the world? It was just the touch they wanted, the very thing. "My dear, I am glad I know that you are sometimes given to talking nonsense," said Mrs. Edmonston, laughing. "And you won't believe me serious? You won't be grateful to me for my lucky hit," said Eveline, looking comically injured. "Oh, auntie, that is very hard, when I shall believe to my dying day that I did it." "Why, Ava, if I thought it had been done by design, I should find it very hard to forgive you for it at all, rather hard even to accept Guy, so you had better not try to disturb my belief that it was only that spirit of mischief that makes you now and then a little mad." "Oh dear, what a desperate scolding you must have given poor little Charlotte!" exclaimed Eveline, quaintly. Mrs. Edmonston could not help laughing as she confessed that she had altogether forgotten Charlotte. "Then you'll go on forgetting her," cried Eveline. "She only did what she was told, and did not know the malice of it. There, you are relenting. There's a good aunt. And now, if you won't be grateful, as any other mamma in the world would have been, and as I calculated on, when I pretended to have been a prudent, designing woman, instead of a wild, mischievous monkey, at least you'll forgive me enough to invite me to the wedding. Oh, what a beauty of a wedding it will be! I had come from Kilcurran all the way on my bare knees to see it. And you'll let me be bridesmaid, and have a ball after it. There's no saying what I may do, if you'll only be a good girl and hold your tongue. I don't want to prevent your telling anything to your mamma, of course, but pray don't let it go any further. Don't let Morris hear it, and I have a special reason for wishing it should not be known. You know it is not even an engagement, and nothing must be done which can make Guy feel in the least bound." Eveline promised, and Mrs. Evanston knew that she had sense and proper feeling enough for her promise to deserve trust. Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte M. Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. For falsehood now doth flow, and subject faith doth ebb, which would not be, if reason ruled, or wisdom weaved the web. The daughter of debate, that eke discord doth sow, shall reap no gain where former rule hath taught still peace to grow. Queen Elizabeth. Athenaeum Terrace, St. Mildred's, August 4th. My dear Philip, thank you for returning the books, which were brought safely by Sir Guy. I am sorry you do not agree in my estimate of them. I should have thought your strong sense would have made you perceive that reasoning upon fact, and granting nothing without tangible proof, were the best remedy for a dreamy, romantic tendency to the weakness and credulity which are in the present day termed poetry and faith. It is curious to observe how these vague theories reduce themselves to the absurd when brought into practice. There are two Miss Wellwoods here, daughters of that unfortunate man who fell in a duel with old Sir Guy Morville, who seem to make it their business to become the general subject of animadversion, taking pauper children into their house, where they educate them in a way to unfit them for their station, and teach them to observe a sort of monastic rule, preaching the poor people in the hospital to death, visiting the poor at all sorts of strange hours. Dr. Henley actually found one of them at 12 o'clock at night in a miserable lodging-house, filled with the worst description of inmates. Quite young women, too, and with no mother or elder person to direct them. But it is the fashion among the attendants at the new chapel to admire them. This subject has diverted me from what I intended to say with respect to the young baronet. Your description agrees with all I have hitherto seen, though I only expected a Redclyffe Morville to have more of the héros de roman, or rather of the grand tragic cast of figure, as, if I remember it right, was the case with this youth's father, a much finer and handsomer young man. Sir Guy is certainly gentlemanlike, and has that sort of agreeability which depends on high animal spirits. I should think him clever, but superficial. And with his mania for music, he can hardly fail to be merely an accomplished man. In spite of all you said of the Redclyffe temper, I was hardly prepared to find it so ready to flash forth on the most inexplicable provocations. It is like walking on a volcano. I have seen him 2 or 3 times draw himself up, bite his lip, and answer with an effort and a sharpness that shows how thin a crust covers the burning lava. But I acknowledge that he has been very civil and attentive, and speaks most properly of what he owes to you. I only hope he will not be hurt by the possession of so large a property so early in life, and I have an idea that our good aunt at Holywell has done a good deal to raise his opinion of himself. We shall, of course, show him every civility in our power, and give him the advantage of intellectual society at our house. His letters are directed to this place, as you know Southmore Farm is out of the cognizance of the post. They seem to keep up a brisk correspondence with him from Holywell. Few guardians' letters are, I should guess, honoured with such deepening colour as his while reading one from my uncle. He tells me he has been calling at Stylehurst. It is a pity, for his sake, that Colonel Harewood is at home, for the society of those sons is by no means advisable for him. I can hardly expect to offer him what is likely to be as agreeable to him as the conversation and amusements of Edward and Tom Harewood, who are sure to be at home for the St. Mildred's races. I hear Tom has been getting into fresh scrapes at Cambridge. Your affectionate sister, Margaret Henley. Athenaeum Terrace, St. Mildred's, September 6th. My dear Philip, no one can have a greater dislike than myself to what is called mischief-making. Therefore I leave it entirely to you to make what use you please of the following facts, which have fallen under my notice. Sir Guy Morville has been several times at St. Mildred's, in company with Tom Harewood, and more than once alone with some strange, questionable-looking people. And not many days ago, my maid met him coming out of the house in one of the low streets, which it is hard to assign a motive for his visiting. This, however, might be accident, and I should never have thought of mentioning it but for a circumstance that occurred this morning. I had occasion to visit Gray's Bank, and while waiting in conversation with Mr. Gray, a person came in whom I knew to be a notorious gambler, and offered a cheque to be changed. As it lay on the counter, my eye was caught by the signature. It was my uncle's. I looked again, and could not be mistaken. It was a draft for £30 on Drummond, dated the 12th of August, to Sir Guy Morville, signed C. Edmonston, and endorsed in Sir Guy's own writing, with the name of John White. In order that I might be certain that I was doing the poor young man no injustice, I outstayed the man, and asked who he was, when Mr. Gray confirmed me in my belief that it was one Jack White, a jockeying sort of man, who attends all the races in the country, and makes his livelihood by betting and gambling. And now, my dear brother, make what use of this fact you think fit, though I fear there is little hope of rescuing the poor youth from the fatal habits which are hereditary in his family, and must be strong indeed not to have been eradicated by such careful training as you say he has received. I leave it entirely to you, trusting in your excellent judgment, and only hoping you will not bring my name forward. Grieving much at having to be the first to communicate such unpleasant tidings, which will occasion so much vexation at Holywell. Your affectionate sister, Margaret Henley. Captain Morville was alone when he received the latter of these letters. At first, a look divided between irony and melancholy passed over his face, as he read his sister's preface and her hearsay evidence, but as he went further, his upper lip curled, and a sudden gleam, as of exultation in a verified prophecy, lighted his eye, shading off quickly, however, and giving place to an iron expression of rigidity and sternness, the compressed mouth, coldly fixed eye, and sedate brow, composed into a grave severity that might have served for an impersonation of stern justice. He looked through the letter a second time, folded it up, put it in his pocket, and went about his usual affairs. But the expression did not leave his face all day, and the next morning he took a day ticket by the railway to Broadstone, where, as it was the day of the petty sessions, he had little doubt of meeting Mr. Edmonston. Accordingly, he had not walked far down the High Street before he saw his uncle standing on the step of the post-office, opening a letter he had just received. "Ah, "Philip, what brings you here? The very man I wanted. Coming to Holywell?" "No, thank you. I go back this evening," said Philip, and as he spoke he saw that the letter which Mr. Edmonston held, and twisted with a hasty, nervous movement, was in Guy's writing. "Well, I'm glad you are here, at any rate. Here's the most extraordinary thing. What possesses the boy I cannot guess. Here's Guy writing to me for, what do you think, to send him £1,000. "H'm," said Philip, in an expressive tone, yet as if he was not very much amazed. "No explanation, I suppose?" "No, none at all. Here, see what he says yourself. No, yes, you may," added Mr. Edmonston, with a rapid glance at the end of the letter, a movement first to retain it, and then following his first impulse with an unintelligible murmuring. Philip read: "Southmore, September 7th. "My dear Mr. Edmonston, you will be surprised at the request I have to make you, after my resolution not to exceed my allowance. However, this is not for my own expenses, and it will not occur again. I should be much obliged to you to let me have £1,000, in what manner you please, only I should be glad if it were soon. I am sorry I am not at liberty to tell you what I want it for, but I trust to your kindness. Tell Charlie I will write to him in a day or two, but, between our work and walking to St. Mildred's for the letters, which we cannot help doing every day, the time for writing is short. Another month, however, and what a holiday it will be! Tell Amy she ought to be here to see the purple of the hills in the early morning. It almost makes up for having no sea. The races have been making St. Mildred's very gay. Indeed, we laugh at Wellwood for having brought us here by way of a quiet place. I never was in the way of so much dissipation in my life. Yours very affectionately, Guy Morville." "Well, what do you think of it? What would you do in my place, eh, Philip? What can you want of it, eh?" said Mr. Edmonston, tormenting his riding-whip and looking up to study his nephew's face, which, with stern gravity in every feature, was bent over the letter, as if to weigh every line. "Eh, Philip?" repeated Mr. Edmonston several times, without obtaining an answer. "This is no place for discussion," at last said Philip, deliberately returning the letter. "Come into the reading-room. We shall find no one there at this hour. Here we are." "Well, well, well," began Mr. Edmonston, fretted by his coolness to the extreme of impatience. "What do you think of it? He can't be after any mischief. 'Tis not in the boy. When he is all but— Pooh, what am I saying? Well, what do you think?" "I'm afraid it confirms but too strongly a report which I received yesterday." "From your sister? Does she know anything about it?" "Yes, from my sister. But I was very unwilling to mention it, because she particularly requests that her name may not be used. I came here to see whether you had heard of Guy lately, so as to judge whether it was needful to speak of it. This convinces me, but I must beg, in the first instance, that you will not mention her, not even to my aunt." "Well, yes, very well, I promise. Only let me hear." "Young Harewood has, I fear, led him into bad company. There can now be no doubt that he has been gambling." Philip was not prepared for the effect of these words. His uncle started up, exclaiming, "Gambling! Impossible! Some confounded slander! I don't believe one word of it. I won't hear such things said of him," he repeated, stammering with passion, and walking violently about the room. This did not last long. There was something in the unmoved way in which Philip waited till he had patience to listen, which gradually mastered him. His angry manner subsided, and, sitting down, he continued the argument in a would-be composed voice. "It is utterly impossible. Remember, he thinks himself bound. not so much as to touch a billiard cue. I could have thought it impossible, but for what I have seen of the way in which promises are eluded by persons too strictly bound," said Philip. "The moral force of principle is the only efficient pledge." "Principle! I should like to see who has better principles than Guy," cried Mr. Edmonstone. "You have said so yourself 50 times, and your aunt has said so, and Charles. I could as soon suspect myself." He was growing vehement, but again Philip's imperturbability repressed his violence, and he asked, "Well, what evidence have you? Mind, I'm not going to believe it without the strongest. I don't know that I would believe my own eyes against him." "It is very sad to find such confidence misplaced," said Philip. "Most sincerely do I wish this could be proved to be a mistake, but this extraordinary request corroborates my sister's letter too fully." "Let me hear," said Mr. Edmonstone feebly. Philip produced his letter, without reading the whole of it, for he could not bear the appearance of gossip and prying, and would not expose his sister. So he pieced it out with his own words, and made it sound far less discreditable to her. It was quite enough for Mr. Edmonstone. The accuracy of the details seemed to strike him dumb, and there was a long silence, which he broke by saying, with a deep sigh, "Who could have thought it? Poor little Amy!" "Amy?" exclaimed Philip. "Why, I did not mean to have said anything of it, I am sure, but they did it among them," said Mr. Edmonstone, growing ashamed under Philip's eye, as of a dreadful piece of imprudence. "I was out of the way at the time, but I could not refuse my consent, you know, as things stood then." "Do you mean to say that Amy is engaged to him?" "Why, no, not exactly engaged, only on trial, you understand, to see if he will be steady. I was at Broadstone. 'Twas mamma settled it all. Poor little thing! She's very much in love with him, I do believe, but there's an end of everything now." "It is very fortunate this has been discovered in time," said Philip. "Instead of pitying her, I should rejoice in her escape." "Yes," said Mr. Edmonstone ruefully. "Who could have thought it?" "I'm afraid the mischief is of long standing," proceeded Philip, resolved, since he saw his uncle so grieved, to press him strongly, thinking that to save Amy from such a marriage was an additional motive. He could hardly have arrived at losing as much as £1,000 all at once, in this month at St. Mildred's. Depend upon it, that painful as it may be at present, there is great reason, on her account, to rejoice in the discovery. You say he has never before applied to you for money?" "Not a farthing beyond his allowance, except this unlucky £30 for his additional expense of the tutor and the lodging." "You remember, however, that he has always seemed short of money, never appeared able to afford himself any little extra expense. You have noticed it, I know. You remember, too, how unsatisfactory his reserve about his proceedings in London has been, and how he has persisted in delaying there, in spite of all warnings. The work, no doubt, began there, under the guidance of his uncle, and now the St. Mildred's races and Tom Harewood have continued it. I wish he had never set foot in the place. Nay, for Amy's sake, the exposure is an advantage, if not for his own. The course must have been long since begun, but he contrived to avoid what could lead to inquiry, till he has had at length involved himself in some desperate scrape. You see, he especially desires to have the money soon, and he never even attempts to say you would approve of the object. Yes, he has the grace not to say that. Altogether, it is worse than I could have thought possible," said Philip. "I could have believed him unstable and thoughtless, but the concealment, and the attempting to gain poor Amy's affections in the midst of such a course—" "Ay, ay," cried Mr. Edmonstone, now fully provoked. There is the monstrous part. He thought I was going to give up my poor little girl to a gambler, did he? But he shall soon see what I think of him. Riches, Redclyffe, title and all." "I knew that would be your feeling." "Feel? Yes, and he shall feel it too. So, Sir Guy, you thought you had an old fool of a guardian, did you, whom you could blind as you pleased? But you shall soon see the difference." "Better begin cautiously," suggested Philip. "Remember his unfortunate temper, and write coolly." "Coolly? You may talk of coolness, but 'tis enough to make one's blood boil to be served in such a way, with the face to be sending her messages in the very same letter. That is a pass beyond me, to stand coolly to see my daughter so treated. I would only give him the opportunity of saying what he can for himself. He may have some explanation." "I'll admit I've no explanation. Passing himself off for steadiness itself, daring to think of my daughter, and all the time going on in this fashion. I hate underhand ways. I'll have no explanation. He may give up all thoughts of her. I'll write and tell him so before I am a day older, nay, before I stir from this room. My little Amy, indeed." Philip put no obstacles in the way of this proposal, for he knew that his uncle's displeasure, though hot at first, was apt to evaporate in exclamations, and he thought it likely that his good nature, his partiality for his ward, his dislike to causing pain to his daughter, and, above all, his wife's blind confidence in Guy, would, when once at home, so overpower his present indignation as to prevent the salutary strictness which was the only hope of reclaiming Guy. Besides, a letter written under Philip's inspection was likely to be more guarded, as well as more forcible, than an unassisted composition of his own, as was, indeed, pretty well proved by the commencement of his first attempt. "My dear Guy, I am more surprised than I could have expected at your application." Philip read this aloud, so as to mark its absurdity, and he began again. "I am greatly astonished as well as concerned at your application, which confirms the unpleasant reports—" "Why say anything of reports?" said Philip. "Reports are nothing. A man is not forced to defend himself from reports." "Yes, the accounts I have received. No, you say there is not to be a word of Mrs. Henley." "Not a word that can lead her to be suspected." "Confirms, confirms," sighed Mr. Edmonston. "Don't write as if you went on hearsay evidence. Speak of proofs. Irrefragable proofs. And then you convict him at once, without power of eluding you." So Mr. Edmonston proceeded to write that the application confirmed the irrefragable proofs, then laughed at himself, and helplessly begged Philip to give him a start. It now stood thus: "Your letter of this morning has caused me more concern than surprise, as it unhappily only adds confirmation to the intelligence already in my possession, that either from want of resolution to withstand the seductions of designing persons, or by the impetuosity and instability of your own character, you have been led into the ruinous and degrading practice of gambling, and that from hence proceed the difficulties that occasion your application to me for money. I am deeply grieved at thus finding that neither the principles which have hitherto seemed to guide you, nor the pledges which you used to hold sacred, nor, I may add, the feelings you have so recently expressed towards a member of my family, have been sufficient to preserve you from yielding to a temptation which could never be presented to the mind of any one whose time was properly occupied in the business of his education." "Is that all I am to say about her?" exclaimed Mr. Edmonston. "After the atrocious way the fellow has treated her in?" "Since it is happily no engagement, I cannot see how you can with propriety assume that it is one, by speaking of breaking it off. Besides, give him no ground for complaint. or he will take refuge in believing himself ill-used. Ask him if he can disprove it, and when he cannot, it will be time enough to act further. But wait, sir." As the pen was moving over the paper, impatient to dash forward, "You have not told him yet of what you accuse him." Philip meditated a few moments, then produced another sentence. "I have no means of judging how long you have been following this unhappy course. I rather believe it is of recent adoption, but I do not know how to reconcile this idea with the magnitude of your demand, unless your downward progress has been more rapid than usual in such beginnings. It would, I fear, be quite vain to urge upon you all the arguments and reasons that ought to have been present to your mind, and prevented you from taking the first fatal step. I can only entreat you to pause, and consider the ruin and degradation to which this hateful vice almost invariably conducts its victims, and consistently with my duty as your guardian, everything in my power shall be done to extricate you from the embarrassments in which you have involved yourself. But in the first place, I make it a point that you treat me with perfect confidence, and make a full, unequivocal statement of your proceedings. Above all, that you explain the circumstances occasioning your request for this large sum. Remember, I say, complete candour on your part will afford the only means of rescuing you from difficulties, or of in any degree restoring you to my good opinion." So far, the letter had proceeded slowly, for Philip was careful and deliberate in composition, and while he was weighing his words, Mr. Edmonston rushed on with something unfit to stand, so as to have to begin over again. At last, the town clock struck 5. Philip started, declaring that if he was not at the station in 5 minutes, he should lose the train. Engaged to come to Holywell on the day an answer might be expected, and hastened away, satisfied by having seen 2 sheets nearly filled, and having said there was nothing more but to sign, seal, and send it. Mr. Edmonston had, however, a page of note-paper more, and it was with a sensation of relief that he wrote, "I wish from the bottom of my heart that you could clear yourself. If a dozen men had sworn it till they were black in the face, I would not have believed it of you that you could serve us in such a manner, after the way you have been treated at home, and to dare to think of my daughter with such things on your mind. I could never have believed it, but for the proofs Philip has brought, and I am sure he is as sorry as myself. Only tell the whole truth, and I will do my best to get you out of the scrape. Though all else must be at an end between us, I am your guardian still, and I will not be harsh with you." He posted his letter, climbed up his tall horse, and rode home, rather heavy-hearted, but his wrath burning out as he left Broadstone behind him. He saw his little Amy gay and lively, and could not bear to sadden her, so he persuaded himself that there was no need to mention the suspicions till he had heard what Guy had to say for himself. Accordingly, he told no one but his wife, and she, who thought Guy as unlikely to gamble as Amy herself, had not the least doubt that he would be able to clear himself, and agreed that it was much better to keep silence for the present. Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Heir of Redclyffe, by Charlotte M. Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. 'Tis not unknown to you, Antonio, how much I have disabled mine estate, by something showing a more swelling port than my faint means would grant continuance. Merchant of Venice. St. Mildred's was a fashionable summer resort, which the virtues of a mineral spring and the reputation of Dr. Henley had contributed to raise to a high degree of prosperity. It stood at the foot of a magnificent range of beautifully formed hills, where the crescents and villas, white and smart, showed their own insignificance beneath the purple peaks that rose high above them. About 10 miles distant, across the hills, was Stylehurst, the parish of the late Archdeacon Morville, and the native place of Philip and his sister Margaret. It was an extensive parish, including a wide tract of the hilly country, and in a farmhouse in the midst of the moorland, midway between St. Mildred's and the village of Stylehurst, had Mr. Wellwood fixed himself with his 3 pupils. Guy's first visit was of course to Mrs. Henley, and she was, on her side, prepared by her brother to patronize him as Philip would have done in her place. Her patronage was valuable in her own circle. Her connections were good. The Archdeacon's name was greatly respected. She had a handsome and well-regulated establishment, and this, together with talents which, having no family, she had cultivated more than most women have time to do, made her a person of considerable distinction at St. Mildred's. She was, in fact, the leading lady of the place, the manager of the book club, in the chair at all the charitable committees, and the principal person in society, giving literary parties with a degree of exclusiveness that made admission to them a privilege. She was a very fine woman, handsomer at 32 than in her early bloom, her height little less than that of her tall brother, and her manner and air had something very distinguished. The first time Guy saw her, he was strongly reminded both of Philip and of Mrs. Edmonston, but not pleasingly. She seemed to be her aunt, without the softness and motherly affection, coupled with the touch of naivete that gave Mrs. Edmonston her freshness and lovableness, and her likeness to her brother included that decided, self-reliant air which became him well enough, but which did not sit as appropriately on a woman. Guy soon discovered another resemblance, for the old, unaccountable impatience of Philip's conversation, and relief in escaping from it, haunted him before he had been a quarter of an hour in Mrs. Henley's drawing-room. She asked after the Holywell party. She had not seen her cousin since her marriage, and, happily for his feelings, passed over Laura and Amy as if they were nonentities. But they were all too near his heart for him to be able with patience to hear poor Charles's temper regretted, and still less the half-sarcastic, half-compassionate tone in which she implied that her aunt spoiled him dreadfully, and showed how cheap she held both Mr. and Mrs. Edmonston. 2 years ago, Guy could not have kept down his irritation, but now he was master of himself sufficiently to give a calm, courteous reply, so conveying his own respect for them that Mrs. Henley was almost disconcerted. Stylehurst had great interest for Guy, both for the sake of Archdeacon Morville's kindness, and as the home which Philip regarded with affection, that seemed the one softening touch in his character. So Guy visited the handsome church, studied the graveyard, and gathered the traditions of the place from the old sexton's wife, who rejoiced in finding an auditor for her long stories of the good Archdeacon, Miss Fanny, and Mr. Philip. She shook her head, saying times were changed, and Miss Morville, that was, never came nice this place. The squire, Colonel Harewood, was an old friend of his grandfather's, and therefore was to be called on. He had never been wise, and had been dissipated chiefly from vacancy of mind. He was now growing old, and led a quieter life, and though Guy did not find him a very entertaining companion, he accepted his civilities readily for his grandfather's sake. When his sons came home, Guy recognized in them the description of men he was wont to shun at Oxford, as much from distaste as from principle. But though he did not absolutely avoid them, he saw little of them, being very busy, and having pleasant companions in his fellow pupils. It was a very merry party at Southmore, and Guy's high spirits made him the life of everything. The first time Mr. Wellwood went to call on his cousins at St. Mildred's, the daughters of that officer who had fallen by the hand of old Sir Guy, he began repeating for the 20th time what an excellent fellow Morville was, then said he should not have troubled them with any of his pupils, but Morville would esteem their receiving him as an act of forgiveness, and besides, he wished them to know one whom he valued so highly. Guy thus found himself admitted into an entirely new region. There were two sisters, together in everything. Jane the younger was a kind-hearted, commonplace person, who would never have looked beyond the ordinary range of duties and charities. But Elizabeth was one of those who rise up, from time to time, as burning and shining lights. It was not spending a quiet, easy life, making her charities secondary to her comforts, but devoting time, strength, and goods, not merely giving away what she could spare, but actually sharing all with the poor, reserving nothing for the future. She not only taught the young and visited the distressed, but she gathered orphans into her house, and nursed the sick day and night. Neither the means nor the strength of the two sisters could ever have been supposed equal to what they were known to have achieved. It seemed as if the power grew with the occasion, and as if they had some help which could not fail them. Guy venerated them more and more, and many a long letter about them was written to Mrs. Evanston for Amy to read. There is certainly a tyrannous hate in the world for unusual goodness, which is a rebuke to it, and there was a strong party against the sisters. At the head of it was Mrs. Henley, who had originally been displeased at their preferring the direction of the clergyman to that of the ladies' committee, though the secret cause of her dislike was perhaps that Elizabeth Wellwood was just what Margaret Morville might have been. So she blamed them, not indeed for their charity, but for slight peculiarities which might well have been lost in the brightness of the works of mercy. She spoke as with her father's authority, though, if she had been differently disposed, she might have remembered that his system and principles were the same as theirs, and that, had he been alive, he would probably have fully approved of their proceedings. Archdeacon Morville's name was of great weight, and justified many persons, in their own opinion, in the opposition made of Miss Wellwood, impeding her usefulness, and subjecting her to endless petty calumnies. These made Guy very angry. He knew enough of the Archdeacon through Mrs. Evanston, and the opinions held by Philip, to think his daughter was ascribing to him what he had never held. But, be that as it might, Guy could not bear to hear good evil spoken of, and his indignation was stirred as he heard these spiteful reports uttered by people who sat at home at ease, against one whose daily life was only too exalted for their imitation. His brow contracted, his eye kindled, his lip was bitten, and now and then, when he trusted himself to reply, it was with a keen, sharp power of rebuke that made people look round, astonished to hear such forcible words from one so young. Mrs. Henley was afraid of him, without knowing it. She thought she was sparing the Morville temper when she avoided the subject, but as she stood in awe of no one else except her brother, she disliked him accordingly. One evening, Guy had been dining at Dr. Henley's, and was setting out, enjoying his escape from Mrs. Henley and her friends, and rejoicing in the prospect of a 5 miles' walk over the hills by moonlight. He had only gone the length of 2 streets, when he saw a dark figure at a little distance from him, and a voice which he had little expected to hear called out, "Sir Guy himself! No one else could whistle that Swedish air so correctly." "My uncle!" exclaimed Guy. "I did not know that you were here." Mr. Dixon laughed, said something about a fortunate rencounter, and began an account about a concert somewhere or other, mixed up with something about his wife and child, all so rambling and confused that Guy, beginning to suspect he had been drinking, was only anxious to get rid of him, asked where he lodged, and talked of coming to see him in the morning. He soon found, however, that this had not been the case, at least not to any great extent. Dixon was only nervous and excited, either about something he had done, or some request he had to make, and he went on walking by his nephew's side, talking in a strange, desultory way of open, generous-hearted fellows, overlooking a little indiscretion, and of Guy's riches, which he seemed to think inexhaustible. "If there is anything that you want me to do for you, tell me plainly what it is," said Guy at last. Mr. Dixon began to overwhelm him with thanks, but he cut them short. "I promise nothing. Let me hear what you want, and I can judge whether I can do it." Sebastian broke out into exclamations at the words "if I can," as if he thought everything in the power of the Heir of Redclyffe. "Have I not told you," said Guy, "that for the present I have very little command of money?" "Hush! No more of that," he added, sternly, cutting off an imprecation which his uncle was commencing on those who kept him so short. "And you are content to bear it? Did you never hear of ways and means? If you were to say but one word of borrowing, they would go down on their knees to you, and offer you every farthing you have to keep you in their own hands." "I am quite satisfied," said Guy, coldly. "The greater fool are you," was on Dixon's lips, but he did not utter it, because he wanted to propitiate him, and after some more circumlocution, Guy succeeded in discovering that he had been gambling, and had lost an amount which, unless he could obtain immediate assistance, would become known, and lead to the loss of his character and situation. Guy stood and considered. He had an impulse, but he did not think it a safe one, and resolved to give himself time. "I do not say that I cannot help you," he answered, "but I must have time to consider." "Time? Would you see me ruined while you are considering?" "I suppose this must be paid immediately. Where do you lodge?" Mr. Dixon told him the street and number. "You shall hear from me tomorrow morning. I cannot trust my present thoughts. Good night." Mr. Dixon would fain have guessed whether the present thoughts were favourable, but all his hope in his extremity was in his nephew. It might be fatal to push him too far, and with a certain trust in his good nature, Sebastian allowed him to walk away without further remonstrance. Guy knew his own impetuous nature too well to venture to act on impulse in a doubtful case. He had now first to consider what he was able to do, and secondly, what he would do, and this was not as clear to his mind as in the earlier days of his acquaintance with his uncle. Their intercourse had never been on a comfortable footing. It would perhaps have been better if Philip's advice had been followed, and no connection kept up. Guy had once begged for some definite rule, since there was always vexation when he was known to have been with his uncle, and yet Mr. Edmonston would never absolutely say he ought not to see him. As long as his guardian permitted it, or rather winked at it, Guy did not think it necessary to attend to Philip's marked disapproval. Part of it was well-founded, but part was dislike to all that might be considered as vulgar, and part was absolute injustice to Sebastian Dixon. There was everything that could offend in his line of argument, and in the very circumstance of his interfering, and Guy had a continual struggle, in which he was not always successful, to avoid showing the affront he had taken, and to reason down his subsequent indignation. The ever-recurring irritation which Philip's conversation was apt to cause him made him avoid it as far as he could, and retreat in haste from the subjects on which they were most apt to disagree. And so his manner had assumed an air of reserve, and almost of distrust, with his cousin, that was very unlike its usual winning openness. This had been one unfortunate effect of his intercourse with his uncle, and another was a certain vague, dissatisfied feeling which his silence and Philip's insinuations respecting the days he spent in London left on Mr. Edmonston's mind, and which gained strength from their recurrence. The days were indeed not many. It was only that in coming from and going to Oxford, he slept a night at an hotel in London, for his uncle never would take him to his lodgings, never even would tell him where they were, but always gave his address at the place of his engagement, was conducted by him to some concert in the evening, and had him to breakfast in the morning. He could not think there was any harm in this. He explained all he had done to Mr. Edmonston the first time, but nothing was gained by it. His visits to London continued to be treated as something to be excused or overlooked, as something not quite correct. He would almost have been ready to discontinue them, but that he saw that his uncle regarded him with affection, and he could not bear the thought of giving up a poor relation for the sake of the opinion of his rich friends. These meetings were the one pure pleasure to which Sebastian looked, recalling to him the happier days of his youth and of his friendship with Guy's father. And when Guy perceived how he valued them, it would have seemed a piece of cruel neglect to gratify himself by giving the time to Holywell. Early in their acquaintance, the importunity of a creditor revealed that, in spite of his handsome salary, Sebastian Dixon was often in considerable distress for money. In process of time, Guy discovered that at the time his uncle had been supporting his sister and her husband in all the luxury he thought befitted their rank, he had contracted considerable debts, and he had only been able to return to England on condition of paying so much a year to his creditors. This left him very little on which to maintain his family, but still his pride made him bent on concealing his difficulties, and it was not without a struggle that he would at first consent to receive assistance from his nephew. Guy resolved that these debts, which he considered as in fact his father's own, should be paid as soon as he had the command of his property, but in the meantime he thought himself bound to send his uncle all the help in his power, and when once the effort of accepting it at all was over, Dixon's expectations extended far beyond his power. His allowance was not large, and the constant requests for a few pounds to meet some pressing occasion were more than he could well meet. They kept him actually a great deal poorer than men without a tenth part of his fortune, and at the end of the term he would look back with surprise at having been able to pay his way. But still he contrived neither to exceed his allowance nor to get into debt. This was indeed only done by a rigid self-denial of little luxuries, such as most young men look on nearly as necessaries, but he had never been brought up to think self-indulgence a consequence of riches. He did not care what was said of him. He had no expensive tastes, for he did not seek after society, so that he was not ill-prepared for such a course, and only thought of it as an assistance in abstaining from the time-wasting that might have tempted him if he had had plenty of money to spend. The only thing that concerned him was a growing doubt lest he might be feeding extravagance instead of doing good, and the more he disliked himself for the suspicion, the more it would return. There was no doubt much distress. The children were sickly, several of them died. The doctor's bills and other expenses pressed heavily, and Guy blamed himself for having doubted. Yet again he could not conceal from himself traces that his uncle was careless and imprudent. He had once, indeed, in a violent fit of self-reproach, confessed as much, allowed that what ought to have been spent in the maintenance of his family had gone in gambling. But immediately after he had been seized with a fit of terror, and implored Guy to guard the secret, since, if once it came to the knowledge of his creditors, it would be all over with him. Concealment of his present difficulties was therefore no less necessary than assistance in paying the sum he owed. Indeed, as far as Guy was able to understand his confused statement, what he wanted was at once to pay a part of his debt before he could go on to a place where he was engaged to perform, and where he would earn enough to make up the rest. Guy had intended to have sent for Deloraine, but had since given up the idea in order to be able to help forward some plans of Miss Wellwood's, and resigning this project would enable him to place £30 at his uncle's disposal, leaving him just enough to pay his expenses at Southmore, and carry him back to Holywell. It was sorely against his inclination that, instead of helping a charity, his savings should go to pay gaming debts, and his 5 miles' walk was spent in self-debate on the right and wrong of the matter, and questions what should be done for the future, for he was beginning to awaken to the sense of his responsibility, and feared lest he might be encouraging vice. Very early next morning Guy put his head into his tutor's room, announced that he must walk into St. Mildred's on business, but should be back by 11 at the latest, ran downstairs, called Bustle, and made interest with the farmer's wife for a hunch of dry bed and a cup of new milk. Then, rejoicing that he had made up his mind, though not light-hearted enough to whistle, he walked across the moorland, through the white morning mist, curling on the sides of the hills in fantastic forms, and now and then catching his lengthened shadow, so as to make him smile by reminding him of the spectre of the Brocken. Not without difficulty he found a back street and a little shop where a slovenly maid was sweeping the steps, and the shutters were not yet taken down. He asked if Mr. Dixon lodged there. Yes, the woman said, staring in amazement that such a gentleman could be there at that time in the morning, asking for Mr. Dixon. "Is he at home?" "Yes, sir, but he is not up yet. He was very late last night. Did you want to speak to him? I'll tell Mrs. Dixon." "Is Mrs. Dixon here?" "Then tell her Sir Guy Morville would be glad to speak to her." The maid curtsied, hurried off, and returned with a message from Mrs. Dixon to desire he would walk in. She conducted him through a dark passage and up a still darker stair, into a dingy little parlour, with a carpet of red and green stripes, a horsehair sofa, a grate covered with cut paper, and a general perfume of brandy and cigars. There were some preparations for breakfast, but no one was in the room but a little girl, about 7 years old, dressed in shabby genteel mourning. She was pale and sickly looking, but her eyes were of a lovely deep blue, with a very sweet expression, and a profusion of thick flaxen curls hung round her neck and shoulders. She said in a soft, little, shy voice, "Mamma says she will be here directly, if you will excuse her a moment." Having made this formal speech, the little thing was creeping off on tiptoe, so as to escape before the maid shut the door. But Guy held out his hand, sat down so as to be on a level with her, and said, "Don't go, my little maid. Won't you come and speak to your cousin Guy?" Children never failed to be attracted, whether by the winning beauty of a smile or the sweetness of the voice in which he spoke to anything small or weak, and the little girl willingly came up to him and put her hand into his. He stroked her thick, silky curls and asked her name. "Marianne," she answered. It was his mother's name, and this little creature had more resemblance to his tenderly cherished vision of his young mother than any description Dixon could have given. He drew her closer to him, took the other small, cold hand, and asked her how she liked St. Mildred's. "Oh, much better than London. There are flowers." And she proudly exhibited a cup holding some ragged robins, dead nettles, and other common flowers, which a country child would have held cheap. He admired and gained more of her confidence, so that she had begun to chatter away quite freely about the high, high hills that reach up to the sky, and the pretty stones, till the door opened, and Mrs. Dixon and Bustle made their entrance. Marianne was so much afraid of the dog, Guy so eager to console, and her mother to scold her, and protest that it should not be turned out, that there was nothing but confusion, until Guy had shown her that Bustle was no dangerous wild beast, induced her to accept his offered paw, and lay a timid finger on his smooth black head, after which the transition was short to dog and child sitting lovingly together on the floor, Marianne stroking his ears, and admiring him with a sort of silent ecstasy. Mrs. Dixon was a great, coarse, vulgar woman, and Guy perceived why his uncle had been so averse to taking him to his home, and how he must have felt the contrast between such a wife and his beautiful sister. She had a sort of broad sense and absence of pretension, but her manner of talking was by no means pleasant, as she querulously accused her husband of being the cause of all their misfortunes, not even restrained by the presence of her child from entering into a full account of his offences. Mrs. Dixon said she should not say a word. She should not care if it was not for the child, but she could not see her wronged by her own father, and not complain. Poor little dear, she was the last, and she supposed she should not keep her long. It then appeared that on her husband's obtaining an engagement for a series of concerts at the chief county town, Mrs. Dixon had insisted on coming with him to St. Mildred's, in the hope that country air might benefit Marianne, who, in a confined lodging in London, was pining and dwindling as her brothers and sisters had done before her. Sebastian, who liked to escape from his wife's grumbling and rigid supervision, and looked forward to amusement in his own way at the races, had grudgingly allowed her to come, and, as she described it, had been reluctant to go to even so slight an expense in the hope of saving his child's life. She had watched him as closely as she could, but he had made his escape, and the consequences Guy already knew. If anything could have made it worse, it was finding that, after parting last night, he had returned, tried to retrieve his luck, had involved himself further, had been drinking more, and at the very hour when his nephew was getting up to see what could be done for him, had come home in a state which made it by no means likely that he would be presentable, if his wife called him, as she offered to do. Guy much preferred arranging with her what was to be done on the present emergency. She was disappointed at finding £30 was all the help he could give, but she was an energetic woman, full of resources, and saw her way, with this assistance, through the present difficulty. The great point was to keep the gambling propensities out of sight of the creditors, and as long as this was done, she had hope. Dixon would go the next morning to the town where the musical meeting was to be held, and there he would be with his employers, where he had a character to preserve, so that she was in no fear of another outbreak. It ended, therefore, in his leaving with Mr. Edmonston's draft, securing its destination by endorsing it to the person who was to receive it, and wishing her good morning, after a few more kind words to little Marianne, who had sat playing with Bustle all the time, sidling continually nearer and nearer to her new cousin, her eyes bent down, and no expression on her face which could enable him to guess how far she listened to or comprehended the conversation so unfit for her ear. When he rose to go and stooped to kiss her, she looked wistfully in his face, and held up a small, sparkling bit of spar, the most precious of all her hoards, gleaned from the roadsides of St. Mildred's. "What, child, do you want to give it to Sir Guy?" said her mother. "He does not want such trumpery, my dear, though you make such a work with it." "Did you mean to give it to me, my dear?" said Guy, as the child hung her head and, crimsoned with blushes, could scarcely whisper her timid yes. He praised it, and let her put it in his waistcoat pocket, and promised he would always keep it, and kissed her again, and left her a happy child, confident in his promise of always keeping it, though her mother augured that he would throw it over the next hedge. He was at Southmore by 11 o'clock, in time for his morning's business, and made up for the troubles of the last few hours by a long talk with Mr. Wellwood in the afternoon, while the other two pupils were gone to the races, for which he was not inclined after his 2 10-mile walks. The conversation was chiefly on church prospects in general, and in particular on Miss Wellwood and her plans, how they had by degrees enlarged and developed as the sin and misery and ignorance around had forced themselves more plainly on her notice, and her means had increased and grown under her hand in a varied distribution. Other schemes were dawning on her mind, of which the foremost was the foundation of a sort of school and hospital united, under the charge of herself, her sister, and several other ladies, who were desirous of joining her as a sisterhood. But at present it was hoping against hope, for there were no funds with which to make a commencement. All this was told at unawares, drawn forth by different questions and remarks, till Guy inquired how much it would take to give them a start. "It isn't possible to say. Anything, I suppose, between 1,000 and 20. But, by the by, this design of Elizabeth's is an absolute secret. If you had not almost guessed it, I should never have said one word to you about it. You are a particularly dangerous man, with your connection with Mrs. Henley. You must take special good care nothing of it reaches her." Guy's first impression was that he was the last person to mention it to Mrs. Henley, but when he remembered how often her brother was at Holywell, he perceived that there might be a train for carrying the report back again to her, and recognized the absolute necessity of silence. He said nothing at the time, but a bright scheme came into his head, resulting in the request for £1,000, which caused so much astonishment. He thought himself rather shabby to have named no more, and was afraid it was an offering that cost him nothing. But he much enjoyed devising beforehand the letter with which he would place the money at the disposal of Miss Wellwood's hospital. Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Heir of Redclyffe, by Charlotte M. Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Yet burns the sun on high, beyond the cloud, each in his southern cave. The warm winds linger, but to be allowed one breathing o'er the wave, one flight across the unquiet sky, swift as a vein may turn on high. The smile of heaven comes on. So waits the Lord behind the veil, his light on frenzied cheek or pale, to shed when the dark hour is gone. Lyra in his Sentium. On the afternoon on which Guy expected an answer from Mr. Edmonston, he walked with his fellow pupil, Harry Graham, to see if there were any letters from him at Dr. Henley's. The servant said Mrs. Henley was at home, and asked them to come in and take their letters. These were lying on a marble table in the hall, and while the man looked in the drawing-room for his mistress, and sent one of the maids upstairs in quest of her, Guy hastily took up one, bearing his address, in the well-known hand of Mr. Edmonston. Young Graham, who had taken up a newspaper, was startled by Guy's loud, sudden exclamation. "Ha! What on earth does this mean?" And looking up, saw his face of a burning, glowing red, the features almost convulsed, the large veins in the forehead and temples swollen with the blood that rushed through them. And if ever his eyes flashed with the dark lightning of Sir Hugh's, it was then. "Morville, what's the matter?" "Intolerable! Insulting! Me? What does he mean?" continued Guy, his passion kindling more and more. "Proofs! I should like to see them. The man is crazy. I to confess. Ah!" As he came towards the end, "I see it. I see it. It is Philip, is it, that I have to thank? Meddling coxcomb. I'll make him repent it," added he, with a grim fierceness of determination. "Slandering me to them, and that," looking at the words with regard to Amy, "that passes all. He shall see what it is to insult me." "What is it? Your guardian out of humour?" asked his companion. "My guardian is a mere weak fool. I don't blame him. He can't help it. But to see him made a tool of! He twists him round his finger, abuses his weakness to insult, to accuse. But he shall give me an account." Guy's voice had grown lower and more husky, but though the sound sunk, the force of passion rather increased than diminished. It was like the low, distant sweep of the tempest as it whirls away, preparing to return with yet more tremendous might. His colour, too, had faded to paleness, but the veins were still swollen, purple and throbbing, and there was a stillness about him that made his wrath more than fierce, intense, almost appalling. Harry Graham was dumb with astonishment, but while Guy spoke, Mrs. Henley had come down, and was standing before them, beginning a greeting. The blood rushed back into Guy's cheeks, and, controlling his voice with powerful effort, he said, "I have had an insulting, an unpleasant letter," he added, catching himself up. "You must excuse me." And he was gone. "What has happened?" exclaimed Mrs. Henley, though from her brother's letter, as well as from her observations during a long and purposely slow progress, along a railed gallery overhanging the hall, and down a winding staircase. She knew pretty well the whole history of his anger. "I don't know," said young Graham. "Some absurd person interfering between him and his guardian. I should be sorry to be him to fall in his way just now. It must be something properly bad. I never saw a man in such a rage. I think I had better go after him and see what he has done with himself." "You don't think," said Mrs. Henley, detaining him, "that his guardian could have been finding fault with him with reason?" "Who? Morville? His guardian must have a sharp eye for picking holes, if he can find any in Morville. Not a steadier fellow going, only too much so." "Ah," thought Mrs. Henley, "these young men always hang together." And she let him escape without further question. But when he emerged from the house, Guy was already out of sight, and he could not succeed in finding him. Guy had burst out of the house, feeling as if nothing could relieve him but free air and rapid motion, and on he hurried, fast, faster, conscious alone of the wild, furious tumult of rage and indignation against the maligner of his innocence, who was knowingly ruining him with all that was dearest to him, insulting him by reproaches on his breaking a most sacred, unblemished word, and, what Guy felt scarcely less keenly, forcing kind-hearted Mr. Edmonstone into a persecution so foreign to his nature. The agony of suffering such an accusation, and from such a quarter, the violent storm of indignation and pride, wild, undefined ideas of a heavy reckoning, above all, the dreary thought of Amy denied to him for ever, all these swept over him, and swayed him by turns with the dreadful intensity belonging to a nature formed for violent passions, which had broken down, in the sudden shock, all the barriers imposed on them by a long course of self-restraint. On he rushed, reckless whither he went or what he did, driven forward by the wild impulse of passion, far over moor and hill, up and down, till at last, exhausted at once by the tumult within, and by the violent bodily exertion, a stillness, a suspension of thought and sensation, ensued. And when this passed, he found himself seated on a rock which crowned the summit of one of the hills, his handkerchief loosened, his waistcoat open, his hat thrown off, his temples burning and throbbing with a feeling of distraction, and the agitated beatings of his heart almost stifling his panting breath. "Yes," he muttered to himself, "a heavy account shall he pay me for this crowning stroke of a long course of slander and ill will. Have I not seen it? Has not he hated me from the first, misconstrued every word and deed, though I have tried, striven earnestly to be his friend? Born as not another soul would have done, with his impertinent interference and intolerable patronizing airs. But he has seen the last of it. Anything but this might be forgiven, but sowing dissension between me and the Edmonstones, maligning me there, never. Knowing too, as he seems to do, how I stand, it is the very ecstasy of malice. Ay, this very night it shall be exposed, and he shall be taught to beware. made to know with whom he has to deal." Guy uttered this last with teeth clenched, in an excess of deep, vengeful ire. Never had Morville, of the whole line, felt more deadly fierceness than held sway over him, as he contemplated his revenge, looked forward with a dire complacency to the punishment he would wreak, not for this offence alone, but for a long course of enmity. He sat, absorbed in the plan of vengeance, perfectly still, for his physical exhaustion was complete. But as the pulsations of his heart grew less wild, his purpose became sterner and more fixed. He devised its execution, planned his sudden journey, saw himself bursting on Philip early next morning, summoning him to answer for his falsehoods. The impulse to action seemed to restore his power over his senses. He looked round to see where he was, raising his head from his hands. The sun was setting opposite to him in a flood of gold, a ruddy ball surrounded with its pomp of clouds on the dazzling sweep of horizon. That sight recalled him not only to himself, but to his true and better self. The good angel, so close to him for the 20 years of his life, had been driven aloof but for a moment, and now either that, or a still higher and holier power, made the setting sun bring to his mind, almost to his ear, the words, "Let not the sun go down upon your wrath, neither give place to the devil." Guy had what some would call a vivid imagination, others a lively faith. He shuddered, then, his elbows on his knees and his hands clasped over his brow. He sat, bending forward, with his eyes closed, wrought up in a fearful struggle, while it was to him as if he saw the hereditary demon of the Morvilles watching by his side, to take full possession of him as a rightful prey, unless the battle was fought and won before that red orb had passed out of sight. Yes, the besetting fiend of his family, the spirit of defiance and resentment, that was driving him even now, while realizing its presence, to disregard all thoughts save of the revenge for which he could barter everything, every hope once precious to him. It was horror at such wickedness that first checked him, and brought him back to the combat. His was not a temper that was satisfied with half measures. He locked his hands more rigidly together, vowing to compel himself, ere he left the spot, to forgive his enemy, forgive him candidly, forgive him so as never again to have to say, "I forgive him." He did not try to think, for reflection only lashed up his sense of the wrong, but, as if there was power in the words alone, he forced his lips to repeat, "Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us." Coldly and hardly were they spoken at first. Again he pronounced them, again, again. Each time the tone was softer, each time they came more from the heart. At last the remembrance of greater wrongs and worse revilings came upon him. His eyes filled with tears. The most subduing and healing of all thoughts, that of the great example, became present to him. The foe was driven back. Still he kept his hands over his face. The tempter was not yet defeated without hope. It was not enough to give up his first intention, no great sacrifice, as he perceived, now that he had time to think how Philip would be certain to treat a challenge. It was not enough to wish no ill to his cousin, to intend no evil measure. He must pardon from the bottom of his heart, regard him candidly, and not magnify his injuries. He sat long in deep thought, his head bent down, and his countenance stern with inward conflict. It was the hardest part of the whole battle, for the Morville disposition was as vindictive as passionate. But at last he recovered clearness of vision. His request might well appear unreasonable, and possibly excite suspicion, and, for the rest, It was doing a man of honour like Philip flagrant injustice to suspect him of originating slanders. He was, of course, under a mistake, had acted, not perhaps kindly, but as he thought, rightly and judiciously, in making his suspicions known. If he had caused his uncle to write provokingly, every one knew that was his way. He might very properly wish, under his belief, to save Amabel. And though the manner might have been otherwise, the proceeding itself admitted complete justification. Indeed, when Guy recollected the frenzy of his rage, and his own murderous impulse, he was shocked to think that he had ever sought the love of that pure and gentle creature, as if it had been a cruel and profane linking of innocence to evil. He was appalled at the power of his fury. He had not known he was capable of it, for his boyish passion, even when unrestrained, had never equalled this in all the strength of early manhood. He looked up and saw that the last remnant of the sun's disk was just disappearing beneath the horizon. The victory was won. But Guy's feeling was not the rejoicing of the conquest. It was more the relief which is felt by a little child weary of its fit of naughtiness, when its tearful face is raised, mournful yet happy, in having won true repentance, and it says, "I am sorry now." He rose, looked at his watch, wondered to find it so late, gazed round and considered his bearings, perceiving with a sense of shame how far he had wandered, then retraced his steps slowly and wearily, and did not reach Southmore till long after dark. End chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte M. Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. My blood hath been too cold and temperate, unapt to stir at these indignities, but you have found me. King Henry IV. Philip, according to promise, appeared at Holywell, and a volume of awful justice seemed written on his brow. Charles, though ignorant of its cause, perceived this at a glance, and greeted him thus: "Enter Don Philip II, the Duke of Alva, alguazils, corregidors, and executioners." "Is anything the matter, Philip?" said Amy, a question which took him by surprise, as he could not believe her in ignorance. He was sorry for her, and answered gravely, "Nothing is amiss with me, thank you, Amy." She knew he meant that he would tell no more, and would have thought no more about it, but that she saw her mother was very uneasy. "Did you ask whether there were any letters at the post?" said Charles. "Guy is using us shamefully, practising self-denial on us, I suppose. Is there no letter from him?" "There is," said Philip reluctantly. "Well, where is it?" "It is to your father." "Oh," said Charles, with a disappointed air. "Are you sure? Depend on it, you have overlooked my M. He has owed me a letter this fortnight. Let me see." "It is for my uncle," repeated Philip, as if to put an end to the subject. "Then he has been so stupid as to forget my second name. Come, give it to me. I shall have it sooner or later." "I assure you, Charles, it is not for you." "Would not anyone suppose he had been reading it?" exclaimed Charles. "Did you know Mary Ross was gone to stay with her brother John?" broke in Mrs. Edmonston, in a nervous, hurried manner. "No, is she?" replied Philip. "Yes, his wife is ill." The universal feeling was that something was amiss, and mamma was in the secret. Amy looked wistfully at her, but Mrs. Edmonston only gazed at the window, and so they continued for some minutes, while an uninteresting exchange of question and answer was kept up between her and her nephew, until at length the dressing-bell rang, and cleared the room. Mrs. Edmonston lingered till her son and daughters were gone, and said, "You have heard from St. Mildred's?" "Yes," said Philip, as if he was as little inclined to be communicative to her as to his cousins. "From Guy or from Margaret?" "From Margaret." "But you say there is a letter from him?" "Yes, for my uncle." "Does she say nothing more satisfactory?" asked his aunt, her anxiety tortured by his composure. "Has she learnt no more?" "Nothing more of his proceedings. I see Amy knows nothing of the matter." "No, her papa thought there was no need to distress her till we had seen whether he could explain." "Poor little thing," said Philip. "I am very sorry for her." Mrs. Edmonston did not choose to discuss her daughter's affairs with him, and she turned the conversation to ask if Margaret said much of Guy. "She writes to tell the spirit in which he received my uncle's letter. It is only the Morville temper again, and, of course, whatever you may think of that on Amy's account, I should never regard it, as concerns myself, as other than his misfortune. I hope you may be able to explain the rest. Ah, there comes your uncle." And Mr. Edmonston entered. "How do you do, Philip? Brought better news, eh?" "Here is the letter to speak for itself." "Hmm? From Guy? Give it me. What does he say? Let me see. Here, mamma, read it. Your eyes are best." Mrs. Edmonston read as follows: "My dear Mr. Edmonston, your letter surprised and grieved me very much. I cannot guess what proofs Philip may think he has, of what I never did, and therefore I cannot refute them otherwise than by declaring that I never gamed in my life. Tell me what they are, and I will answer them. As to a full confession, I could of course tell you of much in which I have done wrongly, though not in the way which he supposes. On that head I have nothing to confess. I am sorry I am prevented from satisfying you about the £1,000, but I am bound in honour not to mention the purpose for which I wanted it. I am sorry you could never believe I could have said what I did to Mrs. Edmonston if I had begun in a course which I detest from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much for the kindness of the latter part of your letter. I do not know how I could have borne it if it had ended as it began. I hope you will soon send me these proofs of Philip's. Ever your affectionate G.M." Not a little surprised was Philip to find that he was known to be Guy's accuser, but the conclusion revealed that his style had betrayed him, and that Mr. Edmonston had finished with some mention of him, and he resolved that henceforth he would never leave a letter of his own dictation till he had seen it signed and sealed. "Well," cried Mr. Edmonston, joyfully beating his own hand with his glove, "that is all right. I knew it would be so. He can't even guess what we are at. I am glad we did not tease poor little Amy. Eh, mamma? Eh, Philip?" The last "eh" being uttered much more doubtfully and less triumphantly than the first. "I wonder you think it right," said Philip. "What more would you have?" said Mr. Edmonston hastily. "Confidence." "Eh? Oh, ay, he says he can't tell. Bound in honour." "It is easy to write off hand, and say I cannot satisfy you, I am bound in honour, but that is not what most persons would think a full justification, especially considering the terms on which you stand." "Why, yes, he might have said more. It would have been safe enough with me." "It is his usual course of mystery, reserve, and defiance." "The fact is," said Mr. Edmonston, turning away, "that it is a very proper letter, right sense, proper feeling, and if you never gamed in his life, what would you have more?" "There are different ways of understanding such a denial as this," said Philip. "See, he says not in the way in which I suppose." He held up his hand authoritatively, as his aunt was about to interpose. "It was against gaming that his vow was made. I never thought he had played, but he never says he is not betted." "He would never be guilty of a subterfuge," exclaimed Mrs. Evanston indignantly. "I should not have thought so, without the evidence of the payment of the cheque my uncle had just given him to this gambling fellow," said Philip. "Yet it is only the natural consequence of the habit of eluding inquiry into his visits to London." "I can't see any reason for so harsh an accusation," said she. "I should hardly want more reason than his own words. He refuses to answer the question on which my uncle's good opinion depends. He owns he has been to blame, and thus retracts his full denial. In my opinion, his letter says nothing so plainly as, 'While I can stand fair with you, I do not wish to break with you.'" "He will not find that quite so easy," cried Mr. Edmonston. "I'm no fool to be hoodwinked, especially where my little Amy is concerned. I'll see all plain and straight before he says another word of her." "But you see what comes of their settling it while I was out of the way." Mrs. Edmonston was grieved to see him so hurt at this. It could not have been helped, and if all had been smooth, he never would have thought of it again. But it served to keep up his dignity in his own eyes, and, as he fancied, to defend him from Philip's censure, and he therefore made the most of it, which so pained her that she did not venture to continue her championship of Guy. "Well, well," said Mr. Edmonston, "the question is what to do next, eh, Philip? I wish you would have spoken openly. I hate mysteries. I'll write and tell him this won't do. He must be explicit, eh, Philip?" "We will talk it over by and by," said Philip. His aunt understood that it was to be in her absence, and left the room, fearing it would be impossible to prevent Amy from being distressed, though she had no doubt that Guy would be able to prove his innocence of the charges. She found Amy waiting for her in her room. "Don't ring, mamma dear. I'll fasten your dress," said she, then pausing. "Oh, mamma, I don't know whether I ought to ask, but if you'd only tell me if there has nothing gone wrong." "I don't believe there is anything really wrong, my dear," said Mrs. Edmonston, kissing her, as she saw how her colour first deepened and then faded. "Oh, no," said she. "But there is some mystery about his money matters, which has vexed your papa." "And what has Philip to do with it?" "I cannot quite tell, my dear. I believe Margaret Henley has heard something, but I do not know the whole." "Did you see his letter, mamma?" said Amy, in a low, trembling voice. "Yes, it is just like himself, and absolutely denies the accusations." Amy did not say, "Then they are false," but she held up her head. "Then papa is satisfied," she said. "I have no doubt all will be made clear in time," said her mother, "but there is still something unexplained, and I am afraid things may not go smoothly just now. I'm very sorry, my little Amy, that such a cloud should have come over you," she added, smoothing fondly the long, soft hair, sad at heart to see the cares and griefs of womanhood gathering over her child's bright young life. "I said I must learn to bear things," murmured Amy to herself, "only—" and the tears filled her eyes, and she spoke with almost childish simplicity of manner. "I can't bear them to vex him. I wish Philip would let papa settle it alone. Guy will be angry and grieved afterwards." They were interrupted by the dinner bell, but Amy ran into her own room for one moment. "I said I would learn to bear," said she to herself, "or I shall never be fit for him. Yes, I will, even though it is the thinking he is unhappy. He said I must be his Verena. I know what that means. I ought not to be uneasy, for he will bear it beautifully, and say he is glad of it afterwards. And I will try not to seem cross to Philip." Mr. Edmonston was fidgety and ill at ease, found fault with the dinner, and was pettish with his wife. Mrs. Edmonston set Philip off upon politics, which lasted till the ladies could escape into the drawing-room. In another minute Philip brought in Charles, set him down, and departed. Amy, who was standing by the window, resting her forehead against the glass and gazing into the darkness, turned round hastily and left the room, but in passing her brother she put her hand into his and received a kind pressure. Her mother followed her, and the other three all began to wonder. Charles said he had regularly been turned out of the dining room by Philip, who announced that he wanted to speak to his uncle, and carried him off. They conjectured, and were indignant at each other's conjectures, till their mother returned and gave them as much information as she could, but this only made them very anxious. Charles was certain that Mrs. Henley had laid a cockatrice egg, and Philip was hatching it, and Laura could not trust herself to defend Philip, lest she should do it too vehemently. They could all agree in desire to know the truth, in hope that Guy was not culpable, and above all, in feeling for Amy. But by tacit consent they were silent on the three shades of opinion in their minds. Laura was confident that Philip was acting for the best. Mrs. Edmonston thought he might be mistaken in his premises, but desirous of Guy's real good. And Charles, though sure he would allege nothing which he did not believe to be true, also thought him ready to draw the worst conclusions from small grounds, and to take pleasure in driving Mr. Edmonston to the most rigorous measures. Philip, meanwhile, was trying to practise great moderation and forbearance, not bringing forward at first what was most likely to incense Mr. Edmonston, and without appearance of animosity in his cool, guarded speech. There was no design in this. He meant only to be just, yet anything less cool would have had far less effect. When he shut the dining-room door, he found his uncle wavering, touched by the sight of his little Amy, returning to his first favourable view of Guy's letter, ready to overlook everything, except the justification, and receive his ward on the same footing as before, though he was, at the same time, ashamed that Philip should see him relent, and desirous of keeping up his character for firmness, little guessing how his nephew felt his power over him, and knew that he could wield him at will. Perceiving and pitying his feebleness, and sincerely believing strong measures the only rescue for Amy, the only hope for Guy, Philip found himself obliged to work on him by the production of another letter from his sister. He would rather, if possible, have kept this back, so much did his honourable feeling recoil from what had the air of slander and mischief-making. But he regarded firmness on his uncle's part as the only chance for Guy or for his cousin, and was resolved not to let him swerve from strict justice. Mrs. Henley had written immediately after Guy's outburst in her house, and, taking it for granted that her brother would receive a challenge, she wrote in the utmost alarm, urging him to remember how precious he was to her, and not to depart from his own principles. "You would not be so mad as to fight him, eh?" said Mr. Edmonston, anxiously. "You know better. Besides, for poor Amy's sake." "For the sake of right," replied Philip. "No, I have reassured my sister. I have told her that, let the boy do what he will, he shall never make me guilty of his death." "You have heard from him, then?" "No. I suppose a night's reflection convinced him that he had no rational grounds for violent proceedings, and he had sense enough not to expose himself to such an answer as I should have given. What caused his wrath to be directed towards me especially, I cannot tell, nor can my sister," said Philip, looking full at his uncle. "But I seem to have come in for a full share of it." He proceeded to read the description of Guy's passion, and the expressions he had used. Violent as it had been, it did not lose in Mrs. Henley's colouring, and what made the effect worse was that she had omitted to say she had overheard his language, so that it appeared as if he had been unrestrained even by gentlemanly feeling, and had thus spoken of her brother and uncle in her presence. Mr. Edmonston was resentful now, really displeased, and wounded to the quick. The point on which he was especially sensitive was his reputation for sense and judgment, and that Guy, who had shown him so much respect and affection, whom he had treated with invariable kindness, and received into his family like a son, that he should just speak of him, shocked him extremely. He was too much overcome even to break out into exclamations at first. He only drank off his glass of wine hastily, and said, "I would never have thought it." With these words, all desire for forbearance and toleration departed. If Guy could speak thus of him, he was ready to believe any accusation, to think him deceitful from the first, to say he had been trifling with Amy, to imagine him a confirmed reprobate, and cast him off entirely. Philip had some difficulty to restrain him from being too violent, and to keep him to the matter in hand. He defended Guy from the exaggerations of his imagination in a manner which appeared highly noble, considering how Guy had spoken of him. Before they parted that night, another letter had been written, which stood thus: "Dear Sir Guy, since you refuse the confidence which I have a right to demand, since you elude the explanation I asked, and indulge yourself in speaking in disrespectful terms of me and my family, I have every reason to suppose that you have no desire to continue on the same footing as heretofore at Holywell. As your guardian, I repeat that I consider myself bound to keep a vigilant watch over your conduct, and, if possible, to recover you from the unhappy course in which you have involved yourself. But all other intercourse between you and this family must cease. Your horse shall be sent to Redclyffe tomorrow. Yours faithfully, C. Edmonston." This letter was more harsh than Philip wished, but Mr. Edmonston would hardly be prevailed on to consent to enter on no further reproaches. He insisted on banishing Deloraine, as well as on the mention of Guy's disrespect, both against his nephew's opinion. But it was necessary to let him have his own way on these points, and Philip thought himself fortunate in getting a letter written which was in any degree rational and moderate. They had been so busy, and Mr. Edmonston so excited, that Philip thought it best to accept the offer of tea being sent them in the dining-room, and it was not till nearly midnight that their conference broke up, when Mr. Edmonston found his wife sitting up by the dressing-room fire, having shut Charles's door, sorely against his will. "There," began Mr. Edmonston, "you may tell Amy she may give him up, and a lucky escape she has had. But this is what comes of settling matters in my absence." So he proceeded with the narration, mixing the facts undistinguishably with his own surmises, and overwhelming his wife with dismay. If a quarter of this was true, defence of Guy was out of the question, and it was still more impossible to wish Amy's attachment to him to continue. And though much was incredible, it was no time to say so. She could only hope morning would soften her husband's anger and make matters explicable. Morning failed to bring her comfort. Mr. Edmonston repeated that Amy must be ordered to give up all thoughts of Guy, and she perceived that the words ascribed to him stood on evidence which could not be doubted. She could believe he might have spoken them in the first shock of an unjust imputation, and she thought he might have been drawn into some scrape to serve a friend, but she could never suppose him capable of all Mr. Edmonston imagined. The first attempt to plead his cause, however, brought on her an angry reply, but Philip, by a hint that she never saw a fault in Guy, had put it into his uncle's head that she would try to lead him, and made him particularly inaccessible to her influence. There was no help for it, then. Poor little Amy must hear the worst, and it was not long before Mrs. Edmonston found her waiting in the dressing-room. Between obedience to her husband, her conviction of Guy's innocence, and her tenderness to her daughter, Mrs. Edmonston had a hard task, and she could scarcely check her tears as Amy nestled up for her morning kiss. "Oh, mamma, what is it?" "Dearest, I told you a cloud was coming. Try to bear it. Your papa is not satisfied with Guy's answer, and it seems he spoke some hasty words of papa and Philip. They have displeased papa very much, And, my dear child, you must try to bear it. He has written to tell Guy he must not think any more of you." "He has spoken hasty words of papa," repeated Amy, as if she had not heard the rest. "How sorry he must be!" As she spoke, Charles's door was pushed open, and in he came, half-dressed, scrambling on, with but one crutch, to the chair near which she stood, with drooping head and clasped hands. "Never mind, little Amy," he said. "I'll lay my life 'tis only some monstrous figment of Mrs. Henley's. Trust my word, it will right itself. It is only a rock to keep true love from running too smooth. Come, don't cry," as her tears began to flow fast. "I only meant to cheer you up." "I'm afraid, Charlie," said his mother, putting a force on her own feeling, "it is not the best or kindest way to do her good by telling her to dwell in hopes of him." "Mamma, one of Philip's faction!" exclaimed Charles. "Of no faction at all, Charles, but I am afraid it is a bad case." And Mrs. Edmonston related what she knew, glad to address herself to any one but Amy, who stood still, meanwhile, her hands folded on the back of her brother's chair. Charles loudly protested that the charges were absurd and preposterous, and would be proved so in no time. He would finish dressing instantly, go to speak to his father, and show him the sense of the thing. Amy heard and hoped, and his mother, who had great confidence in his clear sight, was so cheered as almost to expect that today's post might carry a conciliatory letter. Meantime, Laura and Philip met in the breakfast-room, and in answer to her anxious inquiry, he had given her an account of Guy which, though harsh enough, was far more comprehensible than what the rest had been able to gather. She was inexpressibly shocked. "My poor, dear little Amy!" she exclaimed. "Oh, Philip, now I see all you thought to save me from." "It is an unhappy business, that it ever was permitted." "Poor little dear! She was so happy, so very happy, and sweet in her humility and her love. Do you know, Philip, I was almost jealous for a moment that all should be so easy for them, and I blamed poverty. But oh, there are worse things than poverty." He did not speak, but his dark blue eyes softened with a tender look known only to her, and it was one of the precious moments for which she lived. She was happy till the rest came down, and then a heavy cloud seemed to hang on them at breakfast-time. Charles, who found anxiety on Guy's account more exciting, though considerably less agreeable, than he had once expected, would not go away with the womankind, but as soon as the door was shut, exclaimed, "Now then, Philip, let me know the true grounds of your persecution." It was not a conciliating commencement. His father was offended, and poured out a confused torrent of Guy's imagined misdeeds, while Philip explained and modified his exaggerations. "So the fact is," said Charles at length, "that Guy has asked for his own money, and when, in lieu of it, he received a letter full of unjust charges, he declared Philip was a meddling coxcomb. I advise you not to justify his opinion." Philip disdained to reply, and after a few more of Mr. Edmonston's exclamations, Charles proceeded. "This is the great sum total." "No," said Philip, "I have proof of his gambling." "What is it?" "I have shown it to your father, and he is satisfied." "Is it not proof enough that he is lost to all sense of propriety, that he should go and speak in that fashion of us and to Philip's own sister?" cried Mr. Edmonston. "What would you have more?" "That little epithet, applied to Captain Morville, is hardly, to my mind, proof sufficient that a man is capable of every vice," said Charles, who, in the pleasure of galling his cousin, did not perceive the harm he did his friend's cause, by recalling the affront which his father at least felt most deeply. Mr. Edmonston grew angry with him for disregarding the insulting term applied to himself, and Charles, who, though improved in many points, still sometimes showed the effects of early habits of disrespect to his father, answered hastily that no one could wonder at Guy's resenting such suspicions. He deserved no blame at all, and would have been a blockhead to bear it tamely. End chapter 17, part 1. Chapter 17, part 2 of The Heir of Redclyffe, by Charlotte M. Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, part 2. This was more than Charles meant, but his temper was fairly roused, and he had said much more than was right or judicious, so that his advocacy only injured the cause. He had many representations to make on the injustice of condemning Guy unheard, of not even laying before him the proofs on which the charges were founded, and on the danger of actually driving him into mischief, by shutting the doors of Holywell against him. If you wanted to make him all you say he is, you are taking the very best means. Quite true, but Charles had made his father too angry to pay attention. This stormy discussion continued for nearly 2 hours, with no effect save inflaming the minds of all parties. At last Mr. Edmonstone was called away, and Charles, rising, declared he should go at that moment, and write to tell Guy that there was one person at least still in his senses. "You will do as you please," said Philip. "Thank you for the permission," said Charles proudly. "It is not to me that your submission is due," said Philip. "I'll tell you what, Philip, I submit to my own father readily, but I do not submit to Captain Morville's instrument." "We've had enough of unbecoming retorts for one day," said Philip quietly, and offering his arm. Much as Charles disliked it, he was in too great haste not to accept it, and perceiving that there were visitors in the drawing-room, he desired to go upstairs. "People who always come when they are not wanted," he muttered, as he went up, pettish with them as with everything else. "I do not think you in a fit mood to be advised, Charles," said Philip. "But to free my own conscience, let me say this. Take care how you promote this unfortunate attachment." "Take care what you say," exclaimed Charles, flushing with anger, as he threw himself forward with an impatient movement, trusting to his crutch rather than retain his cousin's arm. But the crutch slipped, he missed his grasp at the balusters, and would have fallen to the bottom of the flight if Philip had not been close behind. Stretching out his foot, he made a barrier, receiving Charles's weight against his breast, and then, taking him in his arms, carrying him up the rest of the way as easily as if he had been a child. The noise brought Amy out of the dressing-room, much frightened, though she did not speak till Charles was deposited on the sofa, and assured them he was not in the least hurt. But he would hardly thank his cousin for having so dexterously saved him. And Philip, relieved from the fear of his being injured, viewed the adventure as a mere ebullition of ill temper, and went away. "A fine helpless log am I," exclaimed Charles, as he found himself alone with Amy. "A pretty thing for me to talk of being of any use, when I can't so much as show my anger at an impertinence about my own sister, without being beholden for not breaking my neck to the very piece of presumption that uttered it." "Oh, don't speak so," began Amy. And at that moment Philip was close to them, set down the crutch that had been dropped, and went without speaking. "I don't care who hears," said Charles. "I say, there is no greater misery in this world than to have the spirit of a man and the limbs of a cripple. I know if I was good for anything, things would not long be in this state. I should be at St. Mildred's by this time, at the bottom of the whole story, and Philip would be taught to eat his words in no time, and make as few wry faces as suited his dignity. But what is the use of talking? This sofa," and he struck his fist against it, "is my prison, and I am a miserable cripple, and it is mere madness in me to think of being attended to." "Oh, Charlie," cried Amy, caressingly, and much distressed, "don't talk so. Indeed, I can't bear it. You know it is not so." "Do I? Have not I been talking myself hoarse, showing up their injustice, saying all a man could say to bring them to reason, and not an inch could I move them? I do believe Philip has driven my father stark mad with these abominable stories of his sister's, which I verily believe she invented herself." "Oh no, she could not. Don't say so." "What? Are you going to believe them too?" "Never." "It is that which drives me beyond all patience," proceeded Charles. "To see Philip lay hold of my father, and twist him about as he chooses, and set every one down with his authority." "Philip soon goes abroad," said Amy, who could not at the moment say anything more charitable. "Ay, there is the hope. My father will return to his natural state, provided they don't drive Guy, in the meantime, to do something desperate." "No, they won't," whispered Amy. "Well, give me the blotting book. I'll write to him this moment, and tell him we are not all the tools of Philip's malice." Amy gave the materials to her brother, and then, turning away, busied herself in silence as best she might, in the employment her mother had recommended her, of sorting some garden seeds for the cottagers. After an interval, Charles said, "Well, Amy, what shall I say to him for you?" There was a little silence, and presently Amy whispered, "I don't think I ought." "What?" asked Charles, not catching her very low tones, as she sat behind him, with her head bent down. "I don't think it would be right," she repeated, more steadily. "Not right for you to say you don't think him a villain?" "Papa said I was to have no—" and there her voice was stopped with tears. "This is absurd, Amy," said Charles, "when it all was approved at first, and now my father is acting on a wrong impression. What harm can there be in it? Every one would do so." "I am sure he would not think it right," faltered Amy. "He? You'll never have any more to say to him if you don't take care what you are about." "I can't help it," said Amy, in a broken voice. "It is not right." "Nonsense! Folly!" said Charles. "You are as bad as the rest. When they are persecuting and slandering, and acting in the most outrageous way against him, and you know one word of yours would carry him through all, you won't say it, to save him from distraction, and from doing all my father fancies he has done. Then I believe you don't care a rush for him, and never want to see him again, and believe the whole monstrous farrago. I vow I'll say so." "Oh, Charles, you are very cruel," said Amy, with an irrepressible burst of weeping. "Then if you don't believe it, why can't you send one word to comfort him?" She wept in silence for some moments. At last she said, "It would not comfort him to think me disobedient. He will trust me without, and he will know what you think." "You are very kind, dear Charlie, but don't persuade me any more, for I can't bear it. I am going away now, but don't fancy I am angry, only I don't think I can sit by while you write that letter." Poor little Amy! She seldom knew worse pain than at that moment, when she was obliged to go away, to put it out of her power, to follow the promptings of her heart, to send the few kind words which might prove that nothing could shake her love and trust. A fresh trial awaited her when she looked from her own window. She saw Deloraine led out, his chestnut neck glossy in the sun, and William prepared for a journey, and the other servants shaking hands and bidding him good-bye. She saw him right off, and could hardly help flying back to her brother to exclaim, "Oh, Charlie, they have sent Deloraine away!" while the longing to send one kind greeting became more earnest than ever. But she withstood it, and throwing herself on the bed, exclaimed, "He will never come back, never, never," and gave way, unrestrainedly, to a fit of weeping. Nor was it till this had spent itself that she could collect her thoughts. She was sitting on the side of her bed, trying to compose herself, when Laura came in. "My own Amy, my poor dearest, I am very sorry." "Thank you, dear Laura." And Amy gladly rested her aching head on her shoulder. "I wish I knew what to do for you," proceeded Laura. "You cannot cease to think about him, and yet you ought." "If I ought, I suppose I can," said Amy, in a voice exhausted with crying. "That's right, darling. You will not be weak, and pine for one who is not worthy." "Not worthy, Laura?" said Amy, withdrawing her arm and holding up her head. "Ah, my poor Amy, we thought—" "Yes, and it is so still. I know it is so. I know he did not do it." "Then what do you think of Margaret and Philip?" "There is some mistake." "And how can you defend what he said of papa?" "I don't," said Amy, hiding her face. "That is the worst. But I am sure it was only a moment's passion, and that he must be very unhappy about it now. I don't think papa would mind it, at least not long, if it was not for this other dreadful misapprehension. Oh, Laura, why cannot something be done to clear it up?" "Everything will be done," said Laura. "Papa has written to Mr. Wellwood, and Philip means to go and make inquiries at Oxford and St. Mildred's." "When?" asked Amy. "Not till term begins. You know he is to have a fortnight's leave before the regiment goes to Ireland." "Oh, I hope it will come right then. People must come to an understanding when they meet. It is so different from writing." "He will do everything to set things on a right footing. You may be confident of that, Amy, for your sake as much as anything else." "I can't think why you should know I have anything to do with it," said Amy, blushing. "I had much rather he did not." "Surely, Amy, you think he can be trusted with your secret, and there is no one who can take more care for you. You must look on him as one of ourselves." Amy made no answer, and Laura was annoyed. "You are vexed with him for having told this to papa, but that is not reasonable of you, Amy. Your better sense must tell you that it is the only truly kind course, both towards Guy and yourself." It was said in Philip's manner, which perhaps made it harder to bear, and Amy could scarcely answer. "He means it for the best." "You would not have had him be silent?" "I don't know," said Amy sadly. "No, he should have done something, but he might have done it more kindly." Laura endeavoured to persuade her that nothing could have been more kind and judicious, and Amy sat dejectedly, owning the good intention, and soothed by the affection of her family, with the bitter suffering of her heart unallayed, with all her fond tender feelings torn at the thought of what Guy must be enduring, and with the pain of knowing it was her father's work. She had one comfort, in the certainty that Guy would bear it nobly. She was happy to find her confidence confirmed by her mother and Charles, and one thing she thought she need not give up, though she might no longer think of him as her lover. She might be his Verena still, whether he knew it or not. It could not be wrong to remember anyone in her prayers, and to ask that he might not be led into temptation, but have strength to abide patiently. That helped her to feel that he was in the hands of one to whom the secrets of all hearts are known, and a line of poetry seemed to be whispered in her ears, in his own sweet tones: "Wait, and the clouds shall roll away." So, after the first day, she went on pretty well. She was indeed silent and grave, and no longer the sunbeam of Holywell, but she took her share in what was passing, and a common observer would hardly have remarked the submissive melancholy of her manner. Her father was very affectionate, and often called her his jewel of good girls, but he was too much afraid of women's tears to talk to her about Guy. He left that to her mother, and Mrs. Edmonston, having seen her submit to her father's will, was unwilling to say more. She doubted whether it was judicious to encourage her in dwelling on Guy, for, even supposing his character cleared, they had offended him deeply, and released him from any engagement to her, so that there was nothing to prevent him from forming an attachment elsewhere. Mrs. Edmonston did not think he would, but it was better to say nothing about him, lest she should not speak prudently, and only keep up the subject in Amy's mind. Charles stormed and wrangled, told Mr. Edmonston he was breaking his daughter's heart, that was all, and talked of unfairness and injustice, till Mr. Edmonston vowed it was beyond all bearing, that his own son should call him a tyrant, and accuse Guy of destroying all peace in his family. The replies to the letters came. Some thought them satisfactory, and the others wondered that they thought so. Mr. Wellwood gave the highest character of his pupil, and could not imagine how any irregularities could be laid to his charge, but when asked in plain terms how he disposed of his time, could only answer in general that he had friends and engagements of his own at St. Mildred's and its neighbourhood, and had been several times at Mrs. Henley's and at Colonel Harewood's. The latter place, unfortunately, was the very object of Philip's suspicions, and thus the letter was anything but an exculpation. Guy wrote to Charles in the fullness of his heart, expressing gratitude for his confidence and sympathy. He again begged for the supposed evidence of his misconduct, declaring he could explain it, whatever it might be, and proceeded to utter deep regrets for his hasty expressions. "I do not know what I may have said," he wrote. "I have no doubt it was unpardonable, for I am sure my feelings were so, and that I deserve whatever I have brought on myself. I can only submit to Mr. Edmonston's sentence, and trust that time will bring to his knowledge that I am innocent of what I am accused of. He has every right to be displeased with me." Charles pronounced this to be only Guy's way of abusing himself, but his father saw in it a disguised admission of guilt. It was thought also to be a bad sign that Guy intended to remain at Southmore till the end of the vacation, though Charles argued that he must be somewhere, and if they wished to keep him out of mischief, why exile him from Holywell? He would hardly listen to his mother's representation that on Amy's account it would not be right to have him there till the mystery was cleared up. He tried to stir his father up to go and see Guy at St. Mildred's and investigate matters for himself, but, though Mr. Edmonston would have liked the appearance of being important, this failed, because Philip declared it to be unadvisable, knowing that it would be no investigation at all, and that his uncle would be talked over directly. Next, Charles would have persuaded Philip himself to go, but the arrangements about his leave did not make this convenient, and it was put off till he should pay his farewell visit to his sister in October. Lastly, Charles wrote to Mrs. Henley, entreating her to give him some information about this mysterious evidence which was wanting, but her reply was a complete set-down for interference in a matter with which he had no concern. He was very angry. In fact, the post seldom came in without occasioning a fresh dispute, which only had the effect of keeping up the heat of Mr. Edmonston's displeasure, and making the whole house uncomfortable. Fretfulness and ill humour seemed to have taken possession of Charles and his father. Such a state of things had not prevailed since Guy's arrival. Holywell was hardly like the same house. Mrs. Edmonston and Laura could do nothing without being grumbled at or scolded by one or other of the gentlemen. Even Amy now and then came in for a little petulance on her father's part, and Charles could not always forgive her for saying, in her mournful, submissive tone, "It is of no use to talk about it." Chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of the Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 18. This just decree alone I know, man must be disciplined by woe. To me whate'er of good or ill the future brings, since come it will, I'll bow my spirit and be still. Aeschylus, Anstice's translation. Guy, in the meantime, was enduring the storm in loneliness, for he was unwilling to explain the cause of his trouble to his companions. The only occasion of the suspicions which he could think of was his request for the sum of money, and this he could not mention to Mr. Wellwood, nor was he inclined to make confidants of his other companions, though pleasant right-minded youths. He had only announced that he had had a letter which had grieved him considerably, but of which he could not mention the contents, and as Harry Graham, who knew something of the Broadstone neighbourhood, had picked up a report that Sir Guy Morville was to marry Lady Evelyn de Courcy, there was an idea among the party that there was some trouble in the way of his attachment. He had once before been made, by some joke, to colour and look conscious, and now this protected him from inconvenient questions, and accounted for his depression. He was like what he had been on first coming to Holywell, grave and silent, falling into reveries when others were talking, and much given to long lonely wanderings. Accustomed as he had been in boyhood to a solitary life in beautiful scenery, there was something in a fine landscape that was to him like a friend and companion, and he sometimes felt that it would have been worse if he had been in a dull, uniform country, instead of among mountain peaks and broad wooded valleys. Working hard, too, helped him not a little, and conic sections served him almost as well as they served Laura. A more real help was the neighbourhood of Stylehurst. On the first Sunday after receiving Mr. Edmonstons's letter, he went to church there instead of with the others to St. Mildred's. They thought it was for the sake of the solitary walk, but he had other reasons for the preference. In the first place, it was a communion Sunday, and in the next he could feel more kindly towards Philip there, and he knew he needed all that could strengthen such a disposition. Many a question did he ask himself to certify whether he wilfully entertained malice or hatred, or any uncharitableness. It was a long, difficult examination, but at its close he felt convinced that, if such passions knocked at the door of his heart, it was not at his own summons, and that he drove them away without listening to them. And surely he might approach to gain the best aid in that battle, especially as he was certain of his strong and deep repentance for his fit of passion, and longing earnestly for the pledge of forgiveness. The pardon and peace he sought came to him, and in such sort that the comfort of that day, when fresh from the first shock, and waiting in suspense for some new blow, was such as never to be forgotten. They linked themselves with the grave shade of the clustered grey columns, and the angel heads on roof of that old church, with the long grass and tall yellow mulleins among its churchyard graves, and with the tints of the elm trees that closed it in, their leaves in masses either of green or yellow, and opening here and there to show the purple hills beyond. He wandered in the churchyard between the services. All enmity to Philip was absent now, and he felt as if it would hardly return when he stood by the graves of the Archdeacon and of the two Francis Morvilles, and thought what that spot was to his cousin. There were a few flowers planted round Mrs. Morville's grave, but they showed that they had long been neglected, and no such signs of care marked her daughter Fanny's. And when Guy further thought of Mrs. Henley, and recollected how Philip had sacrificed all his cherished prospects and hopes of distinction, and embraced an irksome profession, for the sake of these two sisters, he did not find it difficult to excuse the sternness, severity, and distrust which were in evidence how acutely a warm heart had suffered. Though he suffered cruelly from being cut off from Amy, yet his reverence for her helped him to submit. He had always felt as if she was too far above him, and though he had, beyond his hopes, been allowed to aspire to the thought of her, it was on trial, and his failure, his return to his old evil passions, had sunk him beneath her. He shuddered to think of her being united to anything so unlike herself, and which might cause her so much misery. It was wretchedness to think that even now she might be suffering for him, and yet not for worlds would he have lost the belief that she was so feeling, or the remembrance of the looks which had shone on him so sweetly and timidly as she sat at her mother's feet, though that remembrance was only another form of misery. But Amy would be tranquil, pure, and good, whatever became of him, and he should always be able to think of her, looking like one of those peaceful spirits, with bending head, folded hands, and a star on its brow, in the Paradiso of Flaxman. Her serenity would be untouched, and though she might be lost to him, he could still be content while he could look up at it through his turbid life. Better she were lost to him than that her peace should be injured. He still, of course, earnestly longed to prove his innocence, though his hopes lessened, for as long as the evidence was withheld he had no chance. After writing as strongly as he could do no more, except watch for something that might unravel the mystery, and Charles's warm sympathy and readiness to assist him were a great comfort. He had not seen his uncle again. Perhaps Sebastian was ashamed to meet him after their last encounter, and was still absent on his engagement. But the wife and child were still at St. Mildred's, and one afternoon, when Guy had rather unwillingly gone thither with Mr. Wellwood, he saw Mrs. Dixon sitting on one of the benches which were placed on the paths cut out on the side of the hill, looking very smart and smiling among several persons of her own class. To be ashamed to recognise her was a weakness beneath him. He spoke to her, and was leaving her, pluming herself on his notice, when he saw little Marianne's blue eyes fixed wistfully upon him, and held out his hand to her. She ran up to him joyfully, and he led her a few steps from her mother's party. "Well, little one, how are you? I have your piece of spar quite safe. Have you said how d'ye do to Bustle?" "Bustle! Bustle!" called the soft voice, but it needed a whistle from his master to bring him to be caressed by the little girl. "Have you been taking any more pleasant walks?" "Oh, yes, we've been all round these pretty paths, and I should like to go to the top of this great high hill, and see all round; but mamma says she has got a bone in her leg, and cannot go." "Do you think mamma would give you leave to go up with me? Should you like it?" She coloured all over, too happy even to thank him. "Then," said Guy to his tutor, "I will meet you here when you have done your business in the town, in an hour or so. Poor little thing, she has not many pleasures." Mrs. Dixon made no difficulty, and was so profuse in thanks that Guy got out of her way as fast as he could, and was soon on the soft, thymy grass of the hillside, the little girl frisking about him in great delight, playing with Bustle and chattering merrily. Little Marianne was a delicate child, and her frolic did not last long. As the ascent became steeper, her breath grew shorter, and she toiled on in a resolute, uncomplaining manner after his long, vigorous steps, till he looked round, and seeing her panting far behind, turned to help her, lead her, and carry her, till the top was achieved, and the little girl stood on the topmost stone, gazing round at the broad sunny landscape, with the soft green meadows, the harvest fields, the woods in their gorgeous autumn raiment, and the moorland on the other side, with its other peaks and cairns, brown with withered bracken, and shadowed in moving patches by the floating clouds. The exhilarating wind brought a colour into her pale cheeks, and her flossy curls were blowing over her face. He watched her in silence, pleased and curious to observe how beautiful a scene struck the childish eye of the little Londoner. The first thing she said, after 3 or 4 minutes' contemplation, a long time for such a child, was, "Oh, I never saw anything so pretty!" Then presently after, "Oh, I wish little brother Felix was here!" "This is a pleasant place to think about your little brother," said Guy, kindly, and she looked up in his face and exclaimed, "Oh, do you know about Felix?" "You shall tell me," said Guy. "Here, sit on my knee and rest after your scramble." "Mamma never lets me talk of Felix, because it makes her cry," said Marianne; "but I wish it sometimes." The little heart was soon open. It appeared that Felix was the last who had died, the nearest in age to Marianne, and her favourite playfellow. She told of some of their sports in their London home, speaking of them with eagerness and fondness that showed what joys they had been. though to Guy they seemed but the very proof of dreariness and dinginess. She talked of walks to school when Felix would tell what he would do when he was a man, and how he took care of her at the crossings, and how rude boys used to drive them, and how they would look in at the shop windows and settle what they would buy if they were rich. Then she talked of his being ill so very long, how he sat in his little chair and could not play, and then always lay in bed, and she liked to sit by him there. But at last he died, and they carried him away in a great black coffin, and he would never come back again. But it was so dull now, there was no one to play with her. Though the little girl did not cry, she looked very mournful, and Guy tried to comfort her, but she did not understand him. Going to heaven only conveyed to her a notion of death and separation, and this phrase, together with a vague idea who had made her, and that she ought to be good, seemed to be the extent of the poor child's religious knowledge. She hardly ever had been at church, and though she had read one or two Bible stories, it seemed to have been from their having been used as lessons at school. She had a dim notion that good people read the Bible, and there was one on the little table at home with the shell turkey cock standing upon it, and Mamma read it when Felix died. But it was a big book, and the shell turkey cock always stood upon it. In short, it seemed only connected with Mamma's tears and the loss of her brother. Guy was very much shocked, and so deep in thought that he could hardly talk to the child in their progress down the hill. But she was just so tired as to be inclined to silence, and quite happy clinging to his hand, till he delivered her over to her mother at the foot of the hill, and went to join his tutor at the place appointed. "Wellwood," said he, breaking silence, when they had walked about half-way back to the farm, "do you think your cousin would do me a great kindness? You saw that child. Well, if the parents consent, it would be the greatest charity on earth if Miss Wellwood would receive her into her school." "On what terms? What sort of an education is she to have?" "The chief thing she wants is to be taught Christianity, poor child. The rest Miss Wellwood may settle. She is my first cousin. I don't know whether you are acquainted with our family history." And he went on to explain as much as was needful. It ended in a resolution that if Miss Wellwood would undertake the charge, the proposal should be made to Mrs. Dixon. It was a way of assisting his relations likely to do real good, and on the other hand he would be able, under colour of the payment for the child, to further Miss Wellwood's schemes, and give her the interest of the £1,000, until his 25th year might put his property in his own power. Miss Wellwood readily consented, much pleased with the simplicity and absence of false shame he showed in the whole transaction, and very anxious for the good of a child in a class so difficult to reach. He next went to Mrs. Dixon, expecting more difficulty with her, but he found none. She thought it better Marianne should live at St. Mildred's than die in London, and was ready to catch at the prospect of her being fitted for a governess. Indeed, she was so strongly persuaded that the rich cousin might make Marianne's fortune, that she would have been very unwilling to interfere with the fancy he had taken for her. Little Marianne was divided between fear of leaving Mamma and liking for St. Mildred's, but her first interview with Miss Wellwood, and Miss Jane's showing her a little white bed, quite turned the scale in their favour. Before the time came for Guy's return to Oxford, he had seen her settled, heard her own account of her happy life, and had listened to Miss Jane Wellwood's delight in her sweet temper and good disposition. Those £1,000! Guy considered again and again whether he could explain their destination, and whether this would clear him. It seemed to him only a minor charge, and besides his repugnance to mention such a design, he saw too many obstacles in his way. Captain Morville and his sister were the very persons from whom Miss Wellwood's project was to be kept secret. Besides, what would be gained? It was evident that Guy's own assertions were doubted, and he could bring no confirmation of them. He had never spoken of his intention to his tutor, and Mr. Wellwood could, therefore, say nothing in his favour. If Mr. Edmonston alone had been concerned, or if this had been the only accusation, Guy might have tried to explain it; but with Philip he knew it would be useless, and therefore would not enter on the subject. He could only wait patiently. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of the Heir of Redclyffe, by Charlotte M. Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Most delicately, hour by hour, He canvassed human mysteries, and stood aloof from other minds. Himself unto himself he sold, upon himself himself did feed, quiet, dispassionate, and cold, with chiselled features clear and sleek. Tennyson. Guy had been about a week at Oxford, when one evening, as he was sitting alone in his rooms, he received an unexpected visit from Captain Morville. He was glad, for he thought a personal interview would remove all misconstructions, and held out his hand cordially, saying, "You here, Philip? When did you come?" "Half an hour ago. I am on my way to spend a week with the Thorndales. I go on tomorrow to my sister's." While speaking, Philip was surveying the apartment, for he held that a man's room is generally an indication of his disposition, and assuredly there was a great deal of character in his own, with the scrupulous neatness and fastidious taste of its arrangements. Here, he thought, he could not fail to see traces of his cousin's habits, but he was obliged to confess to himself that there was very little to guide him. The furniture was strictly as its former occupant had left it, only rather the worse for wear, and far from being in order. The chairs were so heaped with books and papers that Guy had to make a clearance of one before his visitor could sit down. But there was nothing else to complain of, not even a trace of cigars. But knowing him to be a great reader and lover of accomplishments, Philip wondered that the only decorations were Laura's drawing of Sintram, and a little print of Redclyffe, and the books were chiefly such as were wanted for his studies, the few others having for the most part the air of old library books, as if he had sent for them from Redclyffe. Was this another proof that he had some way of frittering away his money, with nothing to show for it? A Sophocles and a lexicon were open before him on the table, and a blotting book, which he closed, but not before Philip had caught sight of what looked like verses. Neither did his countenance answer Philip's expectations. It had not his usual bright lively expression. There was a sadness which made him smile like a gleam on a showery day, instead of constant sunshine. But there was neither embarrassment nor defiance, and the gleam-like smile was there, as with a frank, confiding tone, he said, "This is very kind of you, to come and see what you can do for me." Philip was by no means prepared to be thus met half-way, but he thought Guy wanted to secure him as an intercessor, and hardened himself into righteous severity. "No one can be more willing to help you than I, but you must, in the first place, help yourself." Instantly the sedate measured tone made Guy's heart and head throb with impatience, awakening all the former memories so hardly battled down. But with the impulse of anger came the thought, "Here it is again. If I don't keep it down now, I am undone. The enemy will seize me again." He forced himself not to interrupt, while Philip went calmly on. "While you are not open, nothing can be done." "My only wish, my only desire, is to be open," said Guy, speaking fast and low, and repressing the feeling which, nevertheless, affected his voice. "But the opportunity of explanation has never been given me." "You need complain of that no longer. I am here to convey to my uncle any explanation you may wish to address to him. I will do my best to induce him to attend to it favourably, but he is deeply offended and hurt by what has passed." I know," said Guy, colouring deeply, and all irritation disappearing from voice and manner. "I know there is no excuse for me. I can only repeat that I am heartily sorry for whatever I may have said, either of him or of you." "Of course," returned Philip, "I should never think of resenting what you may have said in a moment of irritation. especially as you express regret for it. Consider it as entirely overlooked on my part." Guy was nearly choked in uttering a "thank you," which did not sound, after all, much like acceptance of forgiveness. "Now to the real matter at issue," said Philip. "The application for the money, which so amazed Mr. Edmonstone." "I do not see that it is the point," said Guy. "I wanted it for a scheme of my own. He did not think fit to let me have it, so there is an end of the matter." "Mr. Edmonstone does not think so. He wishes to be convinced that you have not spent it beforehand." "What would you have beyond my word and honour that I have not?" exclaimed Guy. "Far be it from me to say that he doubts it," said Philip. And at those words the flash of the Morville eye darted lightning. He expected that the next moment "Do you?" would be thundered forth, and he could not, with truth, answer no. But it was one of his maxims that a man need never be forced into an open quarrel, and he tranquilly continued, "But it is better not to depend entirely on assertion. Why do you not bring him full proofs of your good intention, and thus restore yourself to his confidence?" "I have said that I am bound not to mention the purpose." "Unfortunate," said Philip. Then, while Guy bit his lip till it bled, the pain really a relief, by giving some vent to his anger at the implied doubt, he went on, "If it is impossible to clear this up, the next advice I would give is, that you should show what your expenditure has been, lay your accounts before him, and let them justify you." Most people would have resented this as an impertinent proposal, were it only that doing so would have served to conceal the awkward fact that the accounts had not been kept at all. Guy had never been taught to regard exactness in this respect as a duty, had no natural taste for precision, and did not feel responsible to any person, nor if he had kept any, could he have shown them without exposing his uncle. To refuse would, however, be a subterfuge, and after a moment he made an effort and confessed he had none to show, though he knew Philip would despise him for it as a fool, and probably take it as positive evidence against him. It would have been more bearable if Philip would have said, "How foolish," instead of dryly repeating, "Unfortunate." After a pause, during which Guy was not sufficiently master of himself to speak, Philip added, "Then this matter of the £1,000 is to be passed over? You have no explanation to offer?" "No." And again he paused. "When my word is not accepted, I have no more to say. But this is not the point. What I would know is, what are the calumnies that accuse me of having gained? If you really wish to do me a service, you will give me an opportunity of answering these precious proofs." "I will," answered Philip, who could venture on doing so himself, though, for his sister's sake, it was unsafe to trust Mr. Edmonstone, with whom what was not an absolute secret was not a secret at all. "My uncle knows that a £30 cheque of his, in your name, was paid by you to a notorious gamester." Guy did not shrink, as he simply answered, "It is true." "Yet you have neither played, nor betted, nor done anything that could come under the definition of gambling?" "No." "Then why this payment?" "I cannot explain that. I know appearances are against me," replied Guy steadily, and with less irritation than he had hitherto shown. "I once thought my simple word would have sufficed, but, since it seems that will not do, I will not again make what you call assertions. In fact, while you profess a desire to be open and sincere, a mystery appears at every turn. What would you have us do?" "As you think fit," he answered proudly. Philip had been used to feel men's wills and characters bend and give way beneath his superior force of mind. They might, like Charles, chafe and rage, but his calmness always gave him the ascendant almost without exertion, and few people had ever come into contact with him without a certain submission of will or opinion. With Guy alone it was not so. He had been sensible of it once or twice before. He had no mastery, and could no more bend that spirit than a bar of steel. This he could not bear, for it obliged him to be continually making efforts to preserve his own sense of superiority. "Since this is your ultimatum," he said, "since you deny your confidence, and refuse any reply to these charges, you have no right to complain of suspicion. I shall do my best, both as your true friend, and as acting with your guardian's authority, to discover all that may lead to the elucidation of the mystery. In the first place, I am desired to make every inquiry here as to your conduct and expenditure. I hope they will prove satisfactory." "I am very much obliged to you," answered Guy, his voice stern and dignified, and the smile that curled his lip was like Philip's own. Philip was positively annoyed, and desirous to say something to put him down, but he had not committed himself by any vehemence, and Philip was too cool and wise to compromise his own dignity. So he rose to go, saying, "Good night. I'm sorry I cannot induce you to act in the only way that can right you." "Good night," replied Guy, in the same dignified manner in which he had spoken ever since his passion had been surmounted. They parted, each feeling that matters were just where they were before. Philip went back to his inn, moralizing on the pride and perverseness which made it impossible to make any impression on Redclyffe Morville, whom not even the fear of detection could lead to submission. Next morning, while Philip was hastily breakfasting, the door opened, and Guy entered, pale and disturbed, as if he had been awake all night. "Philip," said he, in his frank natural voice, "I don't think we parted last night as your good intentions deserved." "Oh," thought Philip, "the fear of an investigation has brought him to reason." And he said, "Well, I am very glad you see things in a truer light this morning." Then asked if he had breakfasted. He had, and his cousin added, "Have you anything to say on the matter we discussed last night?" "No. I can only repeat that I am not guilty, and wait for time to show my innocence. I only came to see you once more, that I might feel we parted friends. I shall always hope to be a true friend." "I did not come here for altercation," said Guy, an answer rather to the spirit than the words, "so I will say no more. If you wish to see me again, you will find me in my rooms. Good-bye." Philip was puzzled. He wondered whether Guy had come wishing to propitiate him, but had found pride indomitable at the last moment, or whether he had been showing himself too severely just to admit entreaty. He would be able to judge better after he had made his inquiries, and he proceeded with them at once. He met with no such replies as he expected. Every one spoke of Sir Guy Morville in high terms, as strict in his habits of application, and irreproachable in conduct. He was generally liked, and some regret was expressed that he lived in so secluded a manner, forming so few intimacies. But no one seemed to think it possible that anything wrong could be imputed to him. Philip could even perceive that there was some surprise that such inquiries should be made at all, especially by so young a man as himself. Mr. Wellwood, the person whom he most wished to see, was not at Oxford, but was at home preparing for his ordination. Nor could Philip get nearer to the solution of the mystery when he went to the tradesmen, who were evidently as much surprised as the tutors, and said he always paid in ready money. Captain Morville felt like a lawyer whose case is breaking down. No discoveries made, nothing done. But he was not one whit convinced of his cousin's innocence, thinking the college authorities blind and careless, and the tradesmen combined to conceal their extortions, or else that the mischief had been done at St. Mildred's. He was particularly provoked when he remembered Guy's invitation to him to come to his rooms, knowing, as he must have done, what would be the result of his inquiry. Philip was conscious that it would have been kind to have gone, to say that, so far, he had found nothing amiss, but he did not like giving Guy this passing triumph. It made no difference in his real opinion, and why renew a useless discussion? He persuaded himself that he had left himself no time, and should miss the train, and hastened off to the station, where he had to wait a quarter of an hour, consoling himself with reflecting, "After all, though I might have gone to him, it would have been useless. He is obstinate, and occasions of irritating his unfortunate temper are above all to be avoided." One short year after, what would not Philip have given for that quarter of an hour? By 6 o'clock he was at St. Mildred's, greeted with delight by his sister, and with cordiality by Dr. Henley. They were both proud of him, and every tender feeling his sister had was for Philip, her pet, and her pupil in his childhood, and her most valued companion and counsellor through her early womanhood. She had a picked dinner party to meet him, for she knew the doctor's conversation was not exactly the thing to entertain him through a whole evening, and the guests might well think they had never seen a handsomer or more clever brother and sister than Mrs. Henley and Captain Morville. The old county families, if they did wonder at her marriage, were always glad to meet her brother, and it was a great pleasure to him to see old friends. Only once did his sister, in the course of the evening, make him feel the difference of their sentiments, and that was about Miss Smallwood. Philip defended her warmly, and when he heard that there was a plan getting up for excluding her from the hospital, he expressed strong disapprobation at the time, and after the guests were gone, spoke upon the subject with his sister and her husband. The doctor entered into no party questions, and had only been stirred up to the opposition by his wife. He owned that the Miss Wellwoods had done a great deal of good, and made the nurses do their duty better than he had ever known, and was quite ready to withdraw his opposition. Mrs. Henley argued about opinions, but Philip was a match for her in her own line, and the end of it was that though she would not allow herself to be convinced, and shook her head at her brother's way of thinking, he knew he had prevailed, and that Miss Wellwood would be unmolested. There was not another person in the world to whom Margaret would have yielded, and it served to restore him to the sense of universal dominion which had been a little shaken by his conversation with Guy. "Sir Guy was a great deal with the Wellwoods," said Mrs. Henley. "Was he, indeed?" "Oh, you need not think of that. It would be too absurd. The youngest must be twice his age." "I was not thinking of any such thing," said Philip, smiling, as he thought of the very different course Guy's affections had taken. "I did hear he was to marry Lady Eveline de Courcy. Is there anything in that report?" "No, certainly not." "I should pity the woman who married him, after the specimen I saw of his temper." "Poor boy," said Philip. "Lady Eveline has been a great deal at Holywell, has she not? I rather wondered my aunt should like to have her there, considering all things." "What things, sister?" "Considering what a catch she would be for one of the Edmonstone girls." "I thought you had just been pitying the woman who should marry him. Perhaps my aunt had Lady Eveline there to act as a screen for her own daughters." "That our good-natured aunt should have acted with such ultra-prudence," said Margaret, laughing at his grave, ironical tone. "Lady Eveline is very pretty, is she not? A mere beauty, I believe." "Just so. She is much admired." but Guy is certainly not inclined to fall in love with her." "I should have thought him the very man to fall in love, young, like his father. Do you think there is any chance for either of the Edmonstons?" Laura's beauty he spoke of, but it was not in a very lover-like way. "Do you admire Laura so much?" "She is very pretty." "And little Amy?" "She is a mere child, and will hardly ever be anything more. But she is a very good little amiable thing." "I wish poor Charles's temper was improved." "So do I, but it is very far from improvement at present, in consequence of his zeal for Guy. Guy has been very attentive and good-natured to him, and has quite won his heart, so that I should positively honour him for his championship if it was not in great degree out of opposition to his father and myself. To-morrow, Margaret, you must give me some guide to the most probable quarters for learning anything respecting this poor boy's follies." Mrs. Henley did her best in that way, and Philip followed up his inquiries with great ardour, but still unsuccessfully. Jack White, the hero of the draught, was not at St. Mildred's, nor likely to be heard of again till the next races, and whether Sir Guy had been on the race ground at all was a doubtful point. Next, Philip walked to Stylehurst, to call on Colonel Harewood, and see if he could learn anything in conversation with him. But the colonel did not seem to know anything, and his sons were not at home. Young Morville was, he thought, a spirited lad, very good-natured. He had been out shooting once or twice with Tom, and had a very fine spaniel. If he had been at the races, the colonel did not know it. He had some thoughts of asking him to join their party, but had been prevented. This was no reason, thought Philip, why Guy might not have been with Tom Harewood without the colonel's knowledge. Tom was just the man to lead him amongst those who were given to betting. He might have been drawn in, and perhaps he had given some pledge of payment when he was of age, or possibly obtained an immediate supply of money from the old steward at Redclyffe, who was devotedly attached to him. If so, Philip trusted to be able to detect it from the accounts. On the other supposition, there was no hope of discovery. The conversation with Colonel Harewood kept him so late that he had no time for going, as usual, to his old haunts at Stylehurst, nor did he feel inclined just then to revive the saddening reflections they excited. He spent the evening in talking over books with his sister, and the next day proceeded on his journey to Thorndale Park. This was one of the places where he was always the most welcome, ever since he had been a schoolboy, received in a way especially flattering, considering that the friendship was entirely owing to the uncompromising good sense and real kindness with which he had kept in order the follies of his former fag. Charles might laugh and call them the young man and young man's companion, and Guy more classically termed them the pious Aeneas and his fidus Achates. But it was a friendship that did honour to both, and the value that the Thorndales set upon Captain Morville was not misplaced, and scarcely overrated. Not particularly clever themselves, they the more highly appreciated his endowments, and were proud that James had been able to make such a friend, for they knew, as well as the rest of the world, that Captain Morville was far from seeking the acquaintance for the sake of their situation in life, but that it was from real liking and esteem. How far this esteem was gained by the deference the whole family paid to his opinion was another question. At any rate, the courting was from them. The Miss Thorndales deemed Captain Morville the supreme authority in drawing, literature, and ecclesiastical architecture, and whenever a person came in their way who was thought handsome, always pronounced that he was not by any means equal to James's friend. Lady Thorndale delighted to talk over James with him, and thank him for his kindness, and Lord Thorndale, rather a pompous man himself, liked his somewhat stately manners, and talked politics with him, sincerely wishing he was his neighbour at Redcliffe, and calculating how much good he would do there. Philip listened with interest to accounts of how the Thorndale and Morville influence had always divided the borough of Morworth, and, if united, might dispose of it at will, and returned evasive answers to questions what the young heir of Redcliffe might be likely to do. James Thorndale drove his friend to Redcliffe, as Philip had authority from Mr. Edmonstone to transact any business that might be required with Markham, the steward, and, as has been said before, he expected to discover in the accounts something that might explain why Guy had ceased to press for the £1,000. However, he could find nothing amiss in them, though, bearing in mind that it is less easy to detect the loss of a score of sheep than of one, he subjected them to a scrutiny which seemed by no means agreeable to the gruff old grumbling steward. He also walked about the park, saw to the marking of certain trees that were injuring each other, and finding that there was a misunderstanding between Markham and the new rector, Mr. Ashford, about certain parish matters, where the clergyman was certainly right, he bore down Markham's opposition with Mr. Edmonstone's weight, and felt he was doing good service. He paused at the gate, and looked back at the wide domain and fine old house. He pitied them, and the simple-hearted, honest tenantry, for being the heritage of such a family, and the possession of one so likely to misuse them, instead of training them into the means of conferring benefits on them, on his country. What would not Philip himself do if those lands were his, just what was needed to give his talents free scope? And what would it be to see his beautiful Laura their mistress? End chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte M. Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The longing for ignoble things, the strife for triumph more than truth, the hardening of the heart, that brings a reverence for the dreams of youth. Longfellow. After his week at Thorndale Park, Captain Morville returned to make his farewell visit at Holywell, before joining his regiment at Cork, whence it was to sail for the Mediterranean. He reckoned much on this visit, for not even Laura herself could fathom the depth of his affection for her, strengthening in the recesses where he so sternly concealed it, and viewing her ever as more faultless since she had been his own. While she was his noble, strong-minded, generous, fond Laura, he could bear with his disappointment in his sister, with the loss of his home, and with the trials that had made him a grave, severe man. She had proved the strength of her mind by the self-command he had taught her, and for which he was especially grateful to her, as it made him safer and more unconstrained, able to venture on more demonstration than in those early days, when every look had made her blush and tremble. Mr. Edmonstone brought the carriage to fetch him from the station, and quickly began, "I suppose, as you have not written, you have found nothing out?" "Nothing." "And you could do nothing with him, eh?" "No, I could not get a word of explanation, nor break through the fence of pride and reserve. I must do him the justice to say that he bears the best of characters at Oxford, and if there were any debts, I could not get at them from the tradesmen." "Well, well, say no more about it. He is an ungrateful young dog, and I am sick of it. I only wish I could wash my hands of him altogether. It was mere folly to expect any of that set could ever come to good. There's everything going wrong all at once now. Poor little Amy breaking her heart after him, and, worse than all, there's poor Charlie laid up again," said Mr. Edmonstone, one of the most affectionate people in the world, but his maundering mood, making him speak of Charles's illness as if he only regarded it as an additional provocation for himself. "Charles ill!" exclaimed Philip. "Yes, another of those formations in the joint. I hoped and trusted that was all over now. But he is as bad as ever. Has not been able to move for a week. And goodness knows when he will again. Indeed, I am very sorry. Is there as much pain as before?" "Oh, yes. He has not slept a wink these 4 nights. Mayerne talks of opium, but he says he won't have it till he has seen you. He is so anxious about this unlucky business. If anything could persuade me to have Guy back again, it would be that this eternal fretting after him is so bad for poor Charlie. It is on Amy's account that it is impossible to have him here," said Philip. "Ay, he shall never set eyes on Amy again unless all this is cleared up, which it never will be, as I desire mamma to tell her. By the by, Philip, Amy said something of you having a slip with Charles on the stairs." "There was very nearly an accident, but I believed he was not hurt. I hope it has nothing to do with this illness." "He says it was all his own fault," said Mr. Edmonstone, "and that he should have been actually down but for you." "But is it really thought it can have caused this attack?" "I can hardly suppose so, but Thompson fancies there may have been some jar. However, don't distress yourself. I dare say it would have come on all the same." Philip did not like to be forgiven by Mr. Edmonstone, and there was something very annoying in having this mischance connected with his name, though without his fault. Nor did he wish Charles to have the kind of advantage over him that might be derived from seeming to pass over his share in the misfortune. When they arrived at Holywell, it was twilight, but no one was in the drawing-room, generally so cheerful at that time of day. The fire had lately been smothered with coals, and looked gloomy and desolate. Mr. Edmonstone left Philip there, and ran up to see how Charles was. And soon after Laura came in, sprang to his side, and held his hand in both hers. "You bring no good news," said she sadly, as she read the answer in his face. "Oh, how I wish you had! It would be such a comfort now. You have heard about poor Charlie." "Yes, and very sorry I am. But, Laura, is it really thought that accident could have occasioned it?" "Dr. Mayerne does not think so. Only Mr. Thompson talked of remote causes, when Amy mentioned it. I don't believe it did any harm, and Charlie himself says you saved him from falling downstairs." Philip had begun to give Laura his version of the accident, as he had already done to her father, when Mrs. Edmonstone came down, looking harassed and anxious. She told her nephew that Charles was very desirous to see him, and sent him up at once. There was a fire in the dressing-room, and the door was open into the little room, which was only lighted by a lamp on a small table, where Amy was sitting at work. After shaking hands, she went away, leaving him alone with Charles, who lay in his narrow bed against the wall, fixed in one position, his forehead contracted with pain, his eyelids red and heavy from sleeplessness, his eyes very quick and eager, and his hands and arms thrown restlessly outside the coverings. "I'm very sorry to find you here," said Philip, coming up to him, and taking, rather than receiving, his hot, limp hand. "Is the pain very bad?" "That is a matter of course," said Charles, in a sharp, quick manner, his voice full of suffering. "I want to hear what you have been doing at Oxford and St. Mildred's." "I am sorry I do not bring the tidings you wish." "I did not expect you would. I know you too well. But I want to hear what you have been doing, what he said," answered Charles, in short, impatient sentences. "It can be of no use, Charlie. You are not in a state to enter on agitating subjects." "I tell you I will hear all," returned Charles, with increased asperity. I know you will say nothing to his advantage, that you can help, but still I know you will speak what you think the truth, and I want to judge for myself." "You speak as if I was not acting for his good." "Palaver!" cried Charles, fully sensible of the advantage his illness gave him. "I want the facts. Begin at the beginning. Sit down. There's a chair by you. Now tell me, where did you find him?" Philip could not set Charles down in his present state, and was obliged to submit to a cross-examination, in which he showed no abatement of his natural acuteness, and, unsparing, as he always was, laid himself under no restraint at all. Philip was compelled to give a full history of his researches, and if he had afforded no triumph to Guy, Charles revenged him. "Pray, what did Guy say when he heard the result of this fine voyage of discovery?" "I did not see him again." "Not see him? Not tell him he was so far justified?" "I had no time, at least I thought not. It would have been useless, for while these mysteries continue, my opinion is unchanged, and there was no benefit in renewing vain disputes." "Say no more," exclaimed Charles. "You have said all I expected, and more too. I gave you credit for domineering and prejudice, now I see it is malignity." As he spoke, Laura entered from the dressing-room, and stood aghast at the words, and then looked imploringly at her cousin. Dr. Mayerne was following her, and Charles called out, "Now, doctor, give me as much opium as you please. I only want to be stupefied till the world is turned round, and then you may wake me." Philip shook hands with Dr. Mayerne, and without betraying a shade of annoyance, wished Charles good night, but Charles had drawn the coverings over his head, and would not hear him. "Poor fellow," said Philip to Laura, when they were out of the room. "He is a very generous partisan, and excitement and suffering make him carry his zeal to excess." "I knew you would not be angry with him." "I could not be angry at this time, at far more provocation given by anyone belonging to you, Laura." Laura's heart had that sensation which the French call susurrer, as she heard him allude to the long separation to which there seemed no limit, but they could say no more. "Amy," said Charles, when she returned to him after dinner, "I am more than ever convinced that things will right themselves. I never saw prejudice more at fault." "Did he tell you all about it?" "I worked out of him all I could, and it is my belief Guy had the best of it. I only wonder he did not horsewhip Philip round the quadrangle. I wish he had." "Oh, no, no. But he controlled himself." "If he had not, we should have heard of it fast enough." And Charles told what he had been able to gather, while she sat divided between joy and pain. Philip saw very little more of Charles. He used to come and ask him how he was, once a day, but never received any encouragement to lengthen his visit. These gatherings in the disease joint were always excessively painful, and were very long in coming to the worst, as well as afterwards in healing. And through the week of Philip's stay at Holywell, Charles was either in a state of great suffering, or else heavy and confused with opiates. His mother's whole time and thoughts were absorbed in him. She attended to him day and night, and could hardly spare a moment for anything else. Indeed, with all her affection and anxiety for the young lovers, Charles was so entirely her engrossing object, that her first feeling of disappointment at the failure of Philip's journey of investigation was because it would grieve Charlie. She could not think about Guy just then, and for Amy there was nothing for it but patience. And, good little creature, it was very nice to see her put her own troubles aside, and be so cheerful a nurse to her brother. She was almost always in his room, for he liked to have her there, and she could not conquer a certain shrinking from Philip. Laura had once pleaded hard and earnestly for Guy with Philip, but all in vain. She was only taught to think the case more hopeless than before. Laura was a very kind nurse and sister, but she could better be spared than her mother and Amy, so that it generally fell to her lot to be downstairs, making the drawing-room habitable. Dr. Mayerne, whenever Charles was ill, used to be more at Holywell than at his own house, and there were few days that he did not dine there. When Amy was out of the way, Philip used to entertain them with long accounts of Redclyffe, how fine a place it was, how far the estate reached on the Moorworth road, of its capacities for improvement, wastes of moorland to be enclosed or planted, magnificent timber needing nothing but thinning. He spoke of the number of tenantry, and the manorial rights, and the influence in both town and county, which in years gone by had been proved to the utmost in many a fierce struggle with the house of Thorndale. Sir Guy Morville might be one of the first men in England if he were not wanting to himself. Mr. Edmonston enjoyed such talk, for it made him revel in the sense of his own magnanimity in refusing his daughter to the owner of all this. And Laura sometimes thought how Philip would have graced such a position, yet how much greater it was to rest entirely on his own merits. "Ah, my fine fellow," muttered Dr. Mayerne to himself one day, when Philip and his uncle had left the room, just after a discourse of this kind, "I see you have not forgotten you are the next heir." Laura coloured with indignation, exclaimed, "Oh!" then checked herself, as if such an aspersion was not worthy of her taking the trouble to refute it. "Ah, Miss Edmonston, I did not know you were there." "Yes, you were talking to yourself, just as if you were at home," said Charlotte, who was specially pert to the old doctor, because she knew herself to be a great pet. "You were telling some home truths to make Laura angry." "Well, he would make a very good use of it if he had it," said the doctor. "Now you'll make me angry," said Charlotte, "and you have not mended matters with Laura. She thinks nothing short of four-syllabled words good enough for Philip." "Hush, nonsense, Charlotte," said Laura, much annoyed. "There, Charlotte, she is avenging herself on you because she can't scold me," said the doctor, pretending to whisper. "Charlotte is only growing more wild than ever for want of mamma," said Laura, trying to laugh it off, but there was so much annoyance evident about her that Dr. Mayerne said, "Seriously, I must apologize for my unlucky soliloquy. Not that I thought I was saying much harm, for I did not by any means say or think the captain wished Sir Guy any ill. And few men who stood next in succession to such a property would be likely to forget it." "Yes, but Philip is not like other men," said Charlotte, who at 14 had caught much of her brother's power of repartee, and could be quite as provoking, when unrestrained by any one whom she cared to obey. Laura felt it was more for her dignity not to notice this, and replied, with an effort for a laugh, "It must be your guilty conscience that sets you apologizing, for you said no harm, as you observe." "Yes," said Dr. Mayerne, good-humouredly, "he does very well without it, and no doubt he would be one of the first men in the country if he had it. But it is in very good hands now, on the whole. I don't think, even if the lad has been tempted into a little folly just now, that he can ever go very far wrong." "No, indeed," said Charlotte, "but Charlie and I don't believe he has done anything wrong." She spoke in a little surly, decided tone, as if her opinion put an end to the matter, and Philip's return closed the discussion. Divided as the party were between upstairs and downstairs, and in the absence of Charles's shrewd observation, Philip and Laura had more opportunity of intercourse than usual, and now that his departure would put an end to suspicion, they ventured on more openly seeking each other. It never could be the perfect freedom that they had enjoyed before the avowal of their sentiments, but they had many brief conversations, giving Laura feverish but exquisite delight at each renewal of his rare expressions of tenderness. "What are you going to do today?" he asked, on the last morning before he was to leave Holywell. "I must see you alone before I go." She looked down, and he kept his eyes fixed on her rather sternly, for he had never before made a clandestine appointment, and he did not like feeling ashamed of it. At last she said, "I go to East Hill School this afternoon. I shall come away at 3:30. Mary Ross was still absent, her 6 nephews and nieces having taken advantage of her visit to have the measles, not like reasonable children, all at once, so as to be one trouble, but one after the other, so as to keep Aunt Mary with them as long as possible, and Mr. Ross did not know what would have become of the female department of his parish but for Laura, who worked at school-keeping indefatigably. Laura had some difficulty in shaking off Charlotte's company this afternoon, and was obliged to make the most of the probability of rain, and the dreadful dirt of the roads. Indeed, she represented it as so formidable that Mrs. Edmonston, who had hardly time to look out of window, much less to go out of doors, strongly advised her to stay at home herself, and Charlotte grew all the more eager for the fun. Luckily, however, for Laura, Dr. Marianne came in, laughing at the reports of the weather, and as he was wanted to prescribe for a poor old man in an opposite direction, he took Charlotte with him to show the way, and she was much better pleased to have him for a companion than the grave Laura. Philip, in the meantime, had walked all the way to Broadstone, timing his return exactly, that he might meet Laura as she came out of the school, and feel as if it had been by chance. It was a grey, misty November day, and the leaves of the elm trees came floating round them, yellow and damp. "You have had a wet walk," said Laura as they met. "It is not quite raining," he answered, and they proceeded for some minutes in silence, until he said, "It is time we should come to an understanding." She looked at him in alarm, and his voice was immediately gentler. Indeed, at times it was almost inaudible from his strong emotion. "I believe that no affection has ever been stronger or truer than ours." "Has been?" repeated Laura, in a wondering, bewildered voice. "And is, if you are satisfied to leave things as they are." "I must be, if you are." "I will not say I am satisfied with what must be, as I am situated, but I felt it due to you to set the true state of the case before you. Few would venture their love as I do mine with you, bound in reality, though not formally, with no promise sought or given. Yet I am not more assured that I stand here than I am that our love is forever." "I am sure it is," she repeated fervently. "Oh, Philip, there never was a time I did not love you, and since that day on Ashendown, I have loved you with my whole heart. I am sometimes afraid it has left no proper room for the rest, when I find how much more I think of your going away than of poor Charles." "Yes," he said, "you have understood me, as none but you would have done, through coldness and reserve, apparently, even towards yourself, and when to others I have seemed grave and severe beyond my years. You have never doubted, you have recognized the warmth within, you have trusted your happiness to me, and it shall be safe in my keeping, for, Laura, it is all mine." "There is only one thing," said Laura timidly. "Would it not be better if mamma knew?" "Laura, I have considered that, but remember you are not bound. I have never asked you to bind yourself. You might marry tomorrow, and I should have no right to complain. There is nothing to prevent you." She exclaimed, as if with pain. "True," he answered, "you could not, and that certainly suffices me. I ask no more without your parents' consent. but it would be giving them, and you, useless distress and perplexity to ask it now. They would object to my poverty, and we should gain nothing. For I would never be so selfish as to wish to expose you to such a life as that of the wife of a poor officer, and an open engagement could not add to our confidence in each other. We must be content to wait for my promotion. By that time," he smiled gravely, "our attachment will have lasted so many years as to give it a claim to respect. It is no new thing, no newer than our lives. But remember, my Laura, that you are but 20. "You have made me feel much older," sighed Laura. "Not that I would be a thoughtless child again. That cannot last long, not even for poor little Amy. No one would wish to part with the deeper feelings of elder years, to regain the carelessness of childhood, even to be exempted from the suffering that has brought them. No, indeed. For instance, these 2 years have scarcely been a time of great happiness to you." "Sometimes," whispered Laura, "sometimes beyond all words, but often dreary and oppressive. Heaven knows how unwillingly I have rendered it so. Rather than dim the brightness of your life, I would have repressed my own sentiments forever. But then where would have been my brightness? I would, I say, but for a peril to you. I see my fears were unfounded. You were safe. But in my desire to guard you from what has come on poor Amy, my feelings, though not wont to overpower me, carried me further than I intended." "Did they? Do not suppose I regret it. No, no, Laura. Those were the most precious moments in my life, when I drew from you those words and looks which have been blessed in remembrance ever since, and doubly knowing as I do that you also prize that day." "Yes, yes." "In the midst of much that was adverse, and with a necessity for a trust and self-control of which scarce a woman but yourself would have been capable, you have endured nobly. I could bear anything, if you were not going so far away. You will bear that too, Laura, and bravely. It will not be forever." "How long do you think?" "I cannot tell. Several years may pass before I have my promotion. It may be that I shall not see that cheek in its fresh bloom again. But I shall find the same Laura that I left, the same in love, and strength, and trust." "Ah, I shall grow faded and grey, and you will be a sunburnt old soldier," said Laura, smiling, and looking half sadly, half proudly, up to his noble features. "But hearts don't change like faces." After they came near the house, they walked up and down the lane for a long time, for Philip avoided a less public path, in order to keep up his delusion that he was doing nothing in an underhand way. It grew dark, and the fog thickened, straightening Laura's auburn ringlets, and hanging in dewdrops on Philip's rough coat, but little recked they. It was such an hour as they had never enjoyed before. Philip had never so laid himself open, or assured her so earnestly of the force of his affection, and her thrills of ecstasy overcame the desolate expectation of his departure, and made her sensible of strength to bear 7, 10, 20 years of loneliness and apparent neglect. She knew him, and he would never fail her. Yet, when at last they went indoors, and Amy followed her to her room, wondering to find her so wet and so late, who could have seen the two sisters without reading greater peace and serenity in the face of the younger? Philip felt an elder brother's interest for poor little Amy. He did not see much of her, but he compassionated her, as a victim to her mother's imprudence, hoping she would soon be weaned from her attachment. He thought her a good, patient little thing, so soft and gentle as probably not to have the strength and depth that would make the love incurable. And the better he liked her, the more unfit he thought her for Guy. It would have been uniting a dove and a tiger, and his only fear was that when he was no longer at hand, Mr. Edmonton's weak good nature might be prevailed on to sacrifice her. He did his best for her protection by making his uncle express a resolution never to admit Guy into his family again, unless the accusation of gambling was completely disproved. The last morning came, and Philip went to take leave of Charles. Poor Charles was feebler by this time, and too much subdued by pain and languor to receive him as at first. But the spirit was the same, and when Philip wished him good-bye, saying he hoped soon to hear he was better, he returned for answer, "Good-bye, Philip. I hope soon to hear you are better. I had rather have my hip than your mind." He was in no condition to be answered, and Philip repeated his good-bye, little thinking how they were to meet again. The others were assembled in the hall. His aunt's eyes were full of tears, for she loved him dearly, her brother's only son, early left motherless, whom she had regarded like her own child, and who had so nobly fulfilled all the fondest hopes. All his overbearing ways and uncalled-for interference were forgotten, and her voice gave way as she embraced him, saying, "God bless you, Philip, wherever you may be. We shall miss you very much." Little Amy's hand was put into his, and he squeezed it kindly, but she could hardly speak her good-bye, for the tears that came, because she was grieved not to feel more sorry that her highly esteemed cousin, so kind and condescending to her, was going away for so very long a time. "Good-bye, Philip," said Charlotte. "I shall be quite grown up by the time you come home." "Don't make such uncivil auguries, Puss," said her father, but Philip heard her not, for he was holding Laura's hand in a grasp that seemed as if it never would unclose. Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Heir of Redclyffe, by Charlotte M. Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. I will sing, for I am sad, for many my misdeeds. It is my sadness makes me glad, for love for sorrow pleads. Williams. After his last interview with Philip, Guy returned to his rooms to force himself into occupation, till his cousin should come to acknowledge that here, at least, there was nothing amiss. He trusted that when it was all proved right in this quarter, the prejudice with regard to the other might be diminished, though his hopes were lower since he had found out the real grounds of the accusation, reflecting that he should never be able to explain without betraying his uncle. He waited in vain. The hour passed at which Philip's coming was possible. Guy was disappointed, but looked for a letter. But post after post failed to bring him one. Perhaps Philip would write from Holywell, or else Mr. Edmonton would write, or at least he was sure that Charles would write. Charles, whose confidence and sympathy, expressed in almost daily letters, had been such a comfort. But not a line came. He reviewed in memory his last letter to Charles, wondering whether it could have offended him. But it did not seem possible. He thought over all that Philip could have learnt in his visit, to see if it could by any means have been turned to his disadvantage. But he knew he had done nothing to which blame could be attached. He had never infringed the rules of college discipline, and though still backward, and unlikely to distinguish himself, he believed that was the worst likely to have been said of him. He only wished his true character was as good as what would be reported of him. As he thought and wondered, he grew more and more restless and unhappy. He could imagine no reason for the silence, unless Mr. Edmonton had absolutely forbidden any intercourse, and it did not seem probable that he would issue any commands in a matter to bind a grown-up son, more especially as there had been no attempt at communication with Amy. It was terrible thus, without warning, to be cut off from her, and all besides that he loved. As long as Charles wrote, he fancied her sitting by, perhaps sealing the letter, and he could even tell by the kind of paper and envelope whether they were sitting in the dressing-room or downstairs. But now there was nothing, no assurance of sympathy, no word of kindness. They might have all given him up. Those unhappy words were like a barrier, cutting him off forever from the happiness of which he had once had a glimpse. Was the Redclyffe doom of sin and sorrow really closing in upon him? If it had not been for chapel and study, he hardly knew how he should have got through that term. But as the end of it approached, a feverish impatience seized on him whenever the post came in, for a letter, if only to tell him not to come to Holywell. None came, and he saw nothing for it but to go to Redclyffe. And if he dreaded seeing it in its altered state when his spirits were high and unbroken, how did he shrink from it now? He did, however, make up his mind, for he felt that his reluctance almost wronged his own beloved home. Harry Graham wanted to persuade him to come and spend Christmas at his home, with his lively family, but Guy felt as if gaiety was not for him, even if he could enjoy it. He did not wish to drown his present feelings, and steadily, though gratefully, refused this as well as one or two other friendly invitations. After lingering in vain till the last day of term, he wrote to desire that his own room and the library might be made ready for him, and that something might be sent to meet him at Morworth. Railroads had come a step nearer, even to his remote corner of the world, in the course of the last 3 years, but there was still 30 miles of coach beyond, and these lay through a part of the country he had never seen before. It was for the most part bleak, dreary moor, such as, under the cold grey wintry sky, presenting nothing to rouse him from his musings on the welcome he might have been, at that very moment, receiving at Holywell. A sudden dip in the high ground made it necessary for the coach to put on the drag, and thus it slowly entered a village, which attracted attention from its wretched appearance. The cottages, of the rough stone of the country, were little better than hovels. Slates were torn off, windows broken. Wild-looking, uncombed women, in garments of universal dirt colour, stood at the doors. Ragged children ran and shrieked after the coach. The church had a hole in the roof, and stood tottering in spite of rude repairs. The churchyard was trodden down by cattle, and the whole place only resembled the pictures of Irish dilapidation. "What miserable place is this?" asked a passenger. "Yes, that's what all gentlemen ask," replied the coachman, "and well you may. There's not a more noted place for thieves and vagabonds. They call it Combe Prior." Guy well knew the name, though he had never been there. It was a distant offset of his own property, and a horrible sense of responsibility for all the crime and misery there came over him. "Is there no one to look after it?" continued the traveller. "No squire, no clergyman?" "A fox-hunting parson," answered the coachman, "who lives half a dozen miles off and gallops over for the service." Guy knew that the last presentation had been sold in the days of his grandfather's extravagance, and beheld another effect of ancestral sin. "Do you know who is the owner of the place?" "Yes, sir. 'Tis Sir Guy Morville. You have heard tell of the old Sir Guy Morville, for he made a deal of noise in the world." "What? The noted—" "I ought not to allow you to finish your sentence," said Guy, very courteously, "without telling you that I am his grandson." "I beg your pardon," exclaimed the traveller. "Nay," said Guy, with a smile, "I only thought it was fair to tell you." "Sir Guy himself!" said the coachman, turning round and touching his hat, anxious to do the honours of his coach. "I've not seen you on this road before, sir, for I never forget a face. I hope you'll often be this way." After a few more civilities, Guy was at liberty to attend to the fresh influx of sad musings on thoughtless waste, affecting not only the destiny of the individual himself, but whole generations besides. How many souls might it not have ruined? These sheep, what had they done? His grandfather had repented, but who was to preach repentance unto these? He did not wonder now that his own hopes of happiness had been blighted. He only marvelled that a bright present or future had ever been his, while souls were wandering far and wide, and curses swarmed on every side. The traveller was meanwhile observing the heir of Redclyffe, possessor of wealth and wide lands. Little did he guess how that bright-eyed youth looked upon his riches. Miles were passed in one long melancholy musing, till Guy was roused by the sight of familiar scenes, and found himself rattling over the stones of the little borough of Moorworth, with the grey, large-windowed, old-fashioned houses on each side looking at him with friendly eyes. There, behind those limes cut out in arches, was the commercial school, where he had spent many an hour in construing with patient Mr. Potts, and though he had now a juster appreciation of his old master's erudition, which he had once thought so vast, he recollected with veneration his long and patient submission to an irksome, uncongenial life. Rumbling on, the coach was in the square market-place, the odd-looking octagon market-house in the middle, and the inn, the respectable Old George, with its long rank of stables and outbuildings forming one side. It was at this inn that Guy had been born, and the mistress, having been the first person who had him in her arms, considered herself privileged to have a great affection for him, and had delighted in the greetings he always exchanged with her when he put up his pony at her stable and went to his tutor. There was a certainty of welcome here that cheered him, as he swung himself from the roof of the coach, lifted bustle down, and called out to the barmaid that he hoped Mrs. Lavers was well. The next moment Mrs. Lavers was at the door herself, with her broad, good-humoured face, close cap, bright shawl, and black gown, just as Guy always recollected, and might, if he could, have recollected, when he was born. If she had any more guests, she neither saw nor cared for them. Her welcome was all for him, and he could not but smile and look cheerful, if only that he might not disappoint her, feeling in very truth cheered and gratified by her cordiality. If he was in a hurry, he would not show it, and he allowed her to seat him in her own peculiar abode behind the glass cases of tongue and cold chicken, told her he came from Oxford, admired her good fire, and warmed his hands over it, before he even asked if the something had arrived which was to take him home. It was coming to the door at the moment, and proved to be Mr. Markham's tall, high-wheeled gig, drawn by the old white-faced chestnut, and driven by Markham himself, a short, sturdy, brown-red, honest-faced old man, with frosted hair and whiskers, an air more of yeoman than of a lawyer, and though not precisely gentlemanlike, yet not ungentlemanlike, as there was no pretension about him. Guy darted out to meet him, and was warmly shaken by the hand, though the meeting was gruff. "So, Sir Guy, how do you do? I wonder what brings you here on such short notice. Good morning, Mrs. Lavers. Bad roads this winter." "Good morning, Mr. Markham. It is a treat indeed to have Sir Guy here once more. So grown, too." "Grown, humph," said Markham, surveying him. "I don't see it. He'll never be as tall as his father. Have you got your things, Sir Guy? Ay, that's the way. Care for nothing but the dog. Gone on by the coach, most likely." There might have been, for aught Guy knew to the contrary, but Boots had been more attentive, and they were right. Mrs. Lavers begged he would walk in and warm himself, but Markham answered, "What do you say, Sir Guy? The road is shocking, and it will be as dark as a pit by the time we get home." "Very well, we won't keep old Whiteface standing," said Guy. "Good-bye, Mrs. Lavers. Thank you. I shall see you again before long." Before Markham had finished a short private growl on the shocking state of the Moorworth pavement, and a protest that somebody should be called over the coals, Guy began, "What a horrible place Combe Prior is!" "I only know I wish you had more such tenants as Todd," was Markham's answer. "Pays his rent to a day, and improves his land." "But what sort of man is he?" "A capital farmer. A regular screw, I believe. But this is no concern of mine." "They are all the cottages tumbling down." "Aye, are they? I shouldn't wonder, for they are all in his lease, and he would not lay out an unproductive farthing. And a precious bad lot they are there too. There were actually 3 of them poaching in Cliffstone Hanger this autumn, but we have them in jail. A pretty passive imprudence to be coming that distance to poach." Guy used to be kindled into great wrath by the most distant hint of poachers, but now he cared for men, not for game, and instead of asking, as Markham expected, the particulars of their apprehension, continued, "The clergyman is that Hale Road, is he not?" "Yes, everyone knows what he is. I declare it went against me to take his offer for the living, but it could not be helped. Money must be had, but there! Least said, soonest mended." "We must mend it," said Guy, so decidedly that Markham looked at him with surprise. "I don't see what's to be done till Howroyd dies, and then you may give the living to whom you please. He lives so hard he can't last long. That is one comfort." Guy sighed and pondered, and presently Markham resumed the conversation. "And what has brought you home at a moment's notice? You might as well have written 2 or 3 days before, at least." "I was waiting in hopes of going to Holywell," said Guy sorrowfully. "Well, and what is the matter? You've not been quarrelling with your guardian, I hope and trust." "Going the old way after all!" exclaimed Markham, not in his usual gruff, grumbling note, but with real anxiety and almost mournfulness. "He took up some unjust suspicion of me. I could not bear it patiently, and said something that has offended him. Oh, Sir Guy, hot and fiery as ever! I always told you that hasty temper would be the ruin of you." "Too true," said Guy, so dejectedly that the old man instantly grew kinder, and was displeased with Mr. Edmonston. "What could he have taken into his head to suspect you of?" "Of gaming at St. Mildred's. You have not? Never? Then why does not he believe you?" "He thinks he has proof against me. I can't guess how he discovered it, but I was obliged to pay some money to a gambling sort of man, and he thinks I lost it." "Then why don't you show him your accounts?" "For one reason, because I have kept none." As if it was an immense relief to his mind, Markham launched out into a discourse on the extreme folly, imprudence, and all other evils of such carelessness. He was so glad to find this was the worst, that his lecture lasted for 2 miles and a half, during which Guy, though attentive at first, had ample space for all the thrills of recognition at each well-known spot. There was the long green-wooded valley between the hills where he had shot his first woodcock. There was the great stone on which he had broken his best knife in a fit of geological research. There was the pool where he used to skate. There the sudden break in the lulls that gave the first view of the sea. He could not help springing up at the sight, pale, leaden, and misty as it was. And though Markham forthwith rebuked him for not listening, his heart was still beating as at the first sight of a dear old friend, when that peep was far behind. more black heaths, with stacks of peat and withered ferns. Guy was straining his eyes far off in the darkness to look for the smoke of the old keeper's cottage chimney, and could with difficulty refrain from interrupting Markham to ask after the old man. Another long hill, and then began a descent into a rich valley, beautiful fields of young wheat, reddish soil, full of fatness, large spreading trees with noble limbs, cottages and cottage gardens, very unlike Porcombe Prior. Markham's house, a perfect little snuggery covered all over with choice, climbing plants, the smart plastered doctor's house, the Morville Arms, looking honest and venerable, the church, with its disproportionately high tower, the parsonage, rather hidden behind it, and on the opposite side of the road, the park wall and the gate, where old Sarah stood, in an ecstasy of curtsies. Guy jumped out to meet her, and to spare Whiteface, for there was a sharp, steep bit of hill rising from the lodge, trying to horses, in spite of the road being cut out in long spirals. On he ran, leaving the road to Markham, straight up the high, steep, slippery green slope. He came in sight at the great dark red sandstone pile of building, but he passed it, and ran on to where the ground rose on one side of it still more abruptly, and at the highest point was suddenly broken away and caught off into a perpendicular crag, descending in some parts sheer down to the sea, in others a little broken, and giving space for the growth of stunted brushwood. He stood at the highest point, where the precipice was most abrupt. The sea was dashing far beneath. The ripple, dash, and roar were in his ears once more. The wind, such wind as only blows over the sea, was breathing on his face. The broad, free horizon far before him. The field of waves, in grey and brown shade indeed, but still his own beloved waves. The bay, shut in with rocks, and with black Shag Island, and its train of rocks projecting far out to the west, and almost immediately beneath him, to the left, the little steep street of the fishing part of the village, nestled into the cove, which was formed by the mouth of a little mountain stream, and the dozen boats it could muster rocking on the water. Guy stood and looked, as if he could never cease looking, or enjoying the sea air and salt breeze. It was real pleasure at first, for there were his home, his friends, and though there was a throb and tightness of heart at thinking how all was changed, but such as this, and how all must change. How he had talked with Amy of this very thing, and had longed to have her standing beside him there. Yet there was more of soothing than suffering in the sensation. So many thoughts rushed through his mind that he fancied he had stood there a long time, when he turned and hastened down again. But he had been so rapid as to meet Markham before the servants had had time to miss him. The servants were indeed few. There was, alas, William of Deloraine, waiting to hold Whiteface. There was Arnaud, an old Swiss, first courier and then butler to old Sir Guy. There was Mrs. Drew, the housekeeper, also a very old servant. And these were all. But their welcome was of the heartiest, in feeling, if not in demonstration, as the gig went with an echoing, thundering sound under the deep archway that led into the paved quadrangle, round which the house was built, that court where, as Philip had truly averred, the sun hardly ever shone, so high were the walls on each side. Up the stone steps into the spacious dark hall, and into the large gloomy library, partially lighted by a great wood fire, replying to Mrs. Drew's questions about his dinner in his room, and asking Markham to stay and dine with him, Guy at length found himself at home, in the very room where he had spent every evening of his boyhood, with the same green leather armchair, in the very place where his grandfather used to sit. Markham consented to dine with him, and the evening was spent in talking over the news of Redcliffe. Markham spoke with much bitterness of the way in which Captain Morville had taken upon him his looking into the accounts, though any one was welcome to examine them, was, he thought, scarcely becoming in so young a man, and heir at law too. "He can't help doing minutely whatever he undertakes," said Guy. "If you had him here, you would never have to scold him like me." "Heaven forbid," said Markham hastily. "I know the same place would not hold him and me long." "You have told me nothing of our new vicar. How do you get on with him?" "None the better for that same Captain Morville," replied Markham, plunging forthwith into his list of grievances, respecting which he was waging a petty warfare, in the belief that he was standing up for his master's rights. Mr. Bernard, the former clergyman, had been a quiet, old-fashioned man, very kind-hearted, but not at all active, and things had gone on in a sleepy, droning, matter-of-fact way, which Markham, being used to, thought exactly what ought to be. Now, Mr. Ashford was an energetic person, desirous to do his utmost for the parish, and whatever he did was an offence to Markham, from the daily service to the objecting to the men going out fishing on Sunday. He opposed every innovation with all his might, and Captain Morville's interference, which had borne Markham down with Mr. Edmonstone authority, had only made him more determined not to bate an inch. He growled every time Guy was inclined to believe Mr. Ashford in the right, and brought out some fresh complaint. The grand controversy was at present about the school. There was a dame's school in the cove, or fishing part of the parish, maintained at the expense of the estate, in a small cottage far from the church, and Mr. and Mrs. Ashford had fixed their eyes on a house in the village, and so near the church as to be very convenient for a Sunday school. It only wanted to be floored, and to have a partition taken down, but to this Markham would not consent, treating it as a monstrous proposal to take away the school from old Jenny Robinson. "I suppose Mr. Ashford meant to pension her off," said Guy. "He did say something about it, but who is to do it, I should like to know?" "We are, I suppose." "Pay 2 schoolmistresses at once, one for doing nothing! A pretty tolerable proposal for Mr. Ashford to be making." "I don't see why. Of course it is my business. Besides, I don't see that she is not as fit to keep school as ever she was." "That may well be," said Guy, smiling. "We never used to be noted for our learning." "Don't you be for bringing new lights into the parish, Sir Guy, or we shall never have any more peace." "I shall see about old Jenny," answered Guy. "As to the house, that must be done directly. Her cottage is not fit to keep school in." Grunt, grunt. But though a very unbending viceroy, a must from the reigning baronet had a potent effect on Markham, whether it was for good or evil. He might grumble, but he never disobeyed, and the boy who was used to scold and order had found that Morville intonation of the must, which took away all idea of resistance. He still, however, remonstrated. "As you please, Sir Guy, but we shall have the deer frightened, and the plantations cut to pieces, if the boys from the cove are to be crossing the park." "I'll be answerable for all the damage. If they are once properly spoken to, they will be on honour to behave well. I have seen a little of what a village school ought to be at East Hill, and I should like to see Redcliffe like it." Grunt again, and Guy found that to make Markham amiable he must inquire after all his nephews and nieces. All the evening he had much to occupy him, and the dreaded sense of solitude and bereavement did not come on till he had parted with Markham, and stood alone before the fire in the large gloomy room, where the light of the lamp seemed absorbed in the darkness of the distant corners, and where he had scarcely been since the moment when he found his grandfather senseless in that very chair. How different had that room once been in his eyes, when his happy spirits defied every association of gloom, and the bookshelves, the carved chairs, the heavy dark green curtains, and deep windows were connected with merry freaks, earnest researches, delightful achievements or discoveries. How long ago that time seemed, and how changed was he! There was a certain tendency to melancholy in Guy's mind. High spirits, prosperity, and self-discipline had kept it from developing itself until the beginning of his troubles, but since that time it had been gradually gaining ground, and this was a time of great suffering, as he stood alone in his forefather's house, and felt himself, in his early youth, a doomed man, destined to bear the penalty of their crimes in the ruin of his dearest hopes, as if his heirloom of misery had but waited to seize on him till the very moment when it would give him the most to endure. "But bear it, I must and will," said he, lifting his head from the carved chimney-piece where he had been resting it. "I have been in will a murderer myself, and what right have I to repine like the Israelites, with their self-justifying proverb? No, let me be thankful that I was not given up even then, but have been able to repent and do a little better next time. It will be a blessing as yet ungranted to any of us, if indeed I should bear to the full the doom of sorrow, so that it may be vouchsafed me only to avoid actual guilt. Yes, Amy, your words are still with me. Sintram conquered his doom, and it was by following death. Welcome, then, whatever may be in store for me, were it even a long, cheerless life without you, Amy. There is another world." With the energy of freshened resolution, he lighted his candle and walked with echoing steps up the black oak staircase, along the broad gallery, up another flight, down another passage, to his own room. He had expressly written his own room, and confirmed it on his arrival, or Mrs. Drew would have lodged him as she thought more suitably for the master of the house. Nothing had been done to alter its old familiar aspect, except lighting a fire, which he had never seen there before. There were all his boyish treasures, his bows and arrows, his collection of birds' wings, his wonderful weapons and contrivances, from his fire balloon down to the wren's egg, all just as he left them, their good condition attesting the care that Mrs. Drew had taken for his sake. He renewed his acquaintance with them with a sort of regretful affection and superiority, but there was a refreshment in these old memories which aided the new feeling of life imparted to him by his resolution to bear. Nor had he only to bear, he had also to do, and before the late hour at which he fell asleep, he made up his mind what was the first step to be taken about Combe Priory, and had remembered with rejoicing that whereas he had regretted leaving the chapel at college, which had so comforted and helped him, there was now daily service at Redclyffe Church. The last thing in his mind, before reflection was lost in sleep, was this stanza: "Gales from heaven, if so he will, sweeter melodies may wake on the lowly mountain rill than the meeting waters make. Who hath the Father and the Son may be left, but not alone." End chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Heir of Redclyffe, by Charlotte M. Yonge. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. And when the solemn deep church bell entreats the soul to pray, the midnight phantoms feel the spell, the shadows sweep away. Down the broad vale of tears afar, the spectral camp is fled. Faith shineth as a morning star, our ghastly fears are dead. Longfellow. Mr. Ashford was a connection of Lady Thorndale's, and it was about a year since the living of Redclyffe had been presented to him. Mr. and Mrs. Ashford were of course anxious to learn all they could about their young squire, on whom the welfare of the parish depended, even more than in most cases, as the whole was his property. Their expectations were not raised by Mr. Markham's strenuous opposition to all their projects, and his constant appeals to the name of Sir Guy; but, on the other hand, they were pleased by the strong feeling of affection that all the villagers manifested for their landlord. The inhabitants of Redclyffe were a primitive race, almost all related to each other, rough and ignorant, and with a very strong feudal feeling for Sir Guy, who was king, state, supreme authority in their eyes. And Mrs. Ashford further found that Master Morville, as the old women called him in his individual character, was regarded by them with great personal affection. On the occasion when Captain Morville came to Redclyffe, and left James Thorndale to spend a couple of hours at the parsonage, they interrogated the latter anxiously on his acquaintance with Sir Guy. He had not the least idea of creating prejudice; indeed, he liked him as a companion, but he saw everything through the medium of his friend, and spoke something to this effect: he was very agreeable, they would like his manners, he was tolerably clever, but not to be named in the same day with his cousin for abilities, far less in appearance, very pleasant, generally liked, decidedly a taking man. But there was some cloud over him just now. Debts, probably. Morville had been obliged to go to Oxford about it, but Mr. Thorndale did not profess to understand it, as of course Morville said as little of it as he could. Thereupon all began to admire the aforesaid Morville, already known by report, and whose fine countenance and sensible conversation confirmed all that had been said of him. And as, after his interference, Mr. Markham's opposition became surly, as well as sturdy, and Sir Guy's name was sure to stand arrayed against them, whichever way they turned, the younger part of the family learnt to regard him somewhat in the light of an enemy, and their elders awaited his majority with more of fear than of hope. "Mamma," cried Edward Ashford, rushing in, so as to bring the first news to his mother, who had not been to the early service, "I do believe Sir Guy has come." "Sir Guy was at church," shouted Robert, almost at the same moment. Mr. Ashford confirmed the intelligence. "I saw him speaking after church to some of the old men, so afterwards I went to ask old John Barton, and found him with tears in his eyes, positively trembling with delight, for he said he never thought to have heard his cheery voice again, and that he was coming down by and by to see the last letter from Ben at sea." "That is very nice. Shall you call?" "Yes. Even if he is only here for a day or two, it will be better to have made the acquaintance." Mr. Ashford went to the park at 2 in the afternoon, and did not return till near 4. "Well," said he, "it is as James Thorndale says. There is something very prepossessing about him." "Have you been there all this time?" "Yes. He was not at home, so I left my card and was coming away, when I met him at the turn leading to the cove. He need not have seen me unless he had liked, but he came up in a good-natured, cordial way, and thanked me for coming to call." "Is he like his cousin?" "Not in the least. Not nearly so tall or so handsome, but with a very pleasant face, and seeming made up of activity, very slight, as if he was all bone and sinew. He said he was going to see the Christmas ox at the farm, and asked me to come with him. Presently we came to a high gate, locked up. He was over it in an instant, begged me to wait while he ran on to the farm for the key, and was back in a second with it." "Did he enter on any of the disputed subjects?" "He began himself about the school, saying the house should be altered directly, and talked over the whole matter very satisfactorily. Undertook himself to speak to Jenny Robinson, and was very glad to hear you meant her still to keep the infants at the cove. So I hope that matter is in a right train. If Mr. Markham will but let him." Oh, he is king or more here. We met Markham at the farm, and the first thing, after looking at the cattle, Sir Guy found some planks lying about, and said they were the very thing for flooring the school. Markham mentioned some barn they were intended for, but Sir Guy said the school must be attended to at once, and went with us to look at it. That was what kept me so long, measuring and calculating, and I hope it may be begun in a week. This is delightful. What more could we wish? I don't think he will give trouble in parish matters, and in personal intercourse he will be sure to be most agreeable. I wish I knew there was nothing amiss. It seems strange for him to come here for the vacation, instead of going to his guardians as usual, and altogether he had an air of sadness and depression, not like a youth, especially such an active one. I am afraid something is wrong. Those engaging people are often unstable. One thing I forgot to tell you. We were walking through that belt of trees on the east side of the hill, when he suddenly called out to ask how came the old ash tree to be marked. Markham answered in his gruff way. It was not his doing, but the captain's. He turned crimson, and began some angry exclamation, but as Markham was going on to tell something else about it, he stopped him short, saying, "Never mind. I dare say it's all right. I don't want to hear any more." And I don't think he spoke much again till we got into the village. I am afraid there is some misunderstanding between the cousins. Or more likely Mr. Markham is teaching him some jealousy of his heir. We could not expect two Captain Moorvilles in one family, and I am glad it is no worse. All that the Ashfords further saw of their young baronet made an impression in his favour. Every difficulty raised by the steward disappeared. Their plans were forwarded, and they heard of little but his good nature to the poor people. But still they did not know how far to trust these appearances, and did not yet venture to form an opinion on him, or enter into intimacy. So the Singers will not come to us on Christmas Eve, because they say they must go to the park, said Edward, rather savagely. I was thinking, said Mrs. Ashford, how forlorn it will be for that poor youth to spend his Christmas Day alone in that great house. Don't you think we might ask him to dinner? Before Mr. Ashford could answer, the boys made such an uproar at the proposal of bringing a stranger to spoil their Christmas, that their parents gave up the idea. It was that Christmas Day that Guy especially dreaded, as recalling so many contrasts both with those passed here and at Holywell. Since his return he had been exerting himself to attend to what he felt to be his duty, going about among his people, arranging for their good or pleasure, and spending a good deal of time over his studies. He had written to Mr. Ross to ask his advice about Combe Prior, and had sent Markham, much against his will, to remonstrate with Farmer Todd about the repairs. But though there was a sort of satisfaction in doing these things, though the attachment of his dependents soothed him, and brought a new sense of the relation between himself and them, though views of usefulness were on each side opening before him, yet there was a dreariness about everything. He was weary even while he undertook and planned energetically, each new project reminding him that there was no Amy to plan with him. He could not sufficiently care for them. Still more dreary was his return to his old haunts, and to the scenery which he loved so devotedly, the blue sea and purple hills, which had been like comrades and playfellows, before he had known what it was to have living companions. They used to be everything to him, and he had scarcely a wish beyond. Afterwards, his dreams had been of longing affection for them, and latterly the idea of seeing Amy love them and admire them had been connected with every vision of them. And now the sight of the reality did but recall the sense that their charm had departed. They could no longer suffice to him as of old, and their presence brought back to him, with fresh pangs of disappointment, the thought of lost happiness and ruined hopes, as if Amy alone could restore their value. The depression of his spirits inclined him to dwell at present more on the melancholy history of his parents than on anything else. He had hitherto only heard the brief narration of his grandfather, when he could ask no questions, but he now obtained full particulars from Markham, who, when he found him bent on hearing all, related everything, perhaps intending it as a warning against the passions which, when once called into force, he dreaded to find equally ungovernable in his present master. Mr. Morville had been his great pride and glory, and, in fact, had been so left to his care as to have been regarded like a son of his own. He had loved him, if possible, better than Guy, because he had been more his own. He had chosen his school, and given him all the reproofs which had ever been bestowed on him with his good in view. And how he had grieved for him was never known to man. It was the first time he had ever talked it over, and he described with strong, deep feeling the noble face and bearing of the dark-eyed, gallant-looking stripling. His generosity and high spirit tainted and ruined by his wild temper and impatience of restraint. There seemed to have been a great sweetness of disposition, excellent impulses, and so strong a love of his father, in spite of early neglect and present resentment, as showed what he might have been with only tolerable training, which gave Guy's idea of him more individuality than it had ever had before, and made him better understand what his unhappy grandfather's remorse had been. Guy doubted for a moment whether it had not been selfish to make Markham narrate the history of the time when he had suffered so much, and Markham, when he had been led into telling it, and saw the deepening sadness on his young master's countenance, wished it had not been told, and ended by saying it was of no use to stir up what was better forgotten. He would have regretted the telling it still more if he had known how Guy acted it all over in his solitude, picturing his father standing an outcast at the door of his own home, yielding his pride and resentment for the sake of his wife, ready to do anything, yearning for reconciliation, longing to tread once more the friendly, familiar hall, and meeting only the angry repulse and cruel taunt. He imagined the headlong passion, the despair, the dashing on his horse in whirlwind-like swiftness, then the blow, the fall, the awful stillness of the form carried back to his father's house, and laid on that table a dead man. Fierce wrath, then another world. Guy worked himself up in imagining the horror of the scene, till it was almost as if he had been an actor in it. Yet he had never cared so much for the thought of his father as for his mother. His yearning for her, which he had felt in early days at Holywell, had returned in double force, as he now fancied that she would have been here to comfort him, and to share his grief, to be a Mrs. Edmonston, whose love no fault and no offence could ever cancel. He rode to Moorworth, and made Mrs. Lavers tell him all she remembered. She was nothing loath, and related how she had been surprised by Mr. Morville arriving with his fair, shrinking young wife, and how she had rejoiced in his coming home again. She described Mrs. Morville with beautiful blue eyes and flaxen hair, looking pale and delicate, and with clinging, caressing ways, like a little child afraid to be left. "Poor thing," said Mrs. Lavers, wiping her eyes. "When he was going, she clung about him and cried, and was so timid about being left, that at last he called me and begged me to stay with her and take care of her. It was very pretty to see how gentle and soft he was to her, sharp and hasty as he was with most. And she would not let him go, coaxing him not to stay away long, till at last he put her on the sofa, saying, 'There, there, Marianne, that will do. Only be a good child, and I'll come for you.' I never forget those words, for they were the last I ever heard him speak." "Well?" Poor dear, she cried heartily at first, but after a time she cheered up, and quite made friends with me. I remember she told me which were Mr. Morville's favourite songs, and sang little scraps of them. "Can you remember what they were?" eagerly exclaimed Guy. "Law, no, I never had no head for music." And she laughed about her journey to Scotland, and got into spirits, only she could not bear I should go out of the room. And after a time she grew very anxious for him to come back. I made her some tea, and tried to get her to bed, but she would not go, though she seemed very tired, for she said Mr. Morville would come to take her to Redclyffe, and she wanted to hear all about the great house, listening for him all the time, and I trying to quiet her, and telling her the longer he stayed the better chance there was. Then came a call for me, and downstairs I found everything in confusion. The news had come. I never knew how. I had not had time to hear it rightly myself, when there was a terrible cry from upstairs. Poor thing! Whether she thought he was come, or whether her mind misgave her, she had come after me to the head of the stairs, and heard what they were saying. I don't believe she ever rightly knew what had happened, for before I could get to her she had fainted, and she was very ill from that moment." "And it was the next day she died?" said Guy, looking up after a long silence. "Could she take any notice of me?" "No, sir. She lived but half an hour, or hardly that, after you were born. I told her it was a son, but she was not able to hear or mind me, and sank away, fainting like. I fancied I heard her say something like 'Mr. Morville,' but I don't know. And her breath was very soon gone. Poor dear," added Mrs. Lavers, wiping away her tears. "I grieved for her as if she had been my own child. But then I thought of her waking up to hear he was dead. I little thought then, Sir Guy, that I should ever see you stand there, strong and well grown. I almost thought you were dead already when I sent for Mr. Harrison to baptize you." "Was it you that did so?" said Guy, his face mournful before, lighting up in a sudden beam of gratitude. "Then I have to thank you for more than all the world besides." "Law, sir," said Mrs. Lavers, smiling, and looking pleased, though as if but half entering into his meaning. "Yes, it was in that very china bowl. I have kept it choice ever since, and never let it be used for anything. I thought it was making very bold, but the doctor and all thought you could not live, and Mr. Harrison might judge. I was very glad just before he came that Mr. Markham came from Redclyffe. He not been able to leave poor Sir Guy before." Guy soon after set out on his homeward ride. His yearning to hear of his mother had been satisfied, but though he could still love the fair, sweet vision summoned up by her name, he was less disposed to feel that it had been hard upon him that she died. It was not Amy. In spite of his tender compassion and affection, he knew that he had not lost a Verena in her. None could occupy that place save Amy, and his mind, from custom, reverted to Amy as still his own, thrilled like a freshly touched wound, and tried to realize the solace that even yet she might be praying for him. It was dreariness and despondency by day, and he struggled with it by energy and occupation. But it was something even worse in the evening, in the dark, solitary library, where the very size of the room gave an additional sense of loneliness. And in the silence he could hear, through the closed shutters, the distant plash and surge of the tide, a sound of which, in former years, he had never been sensible. There, evening after evening, he sat, his attention roaming from his employment to feed on his sad reflections. One evening he went to the large dark dining room, unlocked the door, which echoed far through the house, and found his way through the packed-up furniture to a picture against the wall, to which he held up his light. It was a portrait by Lully, a half-length of a young man, one hand on his sword, the other holding his plumed hat. His dark chestnut hair fell on each side of a bright, youthful face, full of life and health, and with eyes which, even in painting, showed what their vividness must have been. The countenance was full of spirit and joy, but the mouth was more hard and stern than suited the rest. And there was something in the strong, determined grasp of the sword, which made it seem as if the hand might be a characteristic portrait. In the corner of the picture was the name, Hugo Morville, Eit. 20, 1671. Guy stood holding up his light and looking fixedly at it for a considerable time. Strange thoughts passed through his mind, as the pictured eyes seemed to gaze piercingly down into his own. When he turned away, he muttered aloud, "He, too, would have said, 'Is thy servant a dog, that he should do this?'" It seemed to him as if he had once been in a happier, better world, with the future dawning brightly on him, but as if that once yielding to the passions inherited from that wretched man had brought on him the doom of misery. He had opened the door to the powers of evil, and must bear the penalty. These feelings might partly arise from its having been only now that, had all been well, he could have been with Amabel, so that it seemed as if he had never hitherto appreciated the loss. He had at first comforted himself by thinking it was better to be without her than to cause her distress, but now he found how hard it was to miss her, his bright angel. Darkness was closing on him. A tedious, aimless life spread out before him. A despair of doing good haunted him, and with it a sense of something like the presence of an evil spirit, triumphing in his having once put himself within its grasp. It was well for Guy that he was naturally active, and had acquired power over his own mind. He would not allow himself to brood over these thoughts by day, and in the evening he busied himself as much as possible with his studies, or in going over with Markham matters that would be useful to him to know when he came to the management of his property. Yet still these thoughts would thicken on him, in spite of himself, every evening when he sat alone in the library. The late hours of Christmas Eve was the time when he had most to suffer. They had been gloomy and snowy, and he had spent it almost entirely in solitude, with no companion or diversion to restore the tone of his mind, when he had tried it with hard study. He tried to read, but it would not do. He was reduced to sit looking at the fire, recalling this time last year, when he had been cutting holly, helping the sisters to deck the house, and in the evening enjoying a merry Christmas party, full of blitheness and glee, where there were, of course, special recollections of Amabel. As usual, he dwelt on the contrast, mused on the estrangement of Mrs. Edmonston, and tormented himself about Charles's silence, till he fell into the more melancholy train of thought of the destiny of his race. Far better for him to bear all alone than to bring on Amy grief and horror, such as had fallen on his own mother. But it was much to bear that loneliness and desolation for a lifetime. The brow was contracted, and the lip drawn into a resolute expression of keeping down suffering, like that of a man enduring acute bodily pain. As Guy was not yielding, he was telling himself, telling the tempter, who would have made him give up the struggle, that it was only for a life, and that it was shame and ingratitude to be faint-hearted, on the very night when he ought to be rejoicing that one had come to ruin the power of the foe and set him free. But where was his rejoicing? Was he cheered? Was he comforted? Was not the lone, blank despondency that had settled on him more heavily than ever, a token that he was shut out from all that was good. Nay, that in former years there had been no true joy in him, only enjoyment of temporal pleasure. Had his best days of happiness been then nothing but hollowness and self-deception? At that moment the sound of a Christmas carol came faintly on his ear. It was one of those tunes which, when the village choir were the only musicians he knew, he had thought unrivalled. And now, even to his tutored, delicate ear, softened as it was by distance, and endeared by association, it was full of refreshing, soothing harmony. He undrew the curtain, opened the shutter, and looked into the court, where he saw some figures standing. As soon as the light shone from the window, the carol was resumed, and the familiar tones were louder and harsher, but he loved them with all their rudeness and dissonance, and throwing up the window, called the singers by name, asking why they stood out in the snow instead of coming into the hall as usual. The oldest of the set came to the window to answer, so old a man that his voice was cracked, and his performance did more harm than good in the psalms at church. "You see, Sir Guy," said he, "there were some of us thought you might like to have us coming and singing like old times, 'cause 'tis not all as it used to be here with you. Yet we didn't like not to come at all, when you had been away so long. So we settled just to begin and see whether you took any notice." "Thank you. It was a very kind thought, James," said Guy, touched by the rough delicacy of feeling manifested by these poor men. "I'd rather hear the carols than anything. Come to the front door. I'll let you in." "Thank you, sir," with a most grateful touch of the hat, and Guy hastened to set things in order, preferring the carols to everything at that moment, even though disabused of his pristine admiration for James Robinson's fiddle and for Harry Ray's grand shake. A long space was spent in listening, and a still longer in the endeavour to show what Mr. Ashford meant by suggesting some improvements which they were regarding with dislike and suspicion, till they found Sir Guy was of the same mind. In fact, when he had sung a verse or two to illustrate his meaning, the opinion of the choir was that, with equal advantages, Sir Guy might sing quite as well as Harry Ray. It was the first time he had heard his own voice, except at church, since the earlier days of St. Mildred's, but as he went up the long stairs and galleries to bed, he found himself still singing. It was, "Who lives forlorn, on God's own word doth rest. His path is bright, with heavenly light, his lot among the blest." He wondered and remembered finding music for it with Amy's help. He sighed heavily, but the anguish of feeling, the sense of being in the power of evil, had insensibly left him, and though sad and oppressed, the unchangeable joy and hope of Christmas were shedding a beam on him. They were not gone when he awoke, and rose to a solitary breakfast without one Christmas greeting. The light of the other life was beginning to shine out, and make him see how to do and to bear, with that hope before him. The hope was becoming less vague, the resolution, though not more firm, yet less desponding, that he would go on to grapple with temptation, and work steadfastly. And with that hope before him, he now felt that even a lifetime without Amy would be endurable. The power of rejoicing came more fully at church, and the service entered into his soul as it never had done before. It had never been such happiness, though repentance and mournful feelings were ever present with him, nor was his Verena absent from his mind. He walked about between the services, saw the poor people dining in their holly-decked houses, exchanging Christmas wishes with them, and gave his old, beautiful, bright smile as he received demonstrations of their attachment, or beheld their enjoyment. He went home in the dark, allowed Mrs. Drew to have her own way, and serve him and bustle with a dinner sufficient for a dozen people, and was shut up for the solitary Christmas evening, which he had so much dreaded, and which would have been esteemed a misfortune even by those who had no sad thoughts to occupy them. Yet when the clock struck 11, he was surprised, and owned that it had been more than not being unhappy. The dark fiends of remorse and despair had not once assaulted him, yet it had not been by force of employment that they had been averted. He had read and written a little, but very little, and the time had chiefly been spent in a sort of daydream, though not of a return to Holywell, nor of what Redclyffe might be with Amy. It had been of a darkened and lonely course, yet, in another sense, neither dark nor lonely, of a cheerless home and rounded duties, with a true home beyond. And still it had been a happy, refreshing dream. And he began the next morning with the fresh, brightened spirit of a man who felt that such an evening was sent him to reinvigorate his energies, and fit him for the immediate duties that lay before him. On the breakfast table was what he had not seen for a long time, a letter directed to him. It was from Mr. Ross, in answer to his question about Combe Prior, entering readily into the subject, and advising him to write to the bishop, altogether with a tone of friendly interest which, especially as coming from one so near Holywell, was a great pleasure, a real Christmas treat. There was the wonted wish of the season, a happy Christmas, which he took gratefully, and lastly there was a mention that Charles Edmonstone was better, the suffering over, though he was not yet allowed to move. It was a new light that Charles's silence had been occasioned by illness, and his immediate resolution was to write at once to Mr. Ross to beg for further particulars. In the meantime, the perception that there had been no estrangement was such a ray as can hardly be imagined without knowing the despondency it had enlivened. The truth was perhaps that the tone of mind was recovering, and after having fixed himself in his resolution to endure, he was able to receive comfort and refreshment from without as well as from within. He set to work to write at once to the bishop, as Mr. Ross advised. He said he could not bear to lose time, and therefore wrote at once. He should be of age on the 28th of March, and he hoped then to be able to arrange for a stipend for a curate, if the bishop approved, and would kindly enter into communication on the appointment with Mr. Holroyd, the incumbent. After considering his letter a little while, and wishing he was sufficiently intimate with Mr. Ashford to ask him if it would do, he wrote another to Mr. Ross to inquire after Charles. Then he worked for an hour at mathematics, till a message came from the gamekeeper to ask whether he would go out shooting, whereat Russell, evidently understanding, jumped about and wagged his tail so imploringly the guide could not resist. So he threw his books upon the top of the great pile on the sofa, and, glad that at least he could gratify dog and man, he sent word that he should be ready in 5 minutes. He could not help enjoying the ecstasy of all the dogs, and indeed he was surprised to find himself fully alive to the delight of forcing his way through a furze brake, hearing the ice in the peaty bogs crackle beneath his feet, getting a good shot, bringing down his bird, finding snipe, and diving into the depths of the long, winding valleys and dingles, with the icicle-hung banks of their streamlets. He came home through the village at about 3:30 o'clock, sending the keeper to leave some of his game at the parsonage, while he went himself to see how the work was getting on at the school. Mr. and Mrs. Ashford and the boys were come on the same errand, in spite of the cloud of dust rising from the newly demolished lath and plaster partition. The boys looked with longing eyes at the gun in his hand, and the half-frozen compound of black and red mud on his gaiters, but they were shy, and their enmity added to their shyness, so that even when he shook hands with them and spoke good-naturedly, they did not get beyond a monosyllable. Mr. and Mrs. Ashford, feeling some compunction for having left him to his solitude so long, asked him to dinner for one of the ensuing days, with some idea of getting some one to meet him, and named 6 o'clock. "Won't that put you out? Don't you always dine early?" said he. "If you would let me, I should like to join you at your tea time." "If you will endure a host of children," said Mr. Ashford, "I should like it of all things," said Guy. "I want to make acquaintance very much." And he put his hand on Robert's shoulder. "Besides, I want to talk to you about the singing, and how we are to get rid of that fiddle without breaking James Robinson's heart." The appointment was made, and Guy went home to his hasty dinner, his Greek, and a little refreshing return afterwards to the books which had been the delight of younger days. There was no renewal of the burden of despair that had so long haunted his evenings. Employments thickened on his hands as the days passed on. There was further correspondence about Combe Prior and the curate, and consultations with Markham about Farmer Todd, who was as obstinate and troublesome as possible. Guy made Markham come to Combe Prior with him, examine and calculate about the cottages, and fairly take up the subject, though without much apparent chance of coming to any satisfactory result. A letter came from Mr. Ross, telling him even more than he had ventured to hope, for it brought a message from Charles himself. Charles had been delighted to hear of him, and had begged that he might be told how very sorry he had been not to write, and how incapable he had been, and still was, but that he hoped Guy would write to him, and believe him in the same mind. Mr. Ross added an account of Charles's illness, saying the suffering had been more severe than usual, and had totally disabled him for many weeks, that they had since called in a London surgeon, who had given him hope that he might be better now than ever before, but had prescribed absolute rest for at least 6 weeks longer, so that Charles was now flat on his back all day, beginning to be able to be amused, and very cheerful and patient. The pleasure of entering into communication with Holywell again, and knowing that Charles at least would be glad to hear from him, was so exquisite that he was almost surprised, considering that, in essentials, he was where he was before, and even Charles could not be Amy. Chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 23. They hadna sailed a league but barely 3, when the lift grew dark, and the wind grew loud, and girly grew the sea. Sir Patrick Spens, Old Ballad. Guy's evening with the Ashfords threw down many of the barriers in the way of intimacy. He soon made friends with the children, beginning with the 2-years-old baby, and ending with gaining even the shy and sturdy Robin, who could not hold out any longer, when it appeared that Sir Guy could tell him the best place for finding sea urchins, the present objects of his affections. "But we should have to go through the park," said Edward disconsolately, when Guy had described the locality. "Well, why not?" "We must not go into the park," cried the children in chorus. "Not go into the park!" exclaimed Guy, looking at Mrs. Ashford in amazement. Then, as it flashed on him that it was his part to give leave, he added, "I did not know I was such a dog in the manger. I thought all the parish walked naturally in the park. I don't know what else it is good for. If Markham will lock it up, I must tell him to give you a key." The boys were to come the next day, to be shown the way to the Bay of Urchins, and thenceforth they became his constant followers to such a degree that their parents feared they were very troublesome. But he assured them to the contrary, and no mother in the world could have found it in her heart to keep them away from so much happiness. There was continually a rushing home with a joyous outcry. "Mamma, Sir Guy gave me a ride on his horse! Mamma, Sir Guy helped us to the top of that great rock! "Oh, papa, Sir Guy says we may come out shooting with him to morrow, if you will let us." "Mamma! Papa! Look! Do you see? I shot this rabbit my own self with Sir Guy's gun. Papa! Papa! Sir Guy showed us his boat, and he says he will take us out to the Shag Rock if you will give us leave." This was beyond what papa, still further beyond what mamma, could like, since the sea was often very rough in parts near the Shag. There were a good many sunken rocks, and boys, water, and rocks did not appear by any means a safe conjunction, so Mrs. Ashford put the matter off for the present by the unseasonableness of the weather, and Mr. Ashford asked one or two of the fishermen how far they thought landing on the Shag a prudent attempt. They did not profess to have often tried, they always avoided those rocks, but it could hardly be very dangerous, they said, for when Sir Guy was a boy he used to be about there for ever, at first with an old boatman, and afterwards alone in his little boat. They had often wondered he was trusted there, but if any knew the rocks he did. Still Mrs. Ashford could not make up her mind to like the idea, and the boys came to Sir Guy in a state of great discomposure. "Never mind," he said, "perhaps we shall manage it in the summer. We will get your father to go out with us himself, and in the meantime who likes to come with me after the rabbits in Cliffstone Copse? Farmer Holt will thank Robin for killing a dozen or so, for he makes grievous complaints of them." Guy conducted the boys out of sight of the sea, and to console them, gave them so much more use of the gun than usual, that it might be considered as a wonder that he escaped being shot. Yet it did not prevent a few sighs being spent on the boating. "Can't you forget it?" said Guy, smiling. "You have no loss, after all, for we are likely to have no boating weather this long time. Hark! Don't you hear the ground swell?" "What's that?" said the boys, standing still to listen to the distant surge, like a continuous low moan, or roar, far, far away, though there was no wind and the sea was calm. "It is a sound that comes before stormy weather," said Guy. "It is as if the sea was gathering up its forces for the tempest." "But what? How? Tell me what it really is," said Robin. "I suppose it is the wind on the sea before it has reached us," said Guy. "How solemn it is!" Too solemn for the boys, who began all manner of antics and noises, by way of silencing the impression of awfulness. Guy laughed, and joined in their fun; but as soon as they were gone home, he stood in silence for a long time, listening to the sound, and recalling the mysterious dreams and fancies with which it was connected in his boyhood, and which he had never wished thus to drive away. The storm he had predicted came on, and by the evening of the following day, sea and wind were thundering in their might against the foot of the crags. Guy looked from the window the last thing at night, and saw the stars twinkling overhead, with that extreme brilliancy which is often seen in the intervals of fitful storms, and which suggested thoughts that sent him to sleep in a vague, soothing dream. He was awakened by one tremendous continued roar of sea, wind, and thunder combined. Such was the darkness that he could not see the form of the window, till a sheet of pale blue lightning brought it fully out for the moment. He sat up and listened to the glorious voice that followed it, thought what an awful night at sea, and remembered when he used to fancy it would be the height of felicity to have a shipwreck at Redclyffe, and shocked Mrs. Bernard by inhuman wishes that a ship would only come and be wrecked. How often had he watched through sounds like these for a minute gun. Nay, he had once actually called up poor Arnaud in the middle of the night for an imaginary signal. Redclyffe Bay was a very dangerous one, a fine place for a wreck, with its precipitous crags, its single safe landing place, and the great Shag Stone on the eastern side, with a whole progeny of nearly sunken rocks, dreaded in rough weather by the fishermen themselves. But it was out of the ordinary track of vessels, and there were only a few traditions of terrible wrecks long before his time. It seemed as if he had worked up his fancy again, for the sound of a gun was for a moment in his ear. It was lost in the rush of hail against the window, and the moaning of the wind round the old house, but presently it returned too surely to be imaginary. He sprang to the window, and the broad, flickering glare of lightning revealed the black cliff and pale sea line. Then all was dark and still, while the storm was holding its breath for the thunder burst which in a few more seconds rolled overhead, shaking door and window throughout the house. As the awful sound died away in a moment's lull, came the gun again. He threw up the window, and as the blast of wind and rain swept howling into the room, it brought another report. To close the window, light his candle, throw on his clothes, and hasten downstairs was the work of a very few seconds. Luckily the key of the boathouse was lying on the table in the hall, where he had left it, after showing the boat to the Ashford boys. He seized it, caught up the pocket telescope, put on a rough coat, and proceeded to undo the endless fastenings of the hall door, a very patience-trying occupation, and when completed, the gusts that were eddying round the house, ready to force their way in everywhere, took advantage of the first opening to blow out his candle. However, they had in one way done good service, for the shower had been as brief as it was violent, and the inky cloud was drifting away furiously towards the east, leaving the moon visible near her setting, and allowing her white cold light to shine forth, contrasting with the distant sheets of pale lightning growing fainter and fainter. Guy ran across the court, round to the west side of the house, and struggled up the slope in the face of the wind, which almost swept him down again, and when at length he had gained the summit, came rushing against him with such force that he could hardly stand. He did, however, keep his ground, and gazed out over the sea. The swell was fearful, marked by the silver light on one side where it caught the moonbeams, and the black shade on the other, ever alternating, so that the eye could not fix on them for a moment. The spray leapt high in its whiteness, and the shag stood up hard, bold, and black. The waves thundered, bursting on the cliff, and high as he stood the spray dashed almost blinding in his face, while the wind howled round him, as if gathering its might for the very purpose of wrenching him from the cliff. But he stood firm, and looked out again to discern clearly what he thought he had seen. It was the mast of a vessel, seen plainly against the light silvery distance of sea on the reef west of the shag. It was in a slanting direction, and did not move. He could not doubt that the ship had struck on the dangerous rocks at the entrance of the bay, and as his eyes became more accustomed to the unusual light, and made out what objects were or were not familiar, he could perceive the ship herself. He looked with the glass, but could see no one on board, nor any boats in sight. But observing some of the lesser rocks, he beheld some moving figures on them. Help! Instant help! was his thought, and he looked towards the cove. Lights were in the cottage windows, and a few sounds came up to him, as if the fishing population were astir. He hastened to the side of the cliff, which was partly clothed with brushwood. There was a descent, it could hardly be called a path, which no one ventured to attempt but himself and a few of the boldest birds' nesting boys of the village. But he could lose no time, and scrambling, leaping, swinging himself by the branches, he reached the foot of the cliff in safety, and in 5 minutes more was on the little quay at the end of the steep street of the cove. The quay was crowded with the fisher people, and there was a strange confusion of voices, some saying all was lost, some that the crew had got to the rock, others that some one ought to put off and help them, others that a boat would never live in such a sea, and an old telescope was in great requisition. Ben Robinson, a tall, hardy young man of 25, wild, reckless, high-spirited, and full of mischief and adventure, was standing on a pile at the extreme verge above the foaming water, daring the others to go with him to the rescue. And though Jonas Ledbury, a feeble old man, was declaring in a piteous tone it was a sin and a shame to let so many poor creatures be lost in sight, without one man stirring to help them, yet all stood irresolute, watching the white breakers dashing on the shag, and the high waves that swirled and rolled between. "Do you know where the crew are?" exclaimed Guy, shouting as loud as he could, for the noise of the winds and waves was tremendous. "There, sir, on the flat black stone," said the fortunate possessor of the telescope. "Some 10 or 11 of them, I fancy, all huddled together." "Ay, ay," said old Ledbury. "Poor creatures, there they be, and what is to be done? I can't say. I never saw a boat in such a sea since the night poor Jack, my brother, was lost, and Will Ray with him." "I see them," said Guy, who had in the meantime looked through his glass. "How soon is high water?" It was an important question, for the rocks round the shag were covered before full tide, even when the water was still. There was a looking up at the moon, and then Guy and the fisherman simultaneously exclaimed that it would be in 3 hours, which gave scarcely an hour to spare. Without another word, Guy sprang from the quay to the boathouse, unlocked it, and by example showed that the largest boat was to be brought out. The men helped him vigorously, and it stood on a narrow pebbly beach, the only safe landing place in the whole bay. He threw into it a coil of rope, and called out in his clear commanding voice, "5 to go with me!" Hanging back was at an end. They were brave men, who had wanted nothing but a leader, and with Sir Guy at their head were ready for anything. Not 5, but 25 were at his command, and even in the hurry of the moment a strong affectionate feeling filled his eyes with tears as he saw these poor fellows ready to trust their lives in his hands. Thank you!" he exclaimed. "Not all, though. You, Ben Robinson, Harry Ray, Charles Ray, Ben Ledbury, Wat Green." They were all young men without families, such as could best be spared, and each, as his name was called, answered, "Here, Sir Guy," and came forward with a resolute, satisfied air. "It would be best to have a second boat," said Guy. "Mr Brown," to the owner of the telescope, "will you lend yours? 'Tis the strongest and lightest." "Thank you. Martin had best steer it, he knows the rocks;" and he went on to name the rest of the crew. But at the last there was a moment's pause, as if he doubted. A tall athletic young fisherman took advantage of it to press forward. "Please your honour, Sir Guy, may not I go?" "Better not, Jem," answered Guy. "Remember," in a lower voice, "your mother has no one but you. Here!" he called, cheerfully. "Jack Horn, you pull a good oar. Now then, are we ready?" "All ready, yes, sir." The boat was launched, not without great difficulty in the face of such a sea. The men stoutly took their oars, casting a look forward at the rocks, then at the quay, and on the face of their young steersman. Little they guessed the intense emotion that swelled in his breast as he took the helm. To save life or to lose it. Enjoying the enterprise, yet with the thought that his lot might be early death. Glad it was right thus to venture, earnest to save those who had freely trusted to him, and rapidly, though most earnestly, recalling his own repentance. All this was in his mind, though nothing was on his face but cheerful resolution. Night though it was, tidings of the wreck had reached the upper part of the village, and Mr Ashford, putting his head out of his window to learn the cause of the sounds in the street, was informed by many voices that a ship was on the Shag Reef, and that all were lost. To hasten to the cove to learn the truth, and see if any assistance could yet be afforded, was his instant thought, and he had not taken many steps before he was overtaken by a square, sturdy figure wrapped in an immense greatcoat. "So, Mr Markham, you are on your way to see about this wreck?" "Why, ay," said Markham, roughly, though not with the repellent manner usual with him towards Mr Ashford. "I must be there, or that boy will be in the thickest of it. Wherever is mischief, there is he. I only wonder he has not broken his neck long ago." "By mischief you mean danger?" "Yes. I hope he has not heard of this wreck, for if he has, no power on earth would keep him back from it." Comparing the reports they had heard, the clergyman and steward walked on, Markham's anxiety actually making him friendly. They reached the top of the steep street of the cove, but though there was a good view of the sea from thence, they could distinguish nothing, for another cloud was rising, and had obscured the moon. They were soon on the quay, now still more crowded, and heard the exclamations of those who were striving to keep their eyes on the boats. "There's one! No! Yes! 'Tis! That's Sir Guy's!" "Sir Guy!" exclaimed Markham. "You don't mean he is gone? Then I am too late. What could you be thinking of, you old fool Jonas, to let that boy go? You'll never see him again, I can tell you. Mercy! Here comes another squall. There's an end of it, then." Markham seemed to derive some relief from railing at the fishermen singly and collectively, while Mr Ashford tried to learn the real facts, and gather opinions as to the chance of safety. The old fisherman held that there was frightful risk, though the attempt was far from hopeless. They said the young men were all good at their oars. Sir Guy knew the rocks very well, and the chief fear was that he might not know how to steer in such a sea. But they had seen that, though daring, he was not rash. They listened submissively to Mr. Markham, but communicated in an undertone to the vicar how vain it would have been to attempt to restrain Sir Guy. "Why, sir," said old James Robinson, "he spoke just like the captain of a man of war, and for all Mr. Markham says, I don't believe he'd have been able to gainsay him. Your son is gone with him?" "Ay, sir, and I would not say one word to stop him. I know Sir Guy won't run him into risk for nothing, and I hope, please God, if Ben comes back safe, it may be the steadying of him. 'Twas he that volunteered to go before Sir Guy came, they say." "Yes, sir," said the old man, with a pleased yet melancholy look. "Ben's brave enough, but there's the difference. He'd have done it for the lark, and to dare the rest; but Sir Guy does it with thought, and because it is right. I wish it may be the steadying of Ben." The shower rushed over them again, shorter and less violent than the former one, but driving in most of the crowd, and only leaving on the quay the vicar, the steward, and a few of the most anxious fishermen. They could see nothing, for the dark, slanting line of rain swept over the waves, joining together the sea and thick low cloud, and the roaring of the sea and moaning of the wind were fearful. No one spoke, till at last the black edges of the shag loomed clearer, the moon began to glance through the skirts of the cloud, and the heaving and tossing of the sea became more discernible. "There, there!" shouted young Jem, the widow's son. "The boats? One! Where? For Heaven's sake, that's nothing!" cried Markham. "Yes, yes, I see both," said Jem. "The glass, where's Mr Brown's glass?" Markham was trying to fix his own, but neither hand nor eye was steady enough. He muttered, "Hang the glass!" and paced up and down in uncontrollable anxiety. Mr Ashford turned with him, trying to speak consolingly, and entirely liking the old man. Markham was not ungrateful, but he was almost in despair. "It is the same over again," said he. "He is the age his father was, though Mr Morville never was such as he. Never! How should he? He is the last of them, the best. He would have been he was. Would to Heaven I were with him, that if he is lost we might all go together." "There, sir," called Jem, who being forbidden to do anything but watch, did so earnestly. "They be as far now as opposite West Cove. Don't you see them in that light place?" The moon had by this time gone down, but the first great light of dawn was beginning to fall on the tall shag, and show its fissures and dark shades, instead of leaving it one hard, unbroken mass. Now and then Jem thought he saw the boats, but never so distinctly as to convince the watchers that they had not been swamped among the huge waves that tumbled and foamed in that dangerous tract. Mr Ashford had borrowed Markham's telescope, and was looking towards the rock where the shipwrecked crew had taken refuge. "There is some one out of the boat, climbing on the rocks. Can you make him out, Jem?" I see," said Mr Brown. "There are two of them. They are climbing along the lee side of the long ridge of rocks." Ay," said old Ledbury. "They can't get in a boat close to the flat rocks. They must take out a line. Bold fellows!" "Where are the boats?" called Mr Ashford. "I can tell that," said Ledbury. "They must have got under the lee of the lesser shag. There's a ring there that Sir Guy had put in to moor his boat to. They'll be made fast there, and those two must be taking the rope along that ledge, so as for the poor fellows on the rock to have a hold of, as they creep along to where the boats are." "Those broken rocks!" said Mr Ashford. "Can there be a footing, and in such a sea?" "Can you give a guess who they be, sir?" asked Robinson earnestly. "If you'd only let Jem have a look, maybe he could guess." Martin's glass was at his service. "Hallo! What a sea! I see them now. That's Ben going last. I know his red cap. And the first why, 'tis Sir Guy himself." "Don't be such a fool, Jem!" cried Markham angrily. "Sir Guy knows better. Give me the glass." But when it was restored, Markham went on spying in silence, while Brown, keeping fast possession of his own telescope, communicated his observations. "Ay, I see them. Where are they? He's climbing now. There's a breaker just there. We'll wash them off, as sure as they're alive. I don't see 'em. Yes, I do. There's Redcap. There's something stirring on the rock." So they watched till, after an interval in which the boats disappeared behind the rocks, they were seen advancing over the waters again. One, yes, both, and loaded. They came fast. They were in sight of all, growing larger each moment, mounting on the crest of the huge rolling waves, then plunged in the trough so long as to seem as if they were lost, then rising high as mountains. Over the roaring waters came at length the sound of voices, a cheer, pitched in a different key from the thunder of wind and wave. They almost fancied they knew the voice that led the shout. Such a cheer as rose in answer from all the Redclyffe villagers, densely crowded on quay and beach and every corner of standing ground. The sun was just up, his beams gilded the crests of the leaping waves, and the spray danced up, white and gay, round the tall rocks, whose shadow was reflected in deep green broken by the ever moving swell. The Shag and its attendant rocks, and the broken vessel, were bathed in the clear morning light. The sky was of a beautiful blue, with magnificent masses of dark cloud, the edges, where touched by the sunbeams, of a pearly white. And across the bay, tracing behind them glittering streams of light, came up the two boats with their freight of rescued lives. Martin's boat was the first to touch the landing place. "All saved," he said, "all owing to him," pointing back to Skye. There was no time for questions. The wan, drenched sailors had to be helped on shore, and the boat hauled up out of the way. In the meantime, Guy, as he steered in past the quay, smiled and nodded to Mr Ashford and Markham, and renewed the call, "All safe!" Mr Ashford thought that he had never seen anything brighter than his face, the eyes radiant in the morning sun, the damp hair hanging round it, and life, energy, and promptitude in every feature and movement. The boat came in, the sailors were assisted out, partly by their rescuers, partly by the spectators. Guy stood up, and with one foot on the seat, supported on his knee and against his arm a little boy, round whom his greatcoat was wrapped. "Here, Jem," he shouted to his rejected volunteer, who had been very active in bringing in the boat. "Here's something for you to do. This poor little fellow has got a broken arm. Will you ask your mother to take him in? She's the best nurse in the parish. And send up for Mr Gregson." Jem received the boy as tenderly as he was given, and with one bound Guy was by the side of his two friends. Mr Ashford shook hands with heartfelt gratulation. Markham exclaimed, "There, Sir Guy! After the old fashion. Never was man so mad in this world. I've done talking. You'll never be content till you have got your death, as if no one could do anything without you." "Was it you who carried out the line on the rock?" said Mr Ashford. "Ben Robinson and I. I had often been there after sea anemones and weeds, and I had a rope round me, so don't be angry, Markham." "I have no more to say," answered Markham, almost surly. "I might as well talk to a seagull at once, as if you had any right to throw away your life." "I enjoyed it too much to have anything to say for myself," said Guy. "Besides, we must see after these poor men. There were 2 or 3 nearly drowned. Is no one gone for Mr Gregson?" Mr Gregson, the doctor, was already present, and no one who had any authority could do anything but attend to the disposal of the shipwrecked crew. Mr Ashford went one way, Markham another, Guy a third. But between one cottage and another Mr Ashford learnt some particulars. The crew had been found on a flat rock, and the fishermen had at first thought all their perils in vain, for it was impossible to bring the boats up on account of the rocks, which ran out in a long reef. Sir Guy, who knew the place, steered to the sheltered spot where he had been used to make fast his own little boat, and undertook to make his way from thence to the rock where the crew had taken refuge, carrying a rope to serve as a kind of hand rail when fastened from one rock to the other. Ben insisted on sharing his peril, and they had crept along the slippery broken reefs, lashed by the surge for such a distance that the fishermen shuddered as they spoke of the danger of being torn off by the force of the waves, and dashed against the rocks. Nothing else could have saved the crew. They had hardly accomplished the passage through the rising tide, even with the aid of the rope and the guidance of Sir Guy and Ben, and, before the boats had gone half a mile on their return, the surge was tumbling furiously over the stones where they had been found. The sailors were safely disposed of, in bed or by the fireside, the fishers vying in services to them. Mr Ashford went to the cottage of Charity Ledbury, Jem's mother, to inquire for the boy with the broken arm. As he entered the empty kitchen, the opposite door of the stairs was opened, and Guy appeared, stepping softly and speaking low. "Poor little fellow!" he said. "He is just going to sleep. He bore it famously. besetting his arm. Yes, he was quite sensible and very patient, and that old Charity Ledbury is a capital old woman. She and Jem are delighted to have him, and will nurse him excellently. How are all the others? Has that poor man come to his senses?" "Yes, I saw him safe in bed at old Robinson's. The Captain is at the Browns." "I wonder what time of day it is?" "Past 8. Ah, there is the bell beginning. I was thinking of going to tell Master Ray we are not too much excited to remember church going this morning; but I am glad he has found it out only 10 minutes too late. I must make haste. Good bye." "May not I come too, or am I too strange a figure?" said Guy, looking at his dress, thrown on in haste and saturated with sea water. "May you?" said Mr Ashford, smiling. "Is it wise, with all your wet things?" "I'm not given to colds," answered Guy; and they walked on quickly for some minutes, after which he said, in a low voice and hurried manner, "Would you make some mention of it in the Thanksgiving?" "Of course I will," said Mr Ashford, with much emotion. "The danger must have been great." "It was," said Guy, as if the strong feeling would show itself. "It was most merciful. That little boat felt like a toy at the will of the winds and waves, till one recollected who held the storm in his hand." He spoke very simply, as if he could not help it, with his eye fixed on the clear eastern sky, and with a tone of grave awe and thankfulness which greatly struck Mr Ashford, from the complete absence of self consciousness, or from any attempt either to magnify or depreciate his sense of the danger. "You thought the storm a more dangerous time than your expedition on the rock?" "It was not. The fishermen, who were used to such things, did not think much of it; but I am glad to have been out on such a night, if only for the magnificent sensation it gives to realise one's own powerlessness and His might. As for the rock, there was something to do to look to one's footing and cling on; no time to think. It was a desperate thing." "Not so bad as it looked. One step at a time is all one wants, you know, and that there always was. But what a fine fellow Ben Robinson is! He behaved like a regular hero. It was the thorough contempt and love of danger one reads of. There must be a great deal of good in him, if only one knew how to get hold of it." "Look there!" was Mr Ashford's answer, as he turned his head at the church wicket; and at a short distance behind, Guy saw Ben himself walking up the path, with his thankful, happy father, a sight that had not been seen for months, nay, for years. "Ray," he said, "such a night as this, and such a good old man as the father, could not fail to bring out all the good in a man." Yes, thought Mr Ashford, such a night, under such a leader. The sight of so much courage based on that foundation is what may best touch and save that man. After church, Guy walked fast away. Mr Ashford went home, made a long breakfast, having the whole story to tell, and was on to the scene of action again, where he found the master, quite restored, and was presently joined by Markham. Of Sir Guy there was no news, except that Jem Ledbury said he had looked in after church to know how the cabin boy was going on, and the master, understanding that he had been the leader in the rescue, was very anxious to thank him, and walked up to the house with Markham and Mr Ashford. Markham conducted them straight to the library, the door of which was open. He crossed the room, smiled, and made a sign to Mr Ashford, who looked in some surprise and amusement. It has been already said that the room was so spacious that the inhabited part looked like a little encampment by the fire, though the round table was large, and the green leather sofa and armchair were cumbrous. However, old Sir Guy's armchair was never used by his grandson. Markham might sit there, and Bustle did sometimes, but Guy always used one of the unpretending, unluxurious chairs which were the staple of the room. This, however, was vacant, and on the table before it stood the remains of breakfast, a loaf reduced to half its dimensions, an empty plate and coffee cup. The fire was burnt down to a single log, and on the sofa, on all the various books with which it was strewed, lay Guy, in anything but a comfortable position, his head on a great dictionary, fairly overcome with sleep, his very thick black eyelashes resting on his fresh bright cheek, and the relaxation of the grave expression of his features making him look even younger than he really was. He was so sound asleep that it was not till some movement of Markham's that he awoke, and started up, exclaiming, "What a horrid shame! I am very sorry." "Sorry! What for?" said Markham. I am glad at any rate you have been wise enough to change your things and eat some breakfast." "I meant to have done so much," said Guy, "but sea wind makes one so sleepy." Then perceiving the captain, he came forward, hoping he was quite recovered. The captain stood mystified, for he could not believe this slim youth could be the Sir Guy of whose name he had heard so much, and, after answering the inquiry, he began: "If I could have the honour of seeing Sir Guy " "Well?" said Guy. "I beg your pardon, sir," said the captain, while they all laughed. "I did not guess you could be so young a gentleman. I am sure, sir, 'tis what any man might be proud of having done, and I never saw anything like it," he added, with a fresh start. "And it will do you honour everywhere. All our lives are owing to you, sir." Guy did not cut him short, though very glad when it was over. He felt he should not, in the captain's place, like to have his thanks shortened; and besides, if ever there was happiness or exultation, it was in the glistening eyes of old Markham, the first time he had ever been able to be justly proud of one of the family whom he loved with so much faithfulness and devotion. Chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of the Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 24. Is there a word or jest or game, but time encrusteth round with sad associate thoughts the same? Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Among the persons who spent a forlorn autumn was Mr. Ross, though his troubles were not quite of the same description as those of his young parishioners. He missed his daughter very much. All his household affairs got out of order. The schoolgirls were naughty, and neither he nor Miss Edmonston, nor the mistress, could discover the culprits. Their inquiries produced nothing but a wild confusion of mutual accusations where the truth was indistinguishable. The cook never could find anything to make broth of. Mr. Ross could never lay hands on the books he wanted for himself or anybody else. And lastly, none of his shirts ever had their buttons on. Mary, meanwhile, had to remain through a whole course of measles, then to greet the arrival of a new nephew, and to attend his christening. But she had made a vow that she would be at home by Christmas, and she kept it. Mr. Ross had the satisfaction of fetching her home from the station the day before Christmas Eve, and of seeing her opposite to him, on her own side of the table, in the evening, putting on the buttons, and considering it an especial favour and kindness, for which to be for ever grateful, that he had written all his Christmas sermons beforehand, so as to have a whole evening clear before her. He was never a great letter-writer, and Mary had a great deal to hear, for all that had come to her were the main facts, with very few details. "I have had very few letters, even from Holywell," said she. "I suppose it is on account of Charles's illness. You think him really better?" "Yes, much better. I forgot to tell you, you are wanted for their Christmas party to-morrow night." "Oh, he is well enough for them not to put it off. Is he able to be out of bed?" "No, he lies perfectly flat, and looks very thin. It has been a very severe illness. I don't think I ever knew him suffer so much, but at the same time I never knew him behave so well, or show so much patience and consideration for other people. I was the more surprised, because at first he seemed to have relapsed into all the ways he thought he had shaken off. He was so irritable and fretful that poor Miss Edmonston looked worn out, but it seems to have been only the beginning of the illness. It was very different after he was laid up." "Has he had you to see him?" "Yes, he asked for it, which he never did before, and Amabel reads to him every morning. There is certainly much more that is satisfactory about those young Edmonstons than there once seemed reason to expect. And now tell me about Sir Guy. What is the matter? Why does he not come home this winter?" "I cannot tell you the rights of it, Mary. Mr. Edmonston is very much offended about something he is reported to have said, and suspects him of having been in mischief at St. Mildred's. But I am not at all persuaded that it is not one of Mr. Edmonston's affronts." "Where is he?" "At Redclyffe. I have a letter from him which I am going to answer to-night. I shall tell the Edmonstons about it, for I cannot believe that if he had been guilty of anything very wrong, his mind would be occupied in this manner." And he gave Mary the letter. "Oh no!" exclaimed Mary, as she read. "I am sure he cannot be in any mischief. What an admirable person he is! I am very sorry this cloud has arisen. I was thinking last summer how happy they all were together." Either this or Charles's illness had cast a gloom over the whole house. The girls are both grown much graver. "Amy graver?" said Mary quickly. "I think so. At least, she did not seem to cheer up as I should have expected when her brother grew better. She looks as if she had been nursing him too closely, and yet I see her walking a good deal." "Poor little Amy!" said Mary, and she asked no more questions, but was anxious to make her own observations. She did not see the Edmonstons till the next evening, as the day was wet, and she only received a little note telling her that one carriage would be sent to fetch her and Mr. Ross. The whole of the family except Charles were in the drawing-room, but Mary looked chiefly at Amy. She was in white, with holly in her hair, and did not look sorrowful, but she was paler and thinner than last summer, and though she spoke, smiled, and laughed when she ought, it was without the gay, childish freedom of former times. She was a small, pale, quiet girl now, not a merry, caressing kitten. Mary recollected what she had been in the wood last summer, and was sure it was more than Charles's illness that had altered her. Yet still Amy had not Laura's harassed look. Mary had not much talk with Amy, for it was a large party, and with a good many young ladies and children, and Amy had a great deal of work in the way of amusing them. She had a wearied look, and was evidently exerting herself to the utmost. "You look tired," said Mary kindly. "No, it is only stupidity," said Amy, smiling rather sadly. "We can't be entertaining without Charlie." "It has been a melancholy winter," began Mary, but she was surprised, for Amy's face and neck coloured in a moment. Then, recovering herself with some hesitation, she said, "Oh, but Charlie is much better, and that is a great comfort. I am glad you are come home, Mary." "We are going to have some magic music," was said at the other end of the room. "Who will play?" "Little Amy," said Mr. Edmonston. "Where is she? She always does it to admiration. Amy, come and be performer." Amy rose and came forward, but the colour had flushed into her cheeks again, and the recollection occurred to Mary that her fame as a performer, in that way, arose from the very amusing manner in which she and Sir Guy had conducted the game last year. At the same moment her mother met her and whispered, "Had you rather not, my dear?" "I can do it, mamma, thank you. Never mind." "I should like to send you up to Charlie. He has been so long alone." "Oh, thank you, dear mamma," with a look of relief. "Here is Charlotte, wild to be musician," said Mrs. Edmonston. "Perhaps he will see how she can manage, for I think Charles must want a visit from his little nurse." Amy moved quietly away, and entered Charles's room, full of warm gratitude for the kindness which was always seeking how to spare her. Charles was asleep, and throwing a shawl round her, she sat down in the dim light of the lamp, relieved by the stillness, only broken by now and then a louder note of the music downstairs. It was very comfortable after all that buzz of talk and the jokes that seemed so nonsensical and tiresome. There were but two people who could manage to make a party entertaining, and that was the reason it was so different last year. Then Amy wondered if she was the only person who felt sick at heart and dreary, but she only wondered for a moment. She murmured half aloud to herself, "I said I never would think of him except at my prayers. Here I am doing it again, and on Christmas night. I won't hide my eyes and moan over my broken reed, for Christmas has come, and the circles of song are widening round. Glory, good-will, peace on earth! How he sang it last year, the last thing, when the people were gone, before we went up to bed. But I am breaking my resolution again. I must do something." She took up a book of sacred poetry, and began to learn a piece which she already nearly knew. But the light was bad, and it was dreamy work, and probably she was half asleep, for her thoughts wandered off to Sintram and the castle on the Monden Felsen, which seemed to her like what she had pictured the Redclyffe crags. And the castle itself was connected in her imagination with the deep, echoing porch, while Guy's own voice seemed to be chanting, "Who lives forlorn, on God's own word doth rest. His path is bright, with heavenly light, his lot among the blest." "Are you there, Amy?" said Charles, waking. "What are you staying here for? Don't they want you?" "Mamma was so kind as to send me up." "I am glad you are come, for I have something to tell you. Mr. Ross has been up to see me, you know, and he has a letter from Guy." Amy's heart beat fast, and with eyes fixed on the ground she listened as Charles continued to give an account of Guy's letter about Coombe Prior. "Mr. Ross is quite satisfied about him, Amy," he concluded. "I wish you could have heard the decided way in which he said he will live it down." Amy's answer was to stoop down and kiss her brother's forehead. Another week brought Guy's renewal of the correspondence. "Amy, here is something for you to read," said Charles, holding up the letter as she came into the room. She knew the writing. "Wait one moment, Charlie dear," and she ran out of the room, found her mother, fortunately alone, and said, averting her face, "Mamma dear, do you think I ought to let Charlie show me that letter?" Mrs. Edmonston took hold of her hand and drew her round so as to look into the face through its veiling curls. The hand shook, and the face was in a glow of eagerness. "Yes, dearest," said she, for she could not help it. And then, as Amy ran back again, she asked herself whether it was foolish and bad for her sweet little daughter, then declared to herself that it would come right. There was not a word of Amy in the letter, but it, or something else, made her more bright and cheerful than she had been for some time past. It seemed as if the lengthening days of January were bringing renewed comfort with them, when Charles, who ever since October had been confined to bed, was able to wear the Chinese dressing-gown, be lifted to a couch and wheeled into the dressing-room, still prostrate, but much enjoying the change of scene, which he called coming into the world. These were the events at quiet Holywell, while Redclyffe was still engrossed with the shipwreck, which seemed to have come on purpose to enliven and occupy this solitary winter. It perplexed the Ashfords about their baronet more than ever. Mr. Ashford said that no one whose conscience was not clear could have confronted danger as he had done, and yet the certainty that he was under a cloud, and the sadness, so inconsistent with his age and temperament, still puzzled them. Mrs. Ashford thought she had made a discovery. The second day after the wreck, the whole crew, except the little cabin boy, were going to set off to the nearest seaport, and the evening preceding their departure they were to meet their rescuers, the fishermen, at a supper in the great servants' hall at the park. Edward and Robert were in great glory, bringing in huge branches of evergreens to embellish the clean, cold place, and Mr. and Mrs. Ashford and Grace were to come to see the entertainment after having some coffee in the library. Guy prepared it for his company by tumbling his books headlong from the sofa to a more remote ottoman, sticking a bit of holly on the mantel-shelf, putting out his beloved old friend Strutt's Sports and Pastimes to amuse Grace, and making up an immense fire. And then, looking round, thought the room was uncommonly comfortable. But the first thing that struck Mrs. Ashford, when, with face beaming welcome, he ushered her in from the great hall, was how forlorn rooms looked that had not a woman to inhabit them. The supper went off with great éclat. Arnauld, at the head of the table, carved with foreign courtesies, contrasted with the downright bluff way of the soldiers. As soon as Sir Guy brought Mrs. Ashford to look in on them, old James Robinson proposed his health, with hopes he would soon come and live among them for good, and Jonas Ledbury added another wish, that Lady Morville might soon be there too. At these words an expression of pain came upon Guy's face. His lips were rigidly pressed together. He turned hastily away, and paced up and down before he could command his countenance. All were so busy cheering that no one heeded his change of demeanour, save Mrs. Ashford. And though, when he returned to the place where he had been standing, his complexion was deepened, his lip quivered, and his voice trembled in returning thanks, Mr. Ashford only saw the emotion naturally excited by his people's attachment. The lady understood it better, and when she talked it over with her husband in the evening, they were convinced the cause of his trouble must be some unfortunate attachment, which he might think it his duty to overcome, and having settled this, they became very fond of him, and anxious to make Redclyffe agreeable to him. Captain and crew departed. The little boy was better, and his hosts, Charity and Jem Ledbury, only wished to keep him for ever. The sensation at Redclyffe was subsiding, when one morning Markham came, in a state of extreme satisfaction and importance, to exhibit the county paper, with a full account of the gallant conduct of the youthful baronet. 2 or 3 days after, on coming home from a ride to Coombe Prior, Guy found Lord Thorndale's card, and heard from Arnauld that my lord had made particular inquiries how long he would be in the country, and had been to the cliff to see where the wreck was. Markham likewise attached great importance to this visit, and went off into a long story about his influence and the representation of Moorworth, or even of the county. As soon as Guy knew what he was talking about, he exclaimed, "Oh, I hope all that is not coming on me yet. Till I can manage Tod and Coombe Prior, I am sure I am not fit to manage the country." A few mornings after, he found on the table an envelope, which he studied as if playing with his eagerness. It had an East Hill postmark, and a general air of Holywell writing, but it was not in the hand of either of the gentlemen, nor was the tail of the Y such as Mrs. Edmonston was wont to make. It had even a resemblance to Amabel's own writing that startled him. He opened it at last, and within found the hand he could not doubt, Charles's namely, much more crooked than usual, and the words shortened and blotted. "Dear G., I ought not to do this, but I must. I have tyrannized over Charlotte, and obtained the wherewithal. Write me a full account of your gallant conduct. I saw it first in A.'s face. It has done you great good with my father. I will write more when I can. I can't get on now. C.M.E." He might well say he had first seen it in his sister's face. She had brought him the paper, and was looking for something he wanted her to read to him, when Redclyffe Bay met her eye, and then came the whole at one delightful glance. He saw the heightened colour, the exquisite smile, the tear-drop on the eyelash. "Amy, what have you there?" She pointed to the place, gave the paper into his hand, and burst into tears, the gush of triumphant feeling. Not one was shed because she was divided from the hero of the shipwreck. They were pure, unselfish tears of joy, exultation, and thankfulness. Charles read the history, and she listened in silence, then looked it over again with him, and betrayed how thoroughly she had been taught the whole geography of Redclyffe Bay. The next person who came in was Charlotte, and as soon as she understood what occupied them, she went into an ecstasy, and flew away with the paper, rushing with it straight into her father's room, where she broke into the middle of his letter-writing by reading it in a voice of triumph. Mr. Edmonston was delighted. He was just the person who would be far more taken with an exploit of this kind, such as would make a figure in the world, than by steady perseverance in well-doing, and his heart was won directly. His wrath at the hasty words had long been diminishing, and now was absolutely lost in his admiration. "Fine fellow! Noble fellow!" he said. "He is the bravest boy I ever heard of, but I knew what was in him from the first. I wish from my heart there was not this cloud over him. I am sure the whole story has not a word of truth in it, but he won't say a word to clear himself, or else we would have him here again to-morrow." This was the first time Mr. Edmonston had expressed anything of real desire to recall Guy, and it was what Charles meant in his letter. The tyranny over Charlotte was exercised while the rest were at dinner, and they were alone together. They talked over the adventure for the 10th time that day, and Charles grew so excited that he vowed that he must at once write to Guy, ordered her to give him the materials, and when she hesitated, forced her into it, by declaring that he should get up and reach the things himself, which would be a great deal worse. She wanted to write from his dictation, but he would not consent, thinking that his mother might not consider it proper, and he began vigorously, but though long used to writing in a recumbent posture, he found himself less capable now than he had expected, and went on soliloquizing thus: "What a pen you've given me, Charlotte! There goes a blot. Here, another dip, will you? And take up that with the blotting paper before it becomes more like a spider. Won't you make a fresh beginning? No, that has cost me too much already. I've got no more command over my fingers. Here we go into the further corner of the paper. Well, C.M.E. There 'tis. Do it up, will you? If he can read it, he'll be lucky. How my arms ache! I hope it has not hurt you, Charlie, but I am sure he will be very glad of it. Oh, I am glad you said that about Amy. Who told you to read it, Puss? I could not help it, 'tis so large. I believe I didn't ought to have said it. Don't tell her I did, said Charles, but I couldn't for the life of me, or, what is more to the purpose, for the trouble of it, help putting it. He is too true a knight not to hear that his lady not exactly smiled, but cried. He is a true knight, said Charlotte emphatically, as with her best pen, and with infinite satisfaction, she indited the Sir Guy Morville, Bart, Redclyffe Park, Moorworth, only wishing she could lengthen out the words infinitely. Do you remember, Charlie, how we sat here the first evening he came, and you took me in about the deadly feud? It was no take-in, said Charles, only the feud is all on one side. Oh dear, it has been such a stupid winter without Guy, sighed Charlotte. If this won't make papa forgive him, I don't know what will. I wish it would, with all my heart, said Charles, but logically, if you understand the word, Charlotte, it does not make much difference to the accusation. It would not exactly be received as exculpatory evidence in a court of justice. You don't believe the horrid stories. I believe that Guy has gained quite as much as I have myself, but I want to see him cleared beyond the power of Philip to gainsay or disbelieve it. I should like to have such a force of proof as would annihilate Philip, and if I was anything but what I am, I would have it. If you could but lend me a leg for 2 days, Charlotte. I wish I could. One thing shall be done, proceeded Charles. My father shall go and meet him in person when he comes of age. Now Don Philip is out of the way, I trust I can bring that about. If he would but come here. No, that must not be, as mamma says, till there is some explanation. But if I was but in my usual state, I would go with papa and meet him in London. I wonder if there is any chance of it. The 28th of March, 10 weeks off. If I can but get hold of those trusty crutches of mine by that time, I'll do, and I'll do, and I'll do. We will bring back Amy's knight with flying colours. Oh, how happy we should be! If I only knew what sort of sense that Markham of his may have, I would give him a hint, and set him to ferret out at St. Mildred's. Or shall I get Dr. Mayerne to order me there for a change of air? So schemed Charles, while Guy, on his side, busied himself at Redclyffe as usual, took care and thought for the cabin boy, returned Lord Thorndale's call without finding him at home, saw the school finished and opened, and became more intimate with the Ashfords. He said he should not come home at Easter, as he should be very busy reading for his degree, and as his birthday this year fell in Holy Week there could be no rejoicings. Besides, as he was not to have his property in his own hands till he was 25, it would make no difference to the people. The Ashfords agreed they had rather he was safe at home for the vacation, and were somewhat anxious when he spoke of coming home to settle after he had taken his degree. For his own part, he was glad the season would prevent any rejoicings, for he was in no frame of mind to enter into them, and his birthday had been so sad a day for his grandfather, that he had no associations of pleasure connected with it. Markham understood the feeling, liked it, shared it, only saying that they would have their day of rejoicing when he married. Guy could not answer, and the old steward remarked the look of pain. "Sir Guy," said he, "is it that which is wrong with you? Don't be angry with an old man for asking the question, but I would only hope and trust you were not getting into any scrape." "Thank you, Markham," said Guy, after an effort. "I cannot tell you about it. I will only set you at rest by saying it is nothing you could think I ought to be ashamed of." "Then why? What has come between? What could man or woman object to in you?" said Markham, regarding him proudly. "These unhappy suspicions," said Guy. "I can't make it out," said Markham. "You must have been doing something foolish to give rise to them." Guy told nearly what he had said on the first day of his return, but nothing could be done towards cleaning up the mystery, and he returned to Oxford as usual. March commenced, and Charles, though no longer absolutely recumbent, and able to write letters again, could not yet attempt to use his crutches, so that all his designs vanished, except that of persuading his father to go to London, to meet Guy and Markham there, and transact the business consequent on his ward's attaining his majority. He trusted much to Guy's personal influence, and said to his father, "You know no one has seen him yet but Philip, and he would tell things to you that he might not to him." It was an argument that delighted Mr. Edmonston. "Of course I have more weight and experience, and poor Guy is very fond of us, Charley?" So Charles wrote to make an appointment for Guy to meet his guardian and Markham in London on Easter Tuesday. "If you will clear up the gambling story," he wrote, "all may yet be well." Guy sighed as he laid aside the letter. "All in vain, kind Charley," said he to himself, "vain as are my attempts to keep my poor uncle from sinking himself further. Is it fair, though," continued he with vehemence, "that the happiness of at least one life should be sacrificed to hide one step in the ruin of a man who will not let himself be saved? Is it not a waste of self-devotion? Have I any right to sacrifice hers? Ought I not rather—" and a flash of joy came over him, "to make my uncle give me back my promise of concealment? I can make it up to him. I cannot injure him, since only the Edmonstons will know it, but—" and he pressed his lips firmly together. "Is this the spirit I have been struggling for this whole winter? Did I not see that patient waiting and yielding as fit penance for my violence? It would be ungenerous. I will wait and bear, contented that Heaven knows my innocence at least in this. For her, when at my best, I dreaded that my love might bring sorrow on her. How much more now, when I have seen my doom face to face, and when the first step towards her would be what I cannot openly and absolutely declare to be right. That would be the very means of bringing the suffering on her, and I should deserve it." Guy quitted these thoughts to write to Markham to make the appointment, finishing his letter with a request that Markham would stop at St. Mildred's on his way to London, and pay Miss Wellwood, the lady with whom his uncle's daughter was placed, for her quarter's board. "I hope this will not be a very troublesome request," wrote Guy, "but I know you would rather I did it in this way than disobey your maxims, as to not sending money by the post." The time before the day of meeting was spent in strengthening himself against the pain it would be to refuse his confidence to Mr. Edmonston, and thus to throw away the last chance of reconciliation, and of Amy. This would be the bitterest pang of all, to see them ready to receive him, and he forced to reject their kindness. So passed the preceding week, and with it his 21st birthday, spent very differently from the way in which it would ordinarily be passed by a youth in his position. It went by in hard study and sad musings, in bracing himself to a resolution that would cost him all he held dear, and as the only means of so bracing himself, in trying to fix his gaze more steadily beyond the earth. Easter Day steadied the gaze once more for him, and as the past week had nerved him in the spirit of self-sacrifice, the feast day brought him true unchanging joy, shining out of sadness, and enlightening the path that would lead him to keep his resolution to the utmost, and endure the want of earthly hope. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of the Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 25. Already in thy spirit thus divine, whatever weal or woe betide, be that high sense of duty still thy guide, and all good powers will aid a soul like thine. Southey. Now for it, thought Guy, as he dismissed his cab and was shown upstairs in the hotel. Give me the strength to withstand. The door was opened, and he beheld Mr. Edmonston, Markham, and another. It surely was Sebastian Dixon, all sprung up to receive him, and Mr. Edmonston, seizing him by both hands, exclaimed, "Here he is himself! Guy, my boy, my dear boy, you are the most generous fellow in the world. You have been used abominably. I wish my two hands had been cut off before I was persuaded to write that letter. But it is all right now. Forget and forgive, Guy? You'll come home with me, and we will write this very day for Deloraine." Guy was almost giddy with surprise. He held one of Mr. Edmonston's hands, and pressed it hard. His other hand he passed over his eyes, as if in a dream. "All right," he repeated. "All right," said Mr. Edmonston. "I know where your money went, and I honour you for it. And there stands the man who told me the whole story. I said from the first it was a confounded slander. It was all owing to the little girl." Guy turned his face in amazement towards his uncle, who was only waiting to explain. "Never till this morning had I the least suspicion that I had been the means of bringing you under any imputation. How could you keep me in ignorance?" "You have told of the cheque," broke in Mr. Edmonston, "and of all the rest, and of your providing for the little girl. How could you do it with that pittance of an allowance of yours? And Master Philip saying you never had any money. No wonder, indeed." "If I had known you were pinching yourself," said Dixon, "my mind would have revolted." "Let me understand it," said Guy, grasping the back of a chair. "Tell me, Markham, is it really so? Am I cleared? Has Mr. Edmonston a right to be satisfied?" "Yes, Sir Guy," was Markham's direct answer. "Mr. Dixon has accounted for your disposal of the £30 cheque, and there is an end to the matter." Guy drew a long breath, and the convulsive grasp of his fingers relaxed. "I cannot thank you enough," said he to his uncle. Then to Mr. Edmonston, "How is Charles?" "Better, much better. You shall see him to morrow, Guy?" "But I cannot explain about the £1,000. "Never mind. You never had it, so you can't have misspent it. That's neither here nor there." "And you forgive my language respecting you?" "Nonsense about that. If you never said anything worse than that Philip was a meddling coxcomb, you haven't much to repent of. And I am sure I was 10 old fools when I let him bore me into writing that letter." "No, no. You did right under your belief, and circumstances were strong against me. And is it clear? Are we where we were before?" "We are. We are in everything. Only we know better what you are worth, Guy. Shake hands once more. There's an end of all misunderstanding and vexation, and we shall be all right at home again." The shake was a mighty one. Guy shaded his face for a moment or two, and then said, "It is too much. I don't understand it. How did you know this matter wanted explanation?" said he, turning to his uncle. "I learnt it from Mr. Markham, and you will do me the justice to believe that I was greatly shocked to find that your generosity—" "The truth of the matter is this," said Markham. "You sent me to Miss Wellwood's at St. Mildred's. The principal was not within, and while waiting for her to make the payment, I got into conversation with her sister, Miss Jane. She told me that the child, Mr. Dixon's daughter, was always talking of your kindness, especially of a morning at St. Mildred's when you helped him in some difficulty. I thought this threw some light on the matter, found out Mr. Dixon this morning, and you see the result." "I do indeed," said Guy. "I wish I could attempt to thank you all." "Thank's enough for me to see you look like yourself," said Markham. "Did you think I was going to sit still and leave you in the mess you had got yourself into within your irregularity about keeping your accounts?" "And to you," said Guy, looking at his uncle, as if it was especially pleasant to be obliged to him, "you never can guess what I owe to you." "Nay, I deserve no thanks at all," said Sebastian, "since I was the means of bringing the imputation on you; and I am sure it is enough for a wretch like me, not to have brought only misery wherever I turn, to have done something to repair the evil I have caused. Oh, could I but bring back your father to what he was when first I saw him, as you are now!" He was getting into one of those violent fits of self reproach, at once genuine and theatrical, of which Guy had a sort of horror; and it was well Mr Edmonston broke in, like comedy into tragedy. "Come, what's past can't be helped, and I have no end of work to be done, so there's speechifying enough for once. Mr Dixon, you must not be going. Sit down and look over the newspaper while we sign these papers. You must dine with us, and drink your nephew's health, though it is not his real birthday." Guy was much pleased that Mr Edmonston should have given this invitation, as well as with the consideration Markham had shown for Dixon in his narration. Mr Dixon, who had learned to consider parents and guardians as foes and tyrants, stammered and looked confused and enraptured, but it appeared that he could not stay, for he had a professional engagement. He gave them an exhortation to come to the concert where he was employed, and grew so ardent in his description of it, that Guy could have wished to go; but his companions were in haste to say there was far too much to do. And the next moment Guy told himself that Mr Edmonston's good natured face and joyous "Eh, Guy!" were more to him than any music he could hear nearer than Holywell. He went downstairs with his uncle, who all the way raved about the music, satisfied to find ears that could comprehend, and was too full of it even to attend or respond to the parting thanks, for his last words were something about a magnificent counter tenor. Guy walked up slowly, trying to gather his thoughts, but when it came back to him that Amy was his again, his brain seemed to reel with ecstasy, and it would have taken far more time than he could spare to recall his sober senses, so he opened the door, to convince himself at least of Mr Edmonston's presence, and was received with another shake of the hand. "So here you are again. I was afraid he was carrying you off to his concert after all. I believe you have half a mind for it. Do you like to stay in London for the next? Eh, Guy?" And it was good to hear Mr Edmonston's hearty laugh as he patted his ward on the shoulder, saw his blushing, smiling shake of the head, and gave a knowing look, which let in a fresh light on Markham, and luckily was unseen by Guy. "Well," continued Mr Edmonston, "the man is more gentlemanlike than I expected. A good sort of fellow at the bottom, I dare say. He was pretty considerably shocked to find he had brought you into such a scrape." "He is very generous," said Guy. "Oh, there is much of a noble character in him." "Noble! Humph!" put in Markham. "He has gone downhill fast enough since I used to see him in your father's time; but I am glad he had the decency not to be the undoing of you." "His feeling is his great point," said Guy. "When you can once get at it, I wish But breaking off short, I can't make it out. What did little Marianne tell you? Or was it Miss Wellwood?" "It was first the youngest sister," said Markham. "I sat there talking to her some little time. She said you had been very kind to the family, and the child was very grateful to you. Was always talking of some morning when you and your dog came and helped her mother. Her father had been out all night, and her mother was crying, she said, and declaring he would be sent to prison till you came and helped them." "Yes, that's it," said Guy. "Well, I remembered what you had told me of the mystery of the draft, and guessed that this might be the clue to it. I begged to see the child, and in she came, the very image of your mother, and a sharp little thing, that knew what she meant, but had not much idea of the shame, poor child, about her father. She told me the story of his coming home in the morning, and her mother being in great distress, and saying they were ruined, till you came and talked to her mother, and gave her something. I asked if it was money, and she said it was paper. I showed her a draft, and she knew it was like that. So then I made her tell me where to find her father, whom I used to know in old times, and had to write to now and then. I hunted him up, and a creditable figure he was, to be sure. But I got the truth out of him at last, and when he heard you had got into disgrace on his account, he raved like a tragedy hero, and swore he would come and tell your guardian the whole story. I put him into a cab for fear he should repent, and he had just got to the end of it when you came in." "It is of no use to thank you again, Markham. Why, I have been getting your family out of scrapes these 40 years or thereabouts," said Markham. "'Tis all I'm good for, and if they had been no worse than this one, it would be better for all of us. But time is getting on, and there is enough to do." To the accounts they went at once. There was a good deal to be settled, and though Guy had as yet no legal power, according to his grandfather's will, he was of course consulted about everything. He was glad that, since he could not be alone to bring himself to the realization of his newly recovered happiness, he should have this sobering and engrossing occupation. There he sat, coolly discussing leases and repairs, and only now and then allowing himself a sort of glimpse at the treasury of joy awaiting him whenever he had time to dwell on it. The Coombe Prior matters were set in a better train, the preliminary arrangements about the curacy were made, and Guy had hopes it would be his friend Mr Wellwood's title for orders. There was no time to write to Holywell, or rather Mr Edmonston forgot to do so till it was too late, and then consoled himself by observing that it did not signify if his family were taken by surprise, since joy killed no one. His family were by no means of opinion that it did not signify when the next morning's post brought them no letter. Mrs Edmonston and Charles had hoped much, and Amy did not know how much she hoped until the melancholy words "no letter" passed from one to the other. To make it worse, by some of those mismanagements of Mr Edmonston's which used to run counter to his wife's arrangements, a dinner party had been fixed for this identical Wednesday, and the prospect was agreeable to no one, especially when the 4 o'clock train did not bring Mr Edmonston, who, therefore, was not to be expected till 7, when all the world would be arrived. Laura helped Amy to dress, put the flowers in her hair, kissed her, and told her it was a trying day; and Amy sighed wearily, thanked her, and went down with arms twined in hers, whispering, "If I could help being so foolish as to let myself have a little hope." Laura thought the case so hopeless that she was sorry Amy could not cease from the foolishness, and did not answer. Amy sat down at the foot of the sofa, whither Charles was now carried down every day, and without venturing to look at him, worked at her netting. A carriage! Her colour came and went, but it was only some of the guests. Another! The Brownlows! Amy was speaking to Miss Brownlow when she heard more greetings. She looked up, caught by the arm of the sofa, and looked again. Her father was pouring out apologies and welcomes, and her mother was shaking hands with Guy. Was it a dream? She shut her eyes, then looked again. He was close to her by this time. She felt his fingers close on her white glove for one moment, but she only heard his voice in the earnest "How are you, Charlie?" Her father came to her, gave her first his usual kiss of greeting, then, not letting her go, looked at her for a moment, and, as if he could not help it, kissed her on both cheeks, and said, "How d'ye do, my little Amy?" in a voice that meant unutterable things. All the room was swimming round. There was nothing for it but to run away, and she ran; but from the anteroom she heard the call outside, "Sir Guy's bag to his room!" and she could not rush out among the servants. At that moment, however, she spied Mary Ross and her father. She darted up to them, said something incoherent about Mary's bonnet, and took her up to her own room. "Amy, my dear, you look wild. What has come to you?" "Papa has come home, and " The rest failed, and Amy was as red as the camellia in her hair. "And," repeated Mary, "and the mystery is explained?" "Oh, I don't know. They are only just come, and I was so silly I ran away. I did not know what to do." "They are come, are they?" thought Mary. "My little Amy, I see it all." She made the taking off her bonnet and the setting of her lace as elaborate an operation as she could, and Amy flitted about as if she did not by any means know what she was doing. A springy running step was heard on the stairs and in the passage, and Mary, though she could not see her little friend's face, perceived her neck turn red for a moment, after which Amy took her arm, pressed it affectionately, and they went down. Mrs. Edmonston was very glad to see Amabel looking tolerably natural. Mamma was of course burning to hear all, but she was so confident that the essentials were safe, that her present care was to see how her two young lovers would be able to comport themselves, and to be on her guard against attending to them more than to her guests. Amy, after passing by Charles, and getting a squeeze from his ever sympathizing hand, put herself away behind Mary, while Laura talked to every one, hoping to show that there was some self-possession in the family. Guy reappeared, but after one glance to see if Amy was present, he did not look at her again, but went and leant over the lower end of Charles's sofa, just as he used to do, and Charles lay gazing at him, and entirely forgetting what he had been trying to say just before to Mrs. Brownlow, professing to have come from London that morning, and making the absent mistakes likely to be attributed to the lovers themselves. Mr. Edmonston came, and dinner followed. As Mrs. Edmonston paired off her company, she considered what to do with her new arrival. "If you had come 2 hours ago," said she, within herself, "I would have let you be at home. Now you must be a great man, and be content with me. It will be better for Amy." Accordingly, Guy was between her and Mrs. Gresham. She did not try to speak to him, and was amused by his fitful attempts at making conversation with Mrs. Gresham, when it struck him that he ought to be taking notice of her. Amy, very fortunately in her own opinion, was out of sight of him, and on the same side of the table, next to Mr. Ross, who, like his daughter, guessed enough about the state of things to let her alone. Charles was enjoying all manner of delightful conjectures with Charlotte till the ladies returned to the drawing room, and then he said as much as he dared to Mary Ross, far more than she had gained from Laura, who, as they came out of the dining room, had said, "Don't ask me any questions, for I know nothing at all about it." Amy was talked to by Mrs. Gresham about club books and new flowers, to which she was by this time able to attend very well, satisfied that his happiness had returned, and content to wait till the good time for knowing how. She could even be composed when the gentlemen came in, Guy talking to Mr. Ross about Coombe Prior, and then going to Charles. But presently she saw no more, for a request for music was made, and she was obliged to go and play a duet with Laura. She did not dislike this, but there followed a persecution for some singing. Laura would have spared her, but could not, and while she was turning over the book to try to find something that was not impossible to begin, and Laura whispering encouragingly, "This, try this, your part is almost nothing, or can't you do this?" Another hand turned over the leaves as if perfectly at home in them, and, without speaking, as if it was natural for him to spare Amy, found a song which they had often sung together, where she might join as much or as little as she chose, under cover of his voice. She had not a thought or sensation beyond the joy of hearing it again, and she stood motionless, as if in a trance. When it was over, he said to Laura, I beg your pardon for making such bad work. I am so much out of practice." Mrs. Brownlow was seen advancing on them. Amy retreated, leaving Guy and Laura to fulfil all that was required of them, which they did with very good grace, and Laura's old familiar feeling began to revive, so much that she whispered while he was finding the place, "Don't you dislike all this excessively?" "It does as well as anything else, thank you," was the answer. "I can do it better than talking." At last they were released, and the world was going away. Mary could not help whispering to Mrs. Edmonston, "How glad you must be to get rid of us!" And as Mrs. Edmonston answered with a smile, she ventured further to say, "How beautifully Amy has behaved!" Little Amy, as soon as she had heard the last carriage roll off, wished every one good night, shook hands with Guy, holding up the lighted candle between him and her face as a veil, and ran away to her own room. The others remained in a sort of embarrassed silence, Mr. Edmonston rubbing his hands. Laura lighted the candles. Charlotte asked after Bustle, and was answered that he was at Oxford, and Charles, laying hold of the side of the sofa, pulled himself by it into a sitting posture. "Shall I help you?" said Guy. "Thank you, but I'm not ready yet. Besides, I am an actual log now, and am carried as such, so it is of no use to wait for me. Mamma shall have the first turn, and I won't even leave my door open." "Yes, yes. Go and have it out with mamma. Next best to Amy herself, as she is run away. Eh, Guy?" said Mr. Edmonston. Guy and Mrs. Edmonston had not hitherto trusted themselves to speak to each other, but they looked and smiled, then, wishing the rest good night, they disappeared. Then there was a simultaneous outbreak of "Well?" "All right," said Mr. Edmonston. "Every word was untrue. He is the noblest fellow in the world, as I knew all the time, and I was an old fool for listening to a pack of stories against him." "Hurrah!" cried Charles, drumming on the back of his sofa. "Let us hear how the truth came out, and what it was." "It was that Dixon. There has he been, helping that man for ever, sending his child to school, giving him sums upon sums, paying his gaming debts with that cheque." "Oh!" cried Charles. "Yes, that was it. The child told Markham of it, and Markham brought the father to tell me. It puts me in a rage to think of the monstrous stories Philip has made me believe." "I was sure of it!" cried Charles. "I knew it would come out that he had only been so much better than other people that nobody could believe it. Cleared! Why, Charlotte, Mr. Ready to halt will be for footing it cleverly enough, as she was wildly curvetting round him." "I was always sure," said Mr. Edmonston. "I knew it was not in him to go wrong. It was only Philip who would persuade me black was white." "I never believed one word of it," said Charles; "still less after I saw Philip's animosity." "Les absens ont toujours tort," interrupted Laura. Then, afraid of saying too much, she added, "Come, Charlotte, it is very late." "And I shall be the first to tell Amy," cried Charlotte. "Good night, papa. Good night, Charlie." She rushed upstairs, afraid of being forestalled. Laura lingered, putting some books away in the anteroom, trying to overcome the weary pain at her heart. She did not know how to be confident. Her father's judgment was worthless in her eyes, and Philip had predicted that Amy would be sacrificed after all. To see them happy made her sigh at the distance of her own hopes, and worse than all was self-reproach for unkindness in not rejoicing with the rest, in spite of her real affection for Guy himself. When she thought of him, she could not believe him guilty. When she thought of Philip's belief, she could not suppose him innocent, and she pitied her sister for enjoying a delusive happiness. With effort, however, she went to her room, and finding her a little overpowered by Charlotte's tumultuous joy, saw that peace and solitude were best for her till she could have more certain intelligence, and, after very tender good nights, carried off Charlotte. It would be hard to describe Mrs. Edmonston's emotion as she preceded Guy to the dressing room, and sat down, looking up to him as he stood in his old place by the fire. She thought he did not look well, though it might be only that the sunburnt colour had given place to his natural fairness. His eyes, though bright as ever, did not dance and sparkle. A graver expression sat on his brow, and although he still looked very young, a change there certainly was, which made him man instead of boy. A look of having suffered and conquered suffering. She felt even more motherly affection for him now than when he last stood there in the full tide of his first outburst of his love for her daughter, and her heart was almost too full for speech. But he seemed to be waiting for her, and at last she said, "I am very glad to have you here again." He smiled a little, then said, "May I tell you all about it?" "Sit down here. I want very much to hear it. I am sure you have gone through a good deal." "I have indeed," said he, simply and gravely; and there was a silence, while she was certain that, whatever he might have endured, he did not feel it to have been in vain. "But it is at an end," said she. "I have scarcely seen Mr Edmonston, but he tells me he is perfectly satisfied." "He is so kind as to be satisfied, though you know I still cannot explain about the large sum I asked him for." "We will trust you," said Mrs Edmonston, smiling; "but I am very anxious to hear how you came to an understanding." Guy went over the story in detail, and very much affected she was to hear how entirely unfounded had been the suspicion, and how thankful he was for Mr Edmonston's forgiveness. "You had rather to forgive us," said she. "You forget how ill I behaved," said Guy, colouring. "If you knew the madness of those first moments of provocation, you would think that the penance of a lifetime, instead of only one winter, would scarce have been sufficient. You would not say, as Charles does, that the suspicion justified your anger?" "No, indeed." He paused and spoke again. "Thank Heaven it did not last long. But the insight it gave me into the unsubdued evil about me was a fearful thing." "But you conquered it. They were the unguarded exclamations of the first shock. Your whole conduct since, especially the interview with Philip, has shown that your anger has not been abiding, and that you have learnt to subdue it." "It could not abide, for there was no just cause of offence. Of course such a dreadful outburst warned me to be on my guard, and you know the very sight of Philip is a warning that there is danger in that way." "I mean," said Sir Guy, becoming conscious that he had been very severe, "I mean that I know of old that I am apt to be worried by his manner, and that ought to make me doubly cautious." Mrs Edmonston was struck by the soberer manner in which he spoke of his faults. He was as ready to take full blame, but without the vehemence which he used to expend in raving at himself, instead of at the offender. It seemed as if he had brought himself to the tone he used to desire so earnestly. "I am very glad to be able to explain all to Philip," he said. "I will write as soon as possible. Oh, Mrs Edmonston, if you knew what it is to be brought back to such unhoped for happiness, to sit here once more with you," his voice trembled, and the tears were in her eyes, "to have seen her, to have all overlooked, and returned to all I hoped last year. I want to look at you all, to believe that it is true," he finished, smiling. "You both behaved very well this evening," said she, laughing, because she could do so better than anything else at that moment. "You both," murmured Guy to himself. "Ah, little Amy has been very good this winter." He answered her with a beautiful expression of his eyes, was silent a little while, and suddenly exclaimed in a candid, expostulating tone: "But now, seriously, don't you think it a very bad thing for her?" "My dear Guy," said she, scarcely repressing a disposition to laugh, "I told you last summer what I thought of it, and you must settle the rest with Amy to morrow. I hear the drawing room bell, which is a sign I must send you to bed. Good night." "Good night," repeated Guy, as he held her hand. "It is so long since I have had any one to wish me good night. Good night, mamma." She pressed his hand; then as he ran down to lend a helping hand in carrying Charles, she, the tears in her eyes, crossed the passage to see how it was with her little Amy, and to set her at rest for the night. Amy's candle was out, and she was in bed, lying full in the light of the Easter moon, which poured in glorious whiteness through her window. She started up as the door opened. "Oh, mamma, how kind of you to come!" "I can only stay a moment, my dear. Your papa is coming up, but I must just tell you that I have been having such a nice talk with dear Guy. He has behaved beautifully, and papa is quite satisfied. Now, darling, I hope you will not lie awake all night, or you won't be fit to talk to him to morrow." Amy sat up in bed and put her arms round her mother's neck. "Then he is happy again," she whispered. "I should like to hear all." "He shall tell you himself to morrow, my dear. Now, good night. You have been a very good child. Now go to sleep, my dear one." Amy lay down obediently. "Thank you for coming to tell me, dear mamma," she said. "I am very glad. Good night." She shut her eyes, and there was something in the sweet, obedient, placid look of her face, as the white moonlight shone upon it, that made her mother pause and gaze again with the feeling, only tenderer, left by a beautiful poem. Amy looked up to see why she delayed. She gave her another kiss, and left her in the moonlight. Little Amy's instinct was to believe the best, and do as she was bidden, and there was a quietness and confidence in the tone of her mind which gave a sort of serenity of its own even to suspense, a thankful, happy sensation that all was well. Mamma said so, and Guy was there, had taken possession of her, and she did not agitate herself to know how or why, for mamma had told her to put herself to sleep. So she thought of all the most thanksgiving verses of her store of poetry, and before the moon had passed away from her window, Amabel Edmonston was wrapped in a sleep dreamless and tranquil as an infant's. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 26. Hence, bashful cunning, and prompt me, plain and holy innocence. I am your wife, if you will marry me. Tempest. Amabel awoke to such a sense of relief and repose that she scarcely liked to ask herself the cause, lest it might ruffle her complete peace. Those words, "all right," seemed to be enough to assure her that the cloud was gone. Her mother came in, told her one or two of the main facts, and took her down under her wing, only stopping by the way for a greeting to Charles, who could not rise till after breakfast. He held her fast, and gazed up in her face, but she coloured so deeply, cast down her eyes, and looked so meek and submissive, that he let her go, and said nothing. The breakfast party were for the most part quiet, silent, and happy. Even Charlotte was hushed by the subdued feeling of the rest, and Mr Edmonston's hilarity, though replied to in turn by each, failed to wake them into mirth. Guy ran up and down stairs continually to wait upon Charles, and thus the conversation was always interrupted as fast as it began, so that the only fact that came out was the cause of the lateness of their arrival yesterday. Mr Edmonston had taken it for granted that Guy, like Philip, would watch for the right time, and warn him, while Guy, being excessively impatient, had been so much afraid of letting himself fidget, as to have suffered the right moment to pass, and then borne all the blame. "How you must have wanted to play the harmonious blacksmith!" said Charlotte. "I caught myself going through the motions twice," said Guy. Mrs Edmonston said to herself that he might contest the palm of temper with Amy even; the difference being that hers was naturally sweet, his a hasty one, so governed that the result was the same. When breakfast was over, as they were rising, Guy made 2 steps towards Amabel, at whom he had hitherto scarcely looked, and said very low, in his straightforward way, "Can I speak to you a little while?" Amy's face glowed as she moved towards him, and her mother said something about the drawing room, where the next moment she found herself. She did not use any little restless arts to play with her embarrassment. She did not torment the flowers or the chimney ornaments, nor even her own rings. She stood with her hands folded, and her head a little bent down, like a pendant blossom, ready to listen to whatever might be said to her. He did not speak at first, but moved uneasily about. At last he came nearer, and began speaking fast and nervously. "Amabel, I want you to consider You really ought to think whether this is not a very bad thing for you." The drooping head was raised, the downcast lids lifted up, and the blue eyes fixed on him with a look at once confiding and wondering. He proceeded: "I have brought you nothing but unhappiness already. So far as you have taken any interest in me, it could cause you only pain; and the more I think of it, the more unfit it seems that one so formed for light, and joy, and innocent mirth, should have anything to do with the darkness that is round me. Think well of it. I feel as if I had done a selfish thing by you; and now, you know, you are not bound. You are quite free. No one knows anything about it; or if they did, the blame would rest entirely with me. I would take care it should. So, Amy, think, and think well, before you risk your happiness." "As to that," replied Amy, in a soft, low voice, with such a look of truth in her clear eyes, "I must care for whatever happens to you; and I had rather it was with you than without you," she said, casting them down again. "My Amy, my own, my Verena!" and he held fast one of her hands as they sat together on the sofa. "I had a feeling that so it might be through the very worst; yet I can hardly believe it now." "Guy," said Amy, looking up, with the gentle resolution that had lately grown on her, "you must not take me for more than I am worth, and I should like to tell you fairly. I did not speak last time, because it was all so strange and so delightful, and I had no time to think, because I was so confused. But that is a long time ago, and this has been a very sad winter, and I have thought a great deal. I know, and you know, too, that I am a foolish little thing. I have been silly little Amy always. You and Charlie have helped me to all the sense I have, and I don't think I could ever be a clever, strong minded woman, such as one admires." "Heaven forbid!" ejaculated Guy, moved, perhaps, by a certain remembrance of St Mildred's. "But," continued Amy, "I believe I do really wish to be good; and I know you have helped me to wish it much more; and I have been trying to learn to bear things, and so " Out came something very like a sunny smile, though some tears followed. "So if you do like such a silly little thing, it can't be helped, and we will try to make the best of her. Only don't say any more about my being happier without you; for one thing I am very sure of, Guy, I had rather bear anything with you, than know you were bearing it alone. I am only afraid of being foolish and weak, and making things worse for you." "So much worse; but still," he added, "speak as you may, my Amy, I cannot, must not, feel that I have a right to think of you as my own, till you have heard all. You ought to know what my temper is before you risk yourself in its power. Amy, my first thought towards Philip was nothing short of murder." She raised her eyes, and saw how far entirely he meant what he said. "The first, not the second," she murmured. "Yes, the second, the third. There was a moment when I could have given my soul for my revenge." "Only a moment?" "Only a moment, thank Heaven! And I have not done quite so badly since. I hope I have not suffered quite in vain; but if that shock could overthrow all my wonted guards, it might though I pray Heaven it may not it might happen again." "I think you conquered yourself then, and that you will again," said Amy. "And suppose I was ever to be mad enough to be angry with you?" Amy smiled outright here. "Of course I should deserve it; but I think the trouble would be the comforting you afterwards. Mamma said," she added, after a long silence, during which Guy's feelings would not let him speak, "Mamma said, and I think, that you are much safer and better with such a quick temper as yours, because you are always struggling and fighting with it, on the real true religious ground, than a person more even tempered by nature, but not so much in earnest in doing right." "Yes, if I did not believe myself to be in earnest about that, I could never dare to speak to you at all." "We will help each other," said Amy. "You have always helped me, long before we knew we cared for each other. And, Amy, if you knew how the thought of you helped me last winter, even when I thought I had forfeited you for ever." Their talk only ceased when, at 1 o'clock, Mrs Edmonston, who had pronounced in the dressing room that 3 hours was enough for them at once, came in and asked Guy to go and help to carry Charles downstairs. He went, and Amy nestled up to her mother, raising her face to be kissed. "It is very nice," she whispered, and then arranged her brother's sofa, as she heard his progress downstairs beginning. He was so light and thin as to be very easily carried, and was brought in between Guy and one of the servants. When he was settled on the sofa, he began thus: "There was a grand opportunity lost last winter. I was continually rehearsing the scene, and thinking what waste it was to go through such a variety of torture without the dignity of danger. If I could but have got up ever so small an alarm, I would have conjured my father to send for Guy, entreated pathetically that the reconciliation might be effected, and have drawn my last breath clasping their hands. Thus the curtain falls. He made a feint of joining their hands, put his head back, and shut his eyes with an air and a grace that put Charlotte into an ecstasy, and made even Amy laugh, as she quitted the room, blushing. "But if it had been your last breath," said Charlotte, "you would not have been much the wiser." "I would have come to life again in time to enjoy the coup de theatre. I had some thoughts of trying an overdose of opium, but I thought Dr Mayerne would have found me out. I tell you because it is fair I should have the credit. For, Guy, if you knew what she was to me all the winter, you would perceive my superhuman generosity in not receiving you as my greatest enemy." "I shall soon cease to be surprised at any superhuman generosity," said Guy. "But how thin you are, Charlie! You are a very feather to carry. I had no notion it had been such a severe business." "Most uncommon," said Charles, shaking his head with a mock solemnity. "It was the worst of all," said Mrs Edmonston. "6 weeks of constant pain." "How very sorry Philip must have been!" exclaimed Guy. "Philip?" said Charlotte. "Why, was it not owing to him? Surely your father told me so. Did not he let you fall on the stairs?" "My dear father!" exclaimed Charles, laughing. "Every disaster that happens for the next 12 months will be imputed to Philip." "How was it then?" said Guy. "The fact was this," said Charles. "It was in the thick of the persecution of you, and I was obliged to let Philip drag me upstairs because I was in a hurry. He took the opportunity of giving me some impertinent advice which I could not stand. I let go his arm, forgetting what a dependent mortal I am, and down I should assuredly have gone, if he had not caught me, and carried me off, as a fox does a goose. So it was his fault, as one may say, in a moral, though not in a physical sense." "Then," said his mother, "you do think your illness was owing to that accident?" "I suppose the damage was brewing, and that the shake brought it into an active state. There's a medical opinion for you." "Well, I never knew what you thought of it before," said Mrs Edmonston. "Why, when I had a conder to pick on Guy's account with Philip, I was not going to pick a crow on my own," said Charles. "Oh, is luncheon ready? And you all going? I never see anybody now. I want the story of the shipwreck, though, of course. Ben What's his name was the hero, and Sir Guy Morval not a bit of it." Laura wanted to walk to East Hill, and the other young people agreed to go thither too. "It will be nice to go to church there to day," said Amy, in a half whisper, heard only by Guy, and answered by a look that showed how well he understood and sympathised. "Another thing," said Amy, colouring a good deal, "shall you mind my telling Mary? I behaved so oddly last night, and she was so kind to me that I think I ought." Mary had seen enough last night to be very curious to day, though hardly expecting her curiosity to be gratified. However, as she was putting on her bonnet for church, she looked out of her window, and saw the four coming across the fields from Holywell. Guy and Amy did not walk into the village arm in arm, but, as they came under the church porch, Guy, unseen by all, held out his hand, sought hers, and for one moment pressed it fervently. Amy knew he felt this like their betrothal. After the service they stood talking with Mr Ross and Mary for some little time. Amy held apart, and Mary saw how it was. As they were about to turn homewards, Amy said quickly, "Come and walk a little way home with me." She went on with Mary before the rest, and when out of sight of them all, said, "Mary," and then stopped short. "I guessed something, Amy," said Mary. "Don't tell any one but Mr Ross." "Then I have guessed right. My dear little Amy, I am very glad. So that was the reason you flew out of the room last evening, and looked so bright and glowing. It was so good of you to ask no questions. I don't think I need ask any now, Amy, for I see in your face how right and happy it all is." "I can't tell you all, Mary, but I must one thing, that the whole terrible story arose from his helping a person in distress. I like you to know that." "Papa was always sure that he had not been to blame," said Mary. "Yes, so Charlie told me, and that is the reason I wanted you to know. Then, Amy, something of this had begun last summer." "Yes, but not as it is now. I did not half know what it was then." "Poor dear little Amy," said Mary. "What a very sad winter it must have been for you." "Oh, very," said Amy. But it was worse for him, because he was quite alone, and here every one was so kind to me. Mamma and Laura, and poor Charlie, through all his illness and pain, he was so very kind. And do you know, Mary, now it is all over, I am very glad of this dismal time, for I think that it has taught me how to bear things better." She looked very happy, yet it struck Mary that it was strange to hear that the first thought of a newly betrothed maiden was how to brace herself in endurance. She wondered, however, whether it was not a more truly happy and safe frame than that of most girls, looking forward to a life of unclouded happiness, such as could never be realised. At least, so it struck Mary, though she owned to herself that her experience of lovers was limited. Mary walked with Amy almost to the borders of Holywell Garden, and when the rest came up with them, though no word passed, there was a great deal of congratulation in her warm shake of Guy's hand, and no lack of reply in his proud smile and reddening cheek. Charlotte could not help turning and going back with her a little way, to say, "Are not you delighted, Mary? Is not Amy the dearest thing in the world? And you don't know, for it is a secret, and I know it, how very noble Guy has been, while they would suspect him." "I am very, very glad indeed. It is everything delightful." "I never was so happy in my life," said Charlotte, "nor Charlie either. Only think of having Guy for our brother, and he is going to send for Bustle to morrow." Mary laughed, and parted with Charlotte, speculating on the cause of Laura's graver looks. Were they caused by the fear of losing her sister, or by a want of confidence in Guy? That evening, how happy was the party at Holywell when Charles put Guy through a cross examination on the shipwreck, from the first puff of wind to the last drop of rain, and Guy submitted very patiently, since he was allowed the solace of praising his Redclyffe fishermen. Indeed, this time was full of tranquil, serene happiness. It was like the lovely weather only to be met with in the spring, and then but rarely, when the sky is cloudless and intensely blue, the sunshine one glow of clearness without burning. Not a breath of wind checks the silent growth of the expanding buds of light exquisite green. Such days as these shone on Guy and Amabel, looking little to the future, or if they did so at all, with a grave, peaceful awe, reposing in the present, and resuming old habits, singing, reading, gardening, walking as of old, and that intercourse with each other that was so much more than ever before. It was more, but it was not quite the same, for Guy was a very chivalrous lover. The polish and courtesy that sat so well on his frank, truthful manners were even more remarkable in his courtship. His ways with Amy had less of easy familiarity than in the time of their brother and sister like intimacy, so that a stranger might have imagined her wooed, not won. It was as if he hardly dared to believe that she could really be his own, and treated her with a sort of reverential love and gentleness, while she looked up to him with ever increasing honour. She was better able to understand him now than in her more childish days last summer, and she did not merely see, as before, that she was looking at the upper surface of a mystery. He had, at the same time, grown in character. His excitability and over sensitiveness seemed to have been smoothed away, and to have given place to a calmness of tone that was by no means impassibility. When alone with Amy, he was generally very grave, often silent and meditative, or else their talk was deep and serious, and even with the family he was less merry and more thoughtful than of old, though very bright and animated, and showing full free affection to them all, as entirely accepted and owned as one of them. So indeed he was. Mr Edmonston, with his intense delight in lovers, patronised them, and made commonplace jokes, which they soon learnt to bear without much discomposure. Mrs Edmonston was all that her constant appellation of "mamma" betokened, delighting in Guy's having learnt to call her so. Charles enjoyed the restoration of his friend, the sight of Amy's happiness, and the victory over Philip, and was growing better every day. Charlotte was supremely happy, watching the first love affair ever conducted in her sight, and little less so in the return of Bustle, who resumed his old habits as regularly as if he had only left Holywell yesterday. Laura alone was unhappy. She did not understand her own feelings, but sad at heart she was. With only one who could sympathise with her, and he far away, and the current of feeling setting against him, she could not conceal her depression, and was obliged to allow it to be attributed to the grief that one sister must feel in parting with another. And as her compassion for her little Amy, coupled with her dread of her latent jealousy, made her particularly tender and affectionate, It gave even more probability to the supposition. This made Guy, who felt as if he was committing a robbery on them all, particularly kind to her, as if he wished to atone for the injury of taking away her sister, and his kindness gave her additional pain at entertaining such hard thoughts of him. How false she felt when she was pitied, and how she hated the congratulations, of which she had the full share. She thought, however, that she should be able to rejoice when she had heard Philip's opinion, and how delightful it would be for him to declare himself satisfied with Guy's exculpation. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 27. I forgave thee all the blame, I could not forgive the praise. Tennyson. If ever there was a meddlesome coxcomb on this earth! Such was the exclamation that greeted the ears of Guy as he supported Charles into the breakfast room, and at the same time Mr Edmonstone tossed a letter into Guy's plate, saying, "There's something for you to read." Guy began. His lips were tightly pressed together, his brows made one black line across his forehead, and his eyes sparkled even through his bent down eyelashes. But this lasted only a few moments. The forehead smoothed again, and there was a kind of deliberate restraint and force upon himself, which had so much power, that no one spoke till he had finished, folded it up with a sort of extra care, and returned it, only saying, "You should not show one such letters, Mr Edmonstone." "Does not it beat everything?" cried Mr Edmonstone. "If that is not impertinence, I should like to know what is. But he has played my Lord Paramount rather too long, as I can tell him. I ask his consent, forsooth! Probation, indeed! You might marry her to morrow, and welcome. There, give it to mamma. See if she does not say the same. Mere spite and malice all along." Poor Laura! Would no one refute such cruel injustice? Yes, Guy spoke, eagerly. No, no, that it never was. He was quite right under his belief. "Don't tell me. Not a word in his favour will I hear," stormed on Mr Edmonstone. "Mere envy and ill will." "I always told him so," said Charles. "Pure malignity." "Nonsense, Charlie," said Guy sharply. "There is no such thing about him." "Come, Guy, I can't stand this," said Mr Edmonstone. "I won't have him defended. I never thought to be so deceived. But you all worship the boy as if every word that came out of his mouth was gospel truth, and you've set him up till he would not condescend to take an advice of his own father. You little thought what an upstart sprig he was rearing. But I tell him he has come to the wrong shop for domineering. Eh, mamma?" "Well!" cried Mrs Edmonstone, who had read till near the end with tolerable equanimity, "this really is too bad." "Mamma and all," thought poor Laura, while her mother continued, "it is wilful prejudice, to say the least. I never could have believed him capable of it." Charles next had the letter, and was commenting on it in a style of mingled sarcasm and fury, while Laura longed to see it justify itself, as she was sure it would. "Read it, all of you, every bit," said Mr Edmonstone, "that you may see this paragon of yours." "I had rather not," said Amy, shrinking as it came towards her. "I should like you to do so, if you don't dislike it very much," said Guy. She read in silence, and then came the turn of Laura, who marvelled at the general injustice as she read. Cork, April 8th. My dear Uncle, I am much obliged to you for the communication of your intention with regard to Amabel, but, indeed, I must say I am a good deal surprised that you should have so hastily resolved on so important a step, and have been satisfied with so incomplete an explanation of circumstances which appeared to you, as well as to myself, to show that Guy's character was yet quite unsettled, and his conduct such as to create considerable apprehension that he was habitually extremely imprudent, to say the least of it, in the management of his own affairs. How much more unfit, therefore, to have the happiness of another entrusted to him. I believe, indeed, I understood you to have declared to me that you were resolved never to allow the engagement to be renewed, unless he should, with the deference which is only due to you as his guardian, consent to clear up the mystery with which he has thought fit to invest all his pecuniary transactions, and this, it appears, he refuses, as he persists in denying all explanation of his demand for that large sum of money. As to the cheque, which certainly was applied to discreditable uses, though I will not suffer myself to suppose that Guy was in collusion with his uncle, yet it is not at all improbable that Dixon, not being a very scrupulous person, may, on hearing of the difficulties in which his nephew has been placed, come forward to relieve him from his embarrassment, in the hope of further profit, by thus establishing a claim on his gratitude. In fact, this proof of secretly renewed intercourse with Dixon rather tends to increase the presumption that there is something wrong. I am not writing this in the expectation that the connection should be entirely broken off, for that, indeed, would be out of the question as things stand at present; but for my little cousin's sake, as well as his own, I entreat of you to pause. They are both extremely young, so young that if there was no other ground, many persons would think it advisable to wait a few years. And why not wait until the time fixed by his grandfather for his coming into possession of his property? If the character of his attachment to Amabel is firm and true, the probation may be of infinite service to him, as keeping before him, during the most critical period of his life, a powerful motive for restraining the natural impetuosity of his disposition; while, on the other hand, if this should prove to have been a mere passing fancy for the first young lady into whose society he has been thrown, on terms of easy familiar intercourse, you will then have the satisfaction of reflecting that your care and caution have preserved your daughter from a life of misery. My opinion has never altered respecting him, that he is brave and generous, with good feelings and impulses, manners peculiarly attractive, and altogether a character calculated to inspire affection, but impetuous and unsteady, easily led into temptation, yet obstinate in reserve, and his temper of unchecked violence. I wish him happiness of every kind, and, as you well know, would do my utmost for his welfare; but my affection for your whole family, and my own conscientious conviction, make me feel it my duty to offer this remonstrance, which I hope will be regarded as by no means the result of any ill will, but simply of a sincere desire for the good of all parties, such as can only be evinced by plain speaking. Yours affectionately, P. Morville. All the time Laura was reading, Guy was defending Philip against the exaggerated abuse that Mr Edmonston and Charles were pouring out, till at last Mrs Edmonston, getting out of patience, said, "My dear Guy, if we did not know you so well, we should almost accuse you of affectation." "Then I shall go away," said Guy, laughing as he rose. "Can you come out with me?" said he, in a lower tone, leaning over the back of Amy's chair. "No, wait a bit," interposed Mr Edmonston. "Don't take her out, or you won't be to be found anywhere, and I want to speak to you before I write my letter, and go to the Union meeting. I want to tell Master Philip on the spot that the day is fixed, and we snap our fingers at him and his probation. Wait till 25, I dare say." At "I want to speak to you," the ladies had made the first move towards departure, but they were not out of hearing at the conclusion. Guy looked after Amy, but she would not look round, and Charles lay twisting Bustle's curls round his fingers, and smiling to himself at the manner in which the letter was working by contraries. The overthrow of Philip's influence was a great triumph for him, apart from the way in which it affected his friend and his sister. Mr Edmonston was disappointed that Guy would not set about fixing the day, in time for him to announce it in a letter to be written in the course of an hour. Guy said he had not begun on the subject with Amy, and it would never do to hurry her. Indeed, it was a new light to himself that Mr Edmonston would like it to take place so soon. "Pray, when did you think it was to be?" said Mr Edmonston. "Upon my word, I never in all my days saw a lover like you, Guy." "I was too happy to think about the future. Besides, I did not know whether you had sufficient confidence in me." "Confidence, nonsense! I tell you if I had a dozen daughters I would trust them all to you." Guy smiled, and was infected by Charles's burst of laughing, but Mr Edmonston went on unheeding. "I have the most absolute confidence in you. I am going to write to Philip this minute, to tell him he has played three-tailed Bashaw rather too long. I shall tell him it is to be very soon, at any rate, and that if he wishes to see how I value his pragmatical advice, he may come and dance at the wedding. I declare, your mamma and that colonel of his have perfectly spoiled him with their flattery. I knew what would come of it. You all would make a prodigy of him till he is so puffed up that he entirely forgets who he is." "Not I," said Charles. "That can't be laid to my door. But I'll write him such a letter this instant as shall make him remember what he is, and show him who he has to deal with, eh, Charlie? Don't you think," said Guy, preparing to go, "that it might be better to wait a day or two, till we see our way clearer, and are a little cooler?" "I tell you, Guy, there is no one that puts me out of patience now but yourself. You are as bad as Philip himself. Cool! I am coolness itself, all but what's proper spirit for a man to show when his family is affronted, and himself dictated to, by a meddling young jackanapes. I'll serve him out properly." A message called him away. Guy stood looking perplexed and sorrowful. "Never mind," said Charles. "I'll take care the letter is moderate. Besides, it is only Philip, and he knows that letter writing is not his forte. I am afraid things will be said in irritation, which you will both regret. There are justice and reason in the letter." "There shall be more in the answer, as you will see." "No, I will not see. It is Mr Edmonston's concern, not mine. I am the last person who should have anything to do with it." Just what the individual in question would not have said. "Would you do one thing to oblige me, Charlie?" "Anything but not speaking my mind to, or of, the Captain." "That is the very thing, unluckily. Try to get the answer put off till to morrow, and that will give me time to look at this letter candidly." "All the candour in the world will not make me think otherwise than that he is disappointed at being no longer able to make us the puppets of his malevolence. Don't answer; or if you do, tell me what you say in favour of that delicate insinuation of his." Guy made a step towards the window, and a step back again. "'Tis not fair to ask such questions," he replied, after a moment. "It is throwing oil on the fire. I was trying to forget it. He neither knows my uncle nor the circumstances." "Well, I am glad there is a point on which you can't even pretend to stand up for him, or I should have thought you crazed with quixotism. But I am keeping you when you want to be off to Amy. Never mind, Mr Ready to halt. I shall wait till my father comes back. If you want the letter put off you had better give some hopes of Oh, he is gone, and disinterested advice it is of mine, for what is to become of me without Amy remains to be proved. Laura, poor thing, looks like Patience on a monument. I wonder whether Philip's disgrace has anything to do with it. If mamma's old idea was right, the Captain has been more like moth and candle than consistent with his prudence, unless he thought it a tout épreuve. I wonder what came to pass last autumn when I was ill, and mamma's head full of me. He may not intend it, and she may not know it, but I would try by no means answer for Cupid's being guiltless of that harassed look she has had ever since that ball going summer. Oh! there go that pretty study, Amy and her true knight. As to Guy, he is more incomprehensible than ever. Yet there is no avoiding obeying him, on the principle on which that child in the moorland cottage said she should obey Don Quixote. So, when his father came in, Charles wiled him into deferring the letter till the next day, by giving him an indistinct hope that some notion when the marriage would be might be arrived at by that time. He consented the more readily because he was in haste to investigate a complaint that had just been made of the Union doctor; but his last words to his wife and son before he went were: "Of course they must marry directly. There is nothing on earth to wait for. Live at Redclyffe alone? Not to be thought of. No, I'll see little Amy, my Lady Morville, before Philip goes abroad, if only to show him I am not a man to be dictated to." Mrs Edmonston sighed, but when he was gone she agreed with Charles that there was nothing to wait for, and that it would be better for Guy to take his wife at once with him when he settled at Redclyffe. So it must be whenever Amy could make up her mind to it. And thereupon they made plans for future meetings, Charles announcing that the Prince of the Black Isles would become locomotive, and Charlotte forming grand designs upon Shag Island. In the meantime Guy and Amy were walking in the path through the wood, where he began: "I would not have asked you to do anything so unpleasant as reading that letter, but I thought you ought to consider of it." "It was just like himself. How could he?" said Amy indignantly. "I wonder whether he will ever see his own harshness," said Guy. "It is very strange that with all his excellence and real kindness, there should be some distortion in his view of all that concerns me. I cannot understand it." "You must let me call it prejudice, Guy, in spite of your protest. It is a relief to say something against him." "Amy, don't be venomous," said Guy, in a playful tone of reproach. "Yes, but you know it is not me whom he has been abusing." "Well," said Guy, musingly, "I suppose it is right there should be this cloud, or it would be too bright for earth. It has been one of my chief wishes to have things straight with Philip, ever since the time he stayed at Redclyffe as a boy. I saw his superiority then, but it fretted me, and I never could make a companion of him. Ever since I have looked to his approval as one of the best things to be won. It shows his ascendancy of character; yet, do what I will, the mist has gone on thickening between us. And with reason, for I have never been able to give him the confidence he required, and his conduct about my uncle has so tried my patience, that I never have been quite sure whether I ought to avoid him or not. And now you are the only person who will speak for him. I don't wonder papa is provoked with you," said she, pretending to be wilful. "I only hope you don't want to make me do the same. I could bear anything better than his old saying about your attractive manners and good impulses, and his opinion that has never altered. Oh, Guy, he is the most provoking person in all the world. Don't try to make me admire him, nor be sorry for him." "Not when you remember how he was looked on here? And how, without doing anything worthy of blame, nay, from his acting unsparingly, as he thought right, every one has turned against him. Even mamma, who used to be so fond of him." "Not Laura?" "No, not Laura; and I am thankful to her for it, for all this makes me feel as if I had supplanted him." "Yes, yes; it is like you. But don't ask me to feel that yet," said Amy, with tears in her eyes, "or I shall be obliged to tell you what you won't like to hear about his tone of triumph that terrible time last year. It was so very different. I don't think I could ever forgive him, if it had not made me so miserable too." Guy pressed her arm. "Yes, but he thought himself right. He meant to do the kindest thing by you," said he, so entirely without effort that no one could doubt it came straight from his heart. "So he thinks still, Amy. There is fairness, justice, good sense in his letter, and we must not blind our eyes to it. Though there is injustice, at least harshness. I did fail egregiously in my first trial." "Fail! In temper." "Oh!" "And, Amy, I wanted to ask what you think about the 4 years he speaks of. Do you think, as he says, my habits might be more fixed, and altogether you might have more confidence?" "I don't look on you quite as he does now," said Amy, with a very pretty smile. "Do you think his opinion of you will ever alter?" "But what do you think? Is there not some reason in what he says?" "The only use I can see is, that perhaps I should be wiser at 24, and fitter to take care of such a great house. But then you have been always helping me to grow wiser, and I am not much afraid but that you will be patient with me. Indeed, Guy, I don't know whether it is a thing I ought to say," she added, blushing, "but I think it would be dismal for you to go and live all alone at Redclyffe." "Honestly, Amy," replied he, after a little pause, "if you feel so, and your father approves, I don't think it will be better to wait. I know your presence is a safeguard, and if the right motives did not suffice to keep me straight, and I was only apparently so from hopes of you, why then I should be so utterly good for nothing at the bottom, if not on the surface, that you had better have nothing to say to me." Amy laughed incredulously. "That being settled," proceeded Guy, "did you hear what your father said as you left the breakfast room?" She coloured all over, and there was silence. "What did you answer?" said she at length. "I said, whatever happened, you must not be taken by surprise in having to decide quickly. Do you wish to have time to think? I'll go in and leave you to consider, if you like." "I only want to know what you wish," said Amy, not parting with his arm. "I had rather you did just as suits you best. Of course you know what my wish must be." Amy walked on a little way in silence. "Very well," said she presently. "I think you and mamma had better settle it. The worst," she had tears in her eyes, "the going away, mamma, Charley, all that will be as bad at one time as at another." The tears flowed faster. "It had better be as you all like best." "Oh, Amy, I wonder at myself for daring to ask you to exchange your bright, cheerful home for my gloomy old house." "No, your home," said Amy, softly. "I used to wonder why it was called gloomy, but it will be so no more when you are there. Yet there is a shadow hanging over it, which makes it sometimes seem too strange that you and it should be brought together." I have read somewhere that there is no real gloom but what people raise for themselves." "True. Gloom is in sin, not sorrow. Yes, there would be no comfort if I were not sure that aught of grief or pain should come to you through me. It will not, cannot really hurt you, my Amy. No, unless by my own fault, and you will help me to meet it. Hark! Was that a nightingale?" "Yes, the first. How beautiful! There, don't you see it? Look on that hazel, you may see its throat moving." Well! When they had listened for a long time, "After all, that creature in the sea will hardly let one speak of gloom, even in this world, to say nothing of other things." The sea! I am glad I have never seen it, because now you will show it to me for the first time. "You will never, can never imagine it, Amy." And he sung "With all tones of waters blending, Glorious is the breaking deep, Glorious, beauteous, without ending, Songs of ocean never sleep." A silence followed, only broken by the notes of the birds, and presently by the strokes of the great clock. Guy looked at his watch. "11, Amy! I must go to my reading, or you will have to be very much ashamed of me." For, after the first few days, Guy had returned to study regularly every day. He said it was a matter of necessity, not at all of merit; for though he did not mean to try for honours, Amy must not marry a plucked man. His whole career at Oxford had been such a struggle with the disadvantages of his education, that all his diligence had, he thought, hardly raised him to a level with his contemporaries. Moreover, courtship was not the best preparation for the schools, so that though he knew he had done his best, he expected no more than to pass respectably, and told Amy it was very good of her to be contented with a dunce, whereat she laughed merrily. But she knew him too well to try to keep him lingering in the April sunshine, and in they went, Guy to his Greek, and Amy to her mother. Charlotte's lessons had been in abeyance or turned over to Laura of late, and Mrs Edmonston and her dressing room were always ready for the confidences of the family, who sought her there in turn, all but one, and that the one whose need was the sorest. Amy and her mother comforted themselves with a good quiet cry, that was not exactly sorrowful, and came to the conclusion that Guy was the most considerate person in the world, and they would do whatever best suited him and papa. So when Mr Edmonston came home, he was rewarded for putting off the letter by finding every one willing to let the marriage take place whenever he pleased. There were various conferences in the dressing room, and Guy and Amy both had burning faces when they came down to dinner. Laura beheld them with a throbbing heart, while she mechanically talked to Dr Mayerne, as if nothing was going on. She was glad there was no singing that evening, for she felt incapable of joining, and when at night Charles and his father talked of sitting up to write to Philip, the misery was such that she had no relief till she had shut herself in her room, to bear or to crush the suffering as best she might. She was still sitting helpless in her wretchedness when Amy knocked at the door, and came in glowing with blushes and smiles, though her eyelashes were dewy with tears. "Laura, dearest, if you would not be so very unhappy, I wish I knew what to do for you." Laura laid her head on her shoulder and cried. It was a great comfort, little as Amy could understand her trouble. Amy kissed her, soothed her caressingly, cried too, and said, in broken sentences, how often they would be together, and how comfortable it was that Charlie was so much better, and Charlotte quite a companion. "Then you have fixed the day?" whispered Laura at last. "The Tuesday in Whitsun week," returned Amy, resting her forehead on Laura's shoulder. They all thought it right. Laura flung her arms round her, and wept too much to speak. "Dear, dear Laura," said Amy, after a time, "it is very kind of you, but " "Oh, Amy, you don't know. You must not think so much better of me than I deserve. It is not only No, I would not be so selfish, if but Never had her self command so given way. Ah! You are unhappy about Philip," said Amy; and Laura, alarmed lest she might have betrayed him, started, and tried to recover herself. But she saw Amy was quite unsuspicious, and the relief from this fright helped her through what her sister was saying. "Yes, you, who were so fond of him, must be vexed at this unkindness on his part." "I am sure it is his real wish for your good," murmured Laura. "I dare say," said Amy, with displeasure. Then changing her tone, "I beg your pardon, dear Laura, but I don't think I can quite bear to hear any one but Guy defend him." "It is very generous." "Oh, is not it, Laura? And he says he is so grieved to see us turned against Philip after being so fond of him. He says it makes him feel as if he had supplanted him, and that he is quite thankful to you for taking his part still." "How shall I bear it?" sighed Laura to herself. "I wonder whether he will come," said Amy thoughtfully. "He will," said Laura. "You think so?" said Amy. "Well, Guy would be glad." "Yes. Oh, Laura, if Philip would learn to do Guy justice, I don't think there would be any more to wish." "He will in time," said Laura. "He is too generous not to be won by such generosity as Guy's. And when all this is forgotten, and all these accusations have been lived down, he will be the warmest of friends." "Yes," said Amy, as if she wished to be convinced. "But if he would only leave off saying his opinion has never altered, I think I could bring myself to look on him as Guy wants me to do. Good night, dear Laura, and don't be unhappy. Oh, one thing I must tell you. Guy made Charles promise to do all he could not to let it be a hasty letter. Now, good night." Poor Laura! She knew not whether gratitude to Guy was not one of her most painful sensations. She wished much to know what had been said in the letter, but only one sentence transpired, and that was, that Mr Edmonston had never heard it was necessary to apply to a nephew for consent to a daughter's marriage. It seemed as if it must have been as cutting as Charles could make it; but Laura trusted to Philip's knowledge of the family, and desire for their good, to make him forgive it, and the expectation of seeing him again at the wedding cheered her. Indeed, a hope of still greater consequences began to rise in her mind, after Charles one day said to her: "I think you ought to be much obliged to Guy. This morning he suddenly exclaimed, `I say, Charley, I wish you would take care Amy's fortune is not settled on her so that it can't be got rid of.' I asked how he meant to make ducks and drakes of it, and he explained that if either of you two did not happen to marry for money, like Amy, it might do you no harm." "We are very much obliged to him," said Laura, more earnestly than Charles had expected. "Do you know what it is, Charley?" "Oh, you want to calculate the amount of your obligation? Somewhere about £5,000, I believe." Charles watched Laura, and the former idea recurred, as he wondered whether there was any particular meaning in her inquiry. Meaning, indeed, there was. Laura knew nothing about the value of money. She did not know what Philip had of his own, how far 5 or even 10,000 would go in enabling them to marry, or whether it was available in her father's lifetime. But she thought this prospect might smooth the way to the avowal of their attachment, as effectually as his promotion. She reckoned on relief from the weary oppression of secrecy, and fully expected that it would all be told in the favourable juncture, when her parents were full of satisfaction in Amy's marriage. Gratitude to Guy would put an end to all doubt, dislike, and prejudice, and Philip would receive him as a brother. These hopes supported Laura, and enabled her to take part with more appearance of interest in the consultations and arrangements for the marriage, which were carried on speedily, as the time was short, and Mr Edmonston's ideas were on a grand scale. It seemed as if he meant to invite all the world, and there were no limits to his views of breakfast, carriages, and splendours. His wife let him run on without contradiction, leaving the plans either to evaporate or condense, as time might prove best. Guy took Amy out walking, and asked what she thought of it. "Do you dislike it very much?" she said. "I can hardly tell. Of course, as a general rule, the less parade and nonsense the better. But if your father wishes it, and if people do find enjoyment in that way, it seems hard they should not have all they can out of it." "Oh, yes, the school children and poor people," said Amy. "How happy the Ashford children will be, feasting the poor people at Redclyffe! Old Jonas Ledbury will be in high glory. To be sure, it does not seem like merit to feast one's poor neighbours rather than the rich. It is so much pleasanter. However, since the poor will be feasted, I don't think the rich ones will do us much harm." "I am sure I shall know very little about them," said Amy. "The realities are so great to us, that they will swallow up the accessories. There must be the church, and all that; and for the rest, Amy, I don't think I shall find out whether you wear lace or grogram." "There's encouragement for me," said Amy, laughing. "However, what I mean is, that I don't care about it, if I am not obliged to attend and give my mind to those kind of things just then, and that mamma will take care of. Is it not a great trouble for her? I forgot that. It was selfish, for we slip out of the fuss, and it all falls on her." "Yes," said Amy; "but don't you think it would tease her more to have to persuade papa out of what he likes, and alter every little matter? That would be worry; the rest only exertion. And do you know, I think," said she, with a rising tear, "that it will be better for her to keep her from thinking about losing me." "I see. Very well, we will take the finery quietly. Only one thing, Amy, we will not be put out of. We will not miss the full holy day service." "Oh, yes, that will be the comfort. One other thing, Amy. You know I have hardly a friend of my own, but there is one person I should like to ask Markham. He has been so kind, and so much attached to me. He loved my father so devotedly, and suffered so much at his death, that it is a pity he should not be made happy, and very happy he will be. And there is one person I should like to ask, Guy, if mamma thinks we can do it. I am sure little Marianne ought to be one of my bridesmaids. Charlotte would take care of her, and it would be very nice to have her." CHAPTER XXVIII. Of the Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heir of Redclyffe, by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter XXVIII. But no kind influence stain thy shower, Till pride be quelled, and love be free. Scott. Kilcorran was about 20 miles from Cork, and Captain Morville was engaged to go and spend a day or two there. Maurice de Courcy drove him thither, wishing all the way for some other companion, since no one ever ventured to smoke a cigar in the proximity of Morville; and, besides, Maurice's conversational powers were obliged to be entirely bestowed on his horse and dog; for the captain, instead of, as usual, devoting himself to suit his talk to his audience, was wrapped in the deepest meditation, now and then taking out a letter and referring to it. This letter was the reply jointly compounded by Mr Edmonston and Charles, and the subject of his consideration was, whether he should accept the invitation to the wedding. Charles had taken care fully to explain how the truth respecting the cheque had come out, and Philip could no longer suspect that it had been a fabrication of Dixon's. But while Guy persisted in denial of any answer about the £1,000, he thought the renewal of the engagement extremely imprudent. He was very sorry for poor little Amy, for her comfort and happiness were, he thought, placed in the utmost jeopardy, with such a hot temper under the most favourable circumstances. And there was a further peril, that when the novelty of the life with her at Redclyffe had passed off, Guy might seek for excitement in the dissipation to which his uncle had probably already introduced him. In the 4 years' probation he saw the only hope of steadying Guy, or of saving Amy, and he was much concerned at the rejection of his advice, entirely for their sakes, for he could not condescend to be affronted at the scornful, satirical tone towards himself, in which Charles's little spitefulness was so fully apparent. The wedding was a regular sacrifice, and Amabel was nothing but a victim; but an invitation to Holywell had a charm for him that he scarcely could resist. To see Laura again, after having parted, as he thought, for so many years, delighted him in anticipation, and it would manifest his real interest in his young cousins, and show that he was superior to taking offence at the folly of Charles or his father. These were his first thoughts and inclinations. His second were, that it was contrary to his principles to sanction so foolish and hasty a marriage by his presence, that he should thus be affording a triumph to Guy, and to one who would use it less moderately, to Charles. It would be more worthy of himself, more consistent with his whole course of conduct, to refuse his presence, instead of going amongst them when they were all infatuated, and unable to listen to sober counsel. If he stayed away now, when Guy should have justified his opinion, they would all own how wisely he had acted, and would see the true dignity which had refused, unlike common minds, to let his complaisance draw him into giving any sanction to what he so strongly disapproved. Laura, too, would pass through this trying time better, if she was not distracted by watching him. She would understand the cause of his absence, and he could trust her to love and comprehend him at a distance, better than he could trust her to hear the marriage service in his presence without betraying herself. Nor did he wish to hear her again plead for the confession of their engagement; and, supposing any misadventure should lead to its betrayal, what could be more unpleasant than for it to be revealed at such a time, when Charles would so turn it against him that all his influence and usefulness would be for ever at an end. Love drew him one way and consistency another. Captain Morville had never been so much in the condition of Mahomet's coffin in his life, and he grew more angry with his uncle, Charles, and Guy, for having put him in so unpleasant a predicament. So the self-debate lasted all the way till Kilcorran, and he only had two comforts. One, that he had sent the follower who was always amenable to good advice, safe out of the way of Lady Evelyn, to spend his leave of absence at Thorndaile. The other, that Maurice de Courcy was, as yet, ignorant of the Holywell news, and did not torment him by talking about it. This satisfaction, however, lasted no longer than till their arrival at Kilcorran, for the instant they entered the drawing room, Lady Evelyn exclaimed, "Oh, Maurice, I have been so longing for you to come. Captain Morville, I hope you have not told him, for I can't flatter myself to be beforehand with you, now at least." "He has told me nothing," said Maurice. "Indeed such bad company has seldom been seen as he has been all the way." "You don't mean that you don't know it? How delightful! Oh, mamma, think of knowing something Captain Morville does not!" "I am afraid I cannot flatter you so far," said Philip, knowing this was no place for allowing his real opinion to be guessed. "Then you do know?" said Lady Kilcorran sleepily. "I am sure it is a subject of great rejoicing." "But what is it, Eva? Make haste and tell," said Maurice. "No, you must guess. Why, you would not be in such a way about it if it was not a wedding. Right, Maurice. Now, who is it?" "One of the Edmonstons, I suppose. 'Tis Laura." "Wrong." "What, not Laura? I thought she would have been off first. Somebody's got no taste, then, for Laura is the prettiest girl I know." "Ah, your heart has escaped breaking this time, Maurice. It is that little puss Amy that has made a great conquest. Now guess." "Oh, young Morville, of course. But what possessed him to take Amy and leave Laura?" "Perhaps Laura was not to be had. Men are so self sufficient that they always think they may pick and choose. Is it not so, Captain Morville? I likes the Guy better than most men, but Laura is too good for any one I know. If I could make a perfect hero I would at once, only Charles would tell me all the perfect heroes in books are bores. How long have you known of it, Captain Morville?" "For the last 10 days." "And you never mentioned it? I did not know whether they intended to publish it. Now, Captain Morville, I hope to make some progress in your good opinion. Of course, you believe I can't keep a secret; but what do you think of my having known it ever since last summer, and held my tongue all that time?" "A great effort indeed," said Philip, smiling. "It would have been greater, I suppose, if the engagement had been positive, not conditional." "Oh, every one knew what it must come to. No one could have the least fear of the Guy. Yes, I saw it all. I gave my little aid, and I am sure I have a right to be bridesmaid, as I am to be. Oh, won't it be charming? It is to be the grandest wedding that ever was seen. It is to be on Whit Tuesday, and papa is going to take me and Aunt Charlotte. And for old Aunt Mabel says Aunt Charlotte must go. There are to be 6 bridesmaids, and a great party at the breakfast. Everything as splendid as possible, and I made Mrs Edmonstone promise from the first that we should have a ball. You must go, Maurice." "I shall be on the high seas." "Oh, yes, that is horrid; but you don't sail with the regiment, I think, Captain Morville. You surely go." "I am not certain," said Philip, especially disgusted by hearing of the splendour, and thinking that he had supposed Guy would have had more sense. And it showed how silly Amy really was, since she was evidently only anxious to enjoy the full paraphernalia of a bride. "Not certain!" exclaimed Maurice and Evelyn in a breath. "I am not sure that I shall have time. You know I have been intending to make a walking tour through Switzerland before joining at Corfu." "And you really would prefer going by yourself? Apart, unfriended, melancholy, slow?" "Very slow indeed," said Maurice. "A wedding is a confused, melancholy affair," said Philip. "You know I am no dancing man, Lady Evelyn. One individual like myself can make little difference to persons engrossed with their own affairs. I can wish my cousins well from a distance, as well as at hand; and though they have been kind enough to ask me, I think that while their house is overflowing with guests of more mark, my room will be preferred to my company." "Then you do not mean to go?" said Lady Kilcorran. "I do not," she continued, "for my health is never equal to so much excitement, and it would only be giving poor Mrs Edmonstone additional trouble to have to attend to me." "So you really mean to stay away?" said Evelyn. "I have not entirely decided." "At any rate, you must go and tell old Aunt Mabel all about them," said Evelyn. "She is so delighted. You will be quite worshipped at the cottage for the very name of Morville. I spend whole hours in discoursing on Sir Guy's perfections." Philip could not refuse, but his feelings towards Guy were not warmed by the work he had to go through, when conducted to the cottage, where lived old Lady Mabel Edmonston and her daughter, and there required to dilate on Guy's excellence. He was not wanted to speak of any of the points where his conscience would not let him give a favourable report. It was quite enough for him to tell of Guy's agreeable manners and musical talents, and to describe the beauty and extent of Redclyffe. Lady Mabel and Miss Edmonston were transported, and the more Philip saw of the light and superficial way in which the marriage was considered, the more unwilling he became to confound himself with such people by eagerness to be present at it, and to join in the festivities. Yet he exercised great forbearance in not allowing one word of his disapproval or misgivings to escape him. No censure was uttered, and Lady Evelyn herself could not make out whether he rejoiced or not. He was grave and philosophical, superior to nonsensical mirth, that was all that she saw, and he made himself very agreeable throughout his visit, by taking condescending interest in all that was going on, and especially to Lady Evelyn, by showing that he thought her worthy of rational converse. He made himself useful as usual. Lord Kilcorran wanted a tutor for his two youngest boys, and it had been proposed to send them to Mr Wellwood at his curacy at Coombe Prior. He wished to know what Captain Morville thought of the plan, and Philip, thinking that Mr Wellwood had been very inattentive to Guy's proceedings at St Mildred's, though he would not blame him, considered it very fortunate that he had a different plan to recommend. One of the officers of his regiment had lately had staying with him a brother who had just left Oxford, and was looking out for a tutorship, a very clever and agreeable young man, whom he liked particularly, and he strongly advised Lord Kilcorran to keep his sons under his own eye, and place them under the care of this gentleman. His advice, especially when enforced by his presence, was almost sure to prevail, and thus it was in the present case. The upshot of his visit was, that he thought worse and worse of the sense of the whole Edmonston connection; considered that it would be of no use for him to go to Holywell, adhered to his second resolution, and wrote to his uncle a calm and lofty letter, free from all token of offence, expressing every wish for the happiness of Guy and Amabel, and thanking his uncle for the invitation, which, however, he thought it best to decline, much as he regretted losing the opportunity of seeing Holywell and its inhabitants again. His regiment would sail for Corfu either in May or June, but he intended himself to travel on foot through Germany and Italy, and would write again before quitting Ireland. So, said Charles, there were at the marriage the piccaninnies, and the job lilies, and the garrulillies, but not the grand panjandrum himself. "Nor the little round button at top?" rejoined Charlotte. "Well, it's his own look out," said Mr Edmonston. "It is of a piece with all the rest. I'm sure we don't want him," said Charlotte. "Not in this humour," said her mother. Amy said nothing, and if she did not allow herself to avow that his absence was a relief, it was because she saw it was a grief and disappointment to Guy. Laura was, of course, very much mortified, almost beyond the power of concealment. She thought he would have come for the sake of seeing her, and she had reckoned so much on this meeting that it was double vexation. He did not know what he was missing by not coming, and she could not inform him, for writing to him was impossible, without the underhand dealings to which they would never, either of them, have recourse. So much for herself, and his perseverance in disapproval, in spite of renewed explanation, made her more anxious and sorry on Amy's account. Very mournful were poor Laura's sensations, but there was no remedy but to try to bewilder and drive them away in the bustle of preparation. Guy had to go and take his degree, and then return to make his own preparations at Redclyffe. Amy begged him, as she knew he would like, to leave things alone as much as possible, for she could not bear old places to be pulled to pieces to suit newcomers, and she should like to find it just as he had been used to it. He smiled, and said it should only be made habitable. She must have a morning room, about which he would consult Mrs Ashford, and he would choose her piano himself. The great drawing room had never been unpacked since his grandmother's time, so that must be in repair, and as for a garden, they would lay it out together. There could not be much done, for though they did not talk of it publicly, lest they should shock Mr Edmonston, they meant to go home directly after their marriage. To Oxford, then, went Guy. His second letter announced that he had done tolerably well on his examination, and it came round to the Edmonstons that it was a great pity he had not gone up for honours, as he would certainly have distinguished himself. Redclyffe was, of course, in a state of great excitement at the news that Sir Guy was going to be married. Markham was very grand with the letter that announced it, and could find nothing to grumble about but that the lad was very young, and it was lucky it was no worse. Mrs. Ashford was glad it was so good a connection, and obtained all the intelligence she could from James Thorndyle, who spoke warmly of the Holywell family in general, and in particular said that the young ladies looked after schools and poor people, that Miss Edmonston was very handsome and clever, a very superior person; but as to Miss Amabel, he did not know that there was anything to say about her. She was just like other young ladies, and very attentive to her invalid brother. Markham's enmity to Mr. Ashford had subsided at the bidding of his master, and he informed him one day, with great cordiality, that Sir Guy would be at home the next. He was to sleep that night at Coombe Prior and ride to Redclyffe in the morning, and, to the great delight of the boys, it was at the parsonage door that he dismounted. Mrs. Ashford looked up in his bright face, and saw no more of the shade that had perplexed her last winter. His cheeks were deeper red as she warmly shook hands with him, and then the children sprung upon him for their old games, the boys claiming his promise, with all their might, to take them out to the shag. She wondered when she should venture to talk to him about Miss Amabel. He next went to find Markham, and met him before he reached his house. Markham was too happy not to grant and grumble more than ever. "Well, Sir Guy, so here you are. You've lost no time about it, however. A fine pair of young housekeepers, and a pretty example of early marriages for the parish." Guy laughed. "You must come and see the example, Markham. I have a message from Mr. and Mrs. Edmonston to ask you to come to Holywell at Whitsuntide." "Grunt! You are making a fool of me, Sir Guy. What's a plain old man like me to do among all your lords and ladies, and finery and flummery? I'll do no such thing." "Not to oblige me?" "Oblige you? Nonsense! Much you'll care for me." "Nay, Markham, you must not stay away. You, my oldest and best friend, my only home friend. I owe all my present happiness to you, and it would really be a great disappointment to me if you did not come. She wishes it too." "Well, Sir Guy," and the grunt was of softer tone, "if you do choose to make a fool of me, I can't help it. You must have your own way, though you might have found a friend that would do you more credit." "Then I may say that you will come?" "Say I am very much obliged to Mr and Mrs Edmonston for their invitation. It is very handsome of them." "Then you will have the settlements ready by that time. You must, Markham." "I'll see about it." "And the house must be ready to come home to at once." "You don't know what you're talking of, Sir Guy!" exclaimed Markham, at once aghast and angry. "Yes, I do. We don't intend to turn the house upside down with new furniture." "You may talk as you please, Sir Guy, but I know what's what, and it is mere nonsense to talk of bringing a lady to a house in this condition. A pretty notion you have of what is fit for your bride. I hope she knows what sort of care you mean to take of her." "She will be satisfied," said Guy. "She particularly wishes not to have everything disarranged. I only must have 2 rooms furnished for her." "But the place wants painting from head to foot, and the roof is in such a state." "The roof? That's serious." "Serious? I believe so. You'll have it about your ears in no time if you don't look sharp." "I'll look this minute," said Guy, jumping up. "Will you come with me?" Up he went, climbing about in the forest of ancient timbers, where he could not but be convinced that there was more reason than he could wish in what Markham said, and that his roof was in no condition to bring his bride to. Indeed, it was probable that it had never been thoroughly repaired since the time of old Sir Hugh, for the Morvilles had not been wont to lay out money on what did not make a display. Guy was in dismay. He sent for the builder from Morworth, calculated times and costs, but, do what he would, he could not persuade himself that when once the workmen were in Redclyffe they would not be out again before the autumn. Guy was very busy during the fortnight he spent at home. There were the builder and his plans, and Markham and the marriage settlements, and there were orders to be given about the furniture. He came to Mrs Ashford about this, conducted her to the park, and begged her to be so kind as to be his counsellor, and to superintend the arrangement. He showed her what was to be Amy's morning room, now bare and empty, but with the advantages of a window looking south, upon the green wooded slope of the park, with a view of the church tower, and of the moors, which were of very fine form. He owned himself to be profoundly ignorant about upholstery matters, and his ideas of furniture seemed to consist in prints for the walls, a piano, a bookcase, and a couch for Charles. "You have heard about Charles?" said he, raising his bright face from the list of needful articles which he was writing, using the window seat as a table. "Not much," said Mrs. Ashford. "Is he entirely confined to the sofa?" "He cannot move without crutches, but no one could guess what he is without seeing him. He is so patient, his spirits never flag, and it is beautiful to see how considerate he is, and what interest he takes in all the things he never can share, poor fellow. I don't know what Holywell would be without Charlie. I wonder how soon he will be able to come here. Hardly this year, I am afraid, for things must be comfortable for him, and I shall never get them so without Amy, and then it will be autumn. Well, what next? Oh, you said window curtains. Some blue sort of stuff, I suppose, like the drawing room ones at Holywell. What's the name of it?" In fact, Mrs. Ashford was much of his opinion that he never would make things comfortable without Amy, though he gave his best attention to the inquiries that were continually made of him, and where he had an idea, carried it out to the utmost. He knew much better what he was about in the arrangements for Coombe Prior, where he had installed his friend, Mr. Wellwood, and set on foot many plans for improvements, giving them as much attention as if he had nothing else to occupy his mind. Both the curate and Markham were surprised that he did not leave these details till his return home; but he answered: "Better do things while we may. The thought of this unhappy place is enough to poison everything, and I don't think I could rest without knowing that the utmost was being done for it." He was very happy making arrangements for a village feast on the wedding day. The Ashfords asked if he would not put it off till his return, and preside himself. "It won't hurt them to have one first. Let them make sure of all the fun they can," he answered; and the sentiment was greatly applauded by Edward and Robert, who followed him about more than ever, and grew so fond of him that it made them very angry to be reminded of the spirit of defiance in which their acquaintance had begun. Nevertheless, they seemed to be preparing the same spirit for his wife, for when their mother told them they must not expect to monopolize him thus when he was married, they declared that they did not want a Lady Morville at all, and could not think why he was so stupid as to want a wife. Their father predicted that he would never have time to fulfil his old engagement of taking them out to the Shag Rock, but the prediction was not verified, for he rode both them and Mr. Ashford thither one fine May afternoon, showed them all they wanted to see, and let them scramble to their hearts' content. He laughed at their hoard of scraps of the wood of the wreck, which they said their mamma had desired them to fetch for her. So many avocations came upon Guy at once, so many of the neighbours came to call on him, such varieties of people wanted to speak to him, the boys followed him so constantly, and he had so many invitations from Mr. Wellwood and the Ashfords, that he never had any time for himself, except what must be spent in writing to Amabel. There was a feeling upon him that he must have time to commune with himself, and rest from this turmoil of occupation, in the solitude of which Redclyffe had hitherto been so full. He wanted to be alone with his old home, and take leave of it, and of the feelings of his boyhood, before beginning on this new era of his life. But whenever he set out for a solitary walk, before he could even get to the top of the crag, either Markham marched up to talk over some important question, a farmer waylaid him to make some request, some cottager met him to tell of a grievance, Mr. Wellwood rode over, or the Ashford boys rushed up and followed like his shadow. At length, on Ascension Day, the last before he was to leave Redclyffe, with a determination that he would escape for once from his pursuers, he walked to the cove as soon as he returned from morning service, launched his little boat, and pushed off into the rippling, whispering waters. It was a resumption of the ways of his boyhood. It seemed like a holiday to have left all these cares behind him, just as it used to be when all his lessons were prepared, and he had leave to disport himself, by land or water, the whole afternoon, provided he did not go out beyond the Shag Rock. He took up his sculls and rowed merrily, singing and whistling to keep time with their dash, the return to the old pleasure quite enough at first, the salt breeze, the dashing waves, the motion of the boat. So he went on till he had come as far as his former boundary, then he turned and gazed back on the precipitous rocks, cleft with deep fissures, marbled with veins of different shades of red, and tufted here and there with clumps of samphire grass and a little brushwood, bright with the early green of spring. The white foam and spray were leaping against their base, and roaring in their hollows. The tracks of wavelets between glittered in light, or heaved green under the shadow of the passing clouds. The sea birds floated smoothly in sweeping undulating lines, as though life's only call and care were graceful motion. The hawks poised themselves high in the air near the rocks. The cove lay in sunshine, its rough stone chimneys and rude slate roofs overgrown with moss and fern, rising rapidly, one above the other, in the fast descending hollow, through which a little stream rushed to the sea, more quietly than its brother, which, at some space distant, fell sheer down over the crag in a white line of foam, brawling with a tone of its own, distinguishable among all the voices of the sea, contending with the rocks. Above the village, in the space where the outline of two hills met and crossed, rose the pinnacled tower of the village church, the unusual height of which was explained by the old custom of lighting a beacon fire on its summit, to serve as a guide to the boats at sea. Still higher, apparently on the very brow of the beetling crag that frowned above, stood the old Gothic hall, crumbling and lofty, a fit eyrie for the eagles of Moreville. The sunshine was indeed full upon it, but it served to show how many of the dark windows were without the lining of blinds and curtains, that alone gives the look of life and habitation to a house. How crumbled by sea wind were the old walls, and the aspect altogether full of a dreary haughtiness, suiting with the whole of the stories connected with its name, from the time when it was said the very dogs crouched and fled from the presence of the sacrilegious murderer of the Archbishop, to the evening when the heir of the line lay stretched a corpse before his father's gate. Guy sat resting on his oars, gazing at the scene, full of happiness, yet with a sense that it might be too bright to last, as if it scarcely befitted one like himself. The bliss before him, though it was surely a beam from heaven, was so much above him that he hardly dared to believe it real, like a child repeating, "Is it my own, my very own?" and pausing before it will venture to grasp at a prize beyond its hopes. He feared to trust himself fully, lest it should carry him away from his self-discipline, and dazzle him too much to let him keep his gaze on the light beyond; and he rejoiced in this time of quiet, to enable him to strive for power over his mind, to prevent himself from losing in gladness the balance he had gained in adversity. It was such a check as he might have wished for, to look at that grim old castle, recollect who he was, and think of the frail tenure of all earthly joy, especially for one of the house of Moreville. Could that abode ever be a home for a creature like Amy, with the bright innocent mirth that seemed too soft and sweet ever to be overshadowed by gloom and sorrow? Perhaps she might be early taken from him in the undimmed beauty of her happiness and innocence, and he might have to struggle through a long lonely life with only the remembrance of a short-lived joy to lighten it. And when he reflected that this was only a melancholy fancy, the answer came from within, that there was nothing peculiar to him in the perception that earthly happiness was fleeting. It was best that so it should be, and that he should rest in the trust that brightened on him through all, that neither life nor death, sorrow nor pain, could separate for ever him and his Amy. And he looked up into the deep blue sky overhead, murmuring to himself, "In heart and mind thither ascend, and with him continually dwell," and gazed long and intently as he rocked on the green waters, till he again spoke to himself, "Why stand ye here gazing up into heaven?" then pulled vigorously back to the shore, leaving a shining wake far behind him. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29, Part 1 of The Heir of Redclyffe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. Chapter 29, Part 1. Hark, how the birds do sing, and woods do ring. All creatures have their joy, and man hath his. Yet if we rightly measure man's joy and pleasure, rather hereafter than in present is. Not that he may not hear, taste of the cheer, but as birds drink and straight lift up the head, so must he sip and think of better drink he may attain to after he is dead. Herbert. Guy returned to Holywell on the Friday, there to spend a quiet week with them all, for it was a special delight to Amy that Holywell and her family were as precious to him for their own sakes as for hers. It was said that it was to be a quiet week, but with all the best efforts of Mrs. Edmonston and Laura to preserve quiet, there was an amount of confusion that would have been very disturbing but for Amy's propensity never to be ruffled or fluttered. What was to be done in the honeymoon was the question for consideration. Guy and Amy would have liked to make a tour among the English cathedrals, pay a visit at Holywell, and then go home and live in a corner of the house till the rest was ready. For Amy could not see why she should take up so much more room than old Sir Guy, and Guy declared he could not see that happiness was a reason for going pleasure hunting. But Charles pronounced this very stupid, and Mr. Edmonston thought a journey on the Continent was the only proper thing for them to do. Mrs. Edmonston wished Amy to see a little of the world. Amy was known to have always desired to see Switzerland. It occurred to Guy that it would be a capital opportunity of taking Arnaud to see the relations he had been talking for the last 20 years of visiting, and so they acquiesced. For, as Guy said, when they talked it over together, it did not seem to him to come under the denomination of pleasure hunting, since they had not devised it for themselves. They had no house to go to, they should do Arnaud a service, and perhaps they should meet Philip. "That will not be pleasure hunting, certainly," said Amy. Then, remembering that he could not bear to hear Philip underrated, she added, "I mean, unless you could convince him, and then it would be more than pleasure." "It would be my first of unattained wishes," said Guy, "that we will enjoy the journey. No fear on that score. And for fear we should get too much into the stream of enjoyment, as people abroad forget home duties, let us stick to some fixed time for coming back. You said Redclyffe would be ready by Michaelmas." "I have told the builder it must be. So, Amy, as far as it depends on ourselves, we are determined to be at home by Michaelmas." All seemed surprised to find the time for the wedding so near at hand. Charles's spirits began to flag. Amy was a greater loss to him than to anybody else. She could never again be to him what she had been, and unable as he was to take part in the general bustle and occupation, he had more time for feeling this, much more than his mother and Laura, who were employed all day. He and Guy were exemplary in their civilities to each other, in not engrossing Amy, and one who had only known him 3 years ago, when he was all exaction and selfishness, could have hardly believed him to be the same person who was now only striving to avoid giving pain, by showing how much it cost him to yield up his sister. He could contrive to be merry, but the difficulty was to be cheerful. He could make them all laugh in spite of themselves, but when alone with Amy, or when hearing her devolve on her sisters the services she had been wont to perform for him, it was almost more than he could endure. But then he dreaded setting Amy off into one of her silent crying fits, for which the only remedy was the planning a grand visit to Redclyffe, and talking over all the facilities of railroads and carriages. The last day had come, and a long strange one it was, not exactly joyful to any, and very sad to some, though Amy, with her sweet pensive face, seemed to have a serenity of her own that soothed them whenever they looked at her. Charlotte, though inclined to be wild and flighty, was checked and subdued in her presence. Laura could not be entirely wretched about her. Charles lay and looked at her without speaking. Her father never met her without kissing her on each side of her face, and calling her his little jewel. Her mother, but who could describe Mrs. Edmonston on that day, so full of the present pain, contending with the unselfish gladness. Guy kept out of the way, thinking Amy ought to be left to them. He sat in his own room a good while, afterwards rode to Broadstone, in coming home made a long visit to Mr. Ross, and when he returned he found Charles in his wheeled chair on the lawn, with Amy sitting on the grass by his side. He sat down by her, and there followed a long silence, one of those pauses full of meaning. "When shall we three meet again?" at length said Charles, in a would-be lively tone. "And where?" said Amy. "Here," said Charles. "You will come here to tell of your adventures, and take up bustle." "I hope so," said Guy. "We could not help it. The telling you about it will be a treat to look forward to, all the time. Yes, your sightseeing is a public benefit. You have seen many a thing for me." "That is the pleasure of seeing and hearing, the thing that is not fleeting," said Guy. "The unselfish part, you mean," said Charles, and mused again, till Guy, starting up, exclaimed, "There are the people," as a carriage came in view in the lane. "Shall I wheel you home, Charlie?" "Yes, do." Guy leaned over the back and pushed him along, and as he did so murmured in a low tremulous tone, "Wherever or whenever we may be destined to meet, Charlie, or if never again, I must thank you for a great part of my happiness here, for a great deal of kindness and sympathy." Charles looked straight before him and answered, "The kindness was all on your part. I had nothing to give in return but ill temper and exactions. But, Guy, you must not think I have not felt all you have done for me. You have made a new man of me, instead of a wretched stick, laughing at my misery, to persuade myself and others that I did not feel it. I hope you are proud of it." "As if I had anything to do with it." "Hadn't you? That's all. I know what you won't deny, at any rate. What a capital man of all work you have been to me, when I had no right to ask it. And now we have," he added, smiling because Amy was looking at him, but not making a very successful matter of the smile, "when you come back, you'll see me treat you as indeed a man and a brother." This talk retarded them a little, and they did not reach the house till the guests were arriving. The first sight that met the eyes of Aunt Charlotte and Lady Eveline as they entered was, in the frame of the open window, Guy's light agile figure assisting Charles up the step, his brilliant hazel eyes and glowing healthy complexion contrasting with Charles's pale, fair, delicate face, and features sharpened and refined by suffering. Amy, her deep blushes and downcast eyes almost hidden by her glossy curls, stood just behind, carrying her brother's crutch. "There they are!" cried Miss Edmonston, springing forward from her brother and his wife, and throwing her arms round Amy in a warm embrace. "My dear little niece, I congratulate you with all my heart, and that I do." "I'll spare your hot cheeks, Amy dearest," whispered Eveline, as Amy passed to her embrace, while Aunt Charlotte hastily kissed Charles, and proceeded, "I don't wait for an introduction," and vehemently shook hands with Guy. "Ay, did I say a word too much in his praise?" said Mr. Edmonston. "Isn't he all out as fine a fellow as I told you?" Guy was glad to turn away to shake hands with Lord Kilcoran, and the next moment he drew Amy out of the group eagerly talking round Charles's sofa, and, holding her hand, led her up to a sturdy, ruddy brown elderly man, who had come in at the same time, but after the first reception had no share in the family greetings. "You know him already," said Guy, and Amy held out her hand, saying, "Yes, I am sure I do." Markham was taken by surprise. He gave a most satisfied grunt, and shook hands as heartily as if she had been his favourite niece. "And the little girl?" said Amy. "Oh yes, I picked her up at St. Mildred's. One of the servants took charge of her in the hall." "I'll fetch her," cried Charlotte, as Amy was turning to the door, and the next moment she led in little Marianne Dyson, clinging to her hand. Amy kissed her, and held her fast in her arms, and Marianne looked up, consoled in her bewilderment by the greeting of her dear old friend Sir Guy. Mr. Edmonston patted her head, and when the others had spoken kindly to her, Charlotte, under whose especial charge Guy and Amy had placed her, carried her off to the regions upstairs. The rest of the evening was hurry and confusion. Mrs. Edmonston was very busy, and glad to be so, as she must otherwise have given way, and there was Aunt Charlotte to be talked to, whom they had not seen since Charles's illness. She was a short, bustling, active person, with a joyous face, inexhaustible good humour, and considerable touch of Irish, and referring everything to her mother, her one thought. Everything was to be told to her, and the only drawback to her complete pleasure was the anxiety lest she should be missed at home. Mrs. Edmonston was occupied with her, telling her the history of the engagement, and praising Guy. Amy went up as soon as dinner was over, to take leave of old nurse, and to see little Marianne, and Eveline sat between Laura and Charlotte, asking many eager questions, which were not all convenient to answer. Why Sir Guy had not been at home at Christmas was a query to which it seemed as if she should never gain a reply, for that Charles had been ill and Guy at Redclyffe was no real answer, and finding she should not be told, she wisely held her tongue. Again she made an awkward inquiry. "Now tell me, is Captain Morville pleased about this or not?" Laura would have been silent, trusting to Eveline's propensity for talking, for bringing her to some speech that it might be easier to answer, but Charlotte exclaimed, "What has he been saying about it?" "Saying? Oh, nothing. But why does he not come?" "You have seen him more lately than we have," said Laura. "That is an evasion," said Eveline, "as if you did not know more of his mind than I could ever get at, if I saw him every day of my life." "He is provoking, that is all," answered Charlotte. "I am sure we don't want him, but Laura and Guy will both of them take his part." A call came at that moment. The box of white gloves was come, and Laura must come and count them. She would fain have taken Charlotte with her, but neither Charlotte nor Eveline appeared disposed to move, and she was obliged to leave them. Eva had already guessed that there was more chance of hearing the facts from Charlotte, and presently she knew a good deal. Charlotte had some prudence, but she thought she might tell her own cousin what half the neighbourhood knew, that Philip had suspected Guy falsely, and had made papa very angry with him, that the engagement had been broken off, and Guy had been banished, while all the time he was behaving most gloriously. Now it was all explained, but in spite of the fullest certainty, Philip would not be convinced, and wanted them to have waited 5 years. Eveline agreed with Charlotte that this was a great deal too bad, admired Guy, and pitied Amy to her heart's content. "So he was banished, regularly banished?" said she. However, of course, Amy never gave him up. Oh, she never mistrusted him 1 minute. And while he had her fast, it was little he would care for the rest. Yes, if he had known it, but she could not tell him. Eveline looked arch. "But I am sure she did not," said Charlotte rather angrily. "You know nothing about it, my dear." "Yes, but I do, for mamma said to Charlie how beautifully she did behave, and he too, never attempting any intercourse." "Very good of you to believe it." "I am sure of it, certain sure," said Charlotte. "How could you venture to think they would either of them do anything wrong?" "I did not say they would." "What, not to write each other when papa had forbidden it, and to do it in secret too?" "My dear, don't look so innocently irate. Goodness had nothing to do with it. It would be only a moderate constancy. You know nothing at all of lovers." "If I know nothing of lovers, I know a great deal of Amy and Guy, and I am quite sure that nothing on earth would tempt them to do anything in secret that they were forbidden." "Wait till you are in love, and you'll change your mind." "I never mean to be in love," said Charlotte indignantly. Eveline laughed the more. Charlotte grew more angry and uncomfortable at the tone of the conversation, and was heartily glad that it was broken off by the entrance of the gentleman. Guy helped Charles to the sofa, and then turned away to continue his endless talk on Redclyffe business with Markham. Charlotte flew up to the sofa, seized an interval when no one was in hearing, and kneeling down to bring her face on a level with her brother's, whispered, "Charlie, Eva won't believe but that Guy and Amy kept up some intercourse last winter." "I can't help it, Charlotte. When I tell her they did not, she only laughs at me. Do tell her they did not." "I have too much self-respect to lay myself open to ridicule." "Charlie, you don't think it possible yourself?" exclaimed Charlotte in consternation. "Possible? No, indeed. She will say it is not wrong, and that I know nothing of lovers. You should have told her that ours are not commonplace lovers, but far beyond her small experience." "I wish I had. Tell her so, Charlie. She will believe you." "I shan't say one word about it." "Why not?" "Because she is not worthy. If she can't appreciate them, I would let her alone. I once thought better of Eva, but it is very bad company she keeps when she is not here." Charles, however, was not sorry when Eveline came to sit by him, for a bantering conversation with her was the occupation of which he was most capable. Amy, returning, came and sat in her old place beside him, with her hand in his, and her quiet eyes fixed on the ground. The last evening for many weeks that she would thus sit with him, the last that she would ever be a part of his home. She had already ceased to belong entirely to him, she who had always been the most precious to him, except his mother. Only his mother could have been a greater loss. He could not dwell on the anticipation, and still holding her hand, he roused himself to listen, and answer gaily to Eveline's description of the tutor, Mr. Fielder, a thorough gentleman, very clever and agreeable, who had read all the books in the world, the ugliest, yes, without exaggeration, the most quaintly ugly man living, little, and looking just as if he was made of gutta percha, Eveline said, always moving by jerks. So Maurice advised the boys not to put him near the fire, lest he should melt. Only when he gives them some formidable lesson, and they want to melt his heart, said Charles, talking at random in hopes of saying something laughable. Then his eyes, 'tis not exactly a squint, but a cast there is, and one set of eyelashes are black, and the other light, and that gives him just the air of a little frightful terrier of Maurice's named Venus, with a black spot over one eye. The boys never call him anything but Venus. And you encourage them in a respect for their tutor? Oh, he holds his own at lessons, I trow. But he pretends to have such a horror of us wild Irish, and to wonder not to find us eating potatoes with our fingers, and that I don't wear a petticoat over my head instead of a bonnet, in what he calls the classical Carthaginian Celto-Hibernian fashion. Dear me, said Charlotte, no wonder Philip recommended him. Oh, I assure you he has the gift. No one else but Captain Morville talks near as well. So talked on Eveline, and Charles answered her as much in her own fashion as he could, and when at last the evening came to an end, everyone felt relieved. Laura lingered long in Amy's room, perceiving that hitherto she had known only half the value of her sister, her sweet sister. It would be worse than ever now, when left with the others, all so much less sympathizing, all saying sharp things of Philip, none to cling to her with those winsome ways that had been unnoted till the time when they were no longer to console her, and she felt them to have been the only charm that had softened her late dreary desolation. So full was her heart that she must have told Amy all her grief but for the part that Philip had acted towards Guy, and her doubts of Guy would not allow her the consolation of dwelling on Amy's happiness, which cheered the rest. She could only hang about her in speechless grief, and caress her fondly, while Amy cried and tried to comfort her, till her mother came to wish her good night. Mrs. Edmonston did not stay long, because she wished Amy, if possible, to rest. "Mamma," said Amy, as she received her last kiss, "I can't think why I am not more unhappy." "It is all as it should be," said Mrs. Edmonston. End of Chapter 29, Part 1.
Chapter 29, Part 2.
Of the Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heir of Redclyffe by Charlotte Yonge.
Chapter 29, Part 2.
Amabel slept and awakened to the knowledge that it was her wedding day. She was not to appear at the first breakfast, but she came to meet Charles in the dressing-room, and as they sat together on the sofa, where they had watched and amused so many of his hours of helplessness, he clasped around her arm his gift, a bracelet of his mother's hair. His fingers trembled and his eyes were hazy, but he would not let her help him. Her thanks were obliged to be all kisses. No words would come but, "Charlie, Charlie, how could I ever have promised to leave you?" "Nonsense! Whoever dreamt that my sisters were to be 3 monkeys tied to a dog?" It was impossible not to smile, though it was but for a moment. Charles's mirth was melancholy. "And dear Charlie, you will not miss me so very much? Do pray let Charlotte wait upon you." "After the first, perhaps, I may not hate her. Oh, Amy, I little knew what I was doing when I tried to get him back again for you. I was sawing off the bough I was sitting on. But there, I will not flatter you. You've had enough to turn your head of yours. Stand up, and let me take a survey. Very pretty, I declare. You do my education credit. There, if it will be for your peace, I'll do my best to wear on without you. I wanted a brother all my life, and you are giving me the very one I would have picked out of 1,000, the only one I could forgive for presuming to steal you, Amy. Here he is. Come in," he added, as Guy knocked at his door to offer to help him downstairs. Guy hardly spoke, and Amy could not look in his face. It was late, and he took down Charles at once. After this she had very little quiet. Everyone was buzzing about her and putting the last touches to her dress. At last, just as she was quite finished, Charlotte exclaimed, "Oh, there is Guy's step. May I call him in to have one look?" Mrs. Edmonstone did not say no, and Charlotte, opening the dressing-room door, called to him. He stood opposite to Amy for some moments, then said with a smile, "I was wrong about the grogram. I would not for anything see you look otherwise than you do." It seemed to Mrs. Edmonstone and Laura that these words made them lose sight of the details of lace and silk that had been occupying them, so that they only saw the radiance, purity, and innocence of Amy's bridal appearance. No more was said, for Mr. Edmonstone ran up to call Guy, who was to drive Charles in the pony carriage. Amabel, of course, went with her parents. Poor child! Her tears flowed freely on the way, and Mr. Edmonstone, now that it had really come to the point of parting with his little Amy, was very much overcome, while his wife, hardly refraining from tears, could only hold her daughter's hand very close. The regular morning service was a great comfort by restoring their tranquillity, and by the time it was ended, Amabel's countenance had settled into its own calm expression of trust and serenity. She scarcely even trembled when her father led her forward. Her hand did not shake, and her voice, though very low, was firm and audible, while Guy's deep, sweet tones had a sort of thrill and quiver of intense feeling. No one could help observing that Laura was the most agitated person present. She trembled so much that she was obliged to lean on Charlotte, and her tears gave the infection to the other bridesmaids, all but Mary Ross, who could never cry when other people did, and little Marianne, who did nothing but look and wonder. Mary was feeling a great deal both of compassion for the bereaved family and of affectionate, admiring joy for the young pair who knelt before the altar. It was a showery day, with gleams of vivid sunshine, and one of these suddenly broke forth, casting a stream of colour from a martyr's figure in the south window, so as to shed a golden glory on the wave of brown hair over Guy's forehead. Then passing on and tinting the bride's white veil with a deep shade of crimson and purple. Either that golden light or the expression of the face on which it beamed made Mary think of the lines, "Where is the brow to wear in the mortal's sight the crown of pure angelic light?" Charles stood with his head leaning against a pillar, as if he could not bear to look up. Mr. Edmonstone was restless and almost sobbing. Mrs. Edmonstone alone collected, though much flushed and somewhat trembling, while the only person apparently free from excitement was the little bride, and there she knelt, her hand clasped in his, her head bent down, her modest, steadfast face looking as if she was only conscious of the vow she exchanged, the blessing she received, and was, as it were, lifted out of herself. It was over now. The feast in its fullest sense was held, and the richest of blessings had been called down on them. The procession came out of the vestry in full colour, and very pretty it was, the bride and bridegroom in the fresh bright graciousness of their extreme youth, and the 6 bridesmaids following. Laura and Lady Eveline, 2 strikingly handsome and elegant girls, Charlotte with the pretty little fair Marianne, Mary Ross and Grace Harper. The village people who stood round might well say that such a sight as that was worth coming 20 miles to see. The first care after the bridal pair was driven off was to put Charles into his pony carriage. Charlotte, who had just pinned on his favour, begged to drive him, for she meant to take him her especial charge, and to succeed to all Amy's rights. Mrs. Edmonstone asked whether Laura would not prefer going with him, but she hastily answered, "No, thank you, let Charlotte," for with her troubled feelings she could better answer talking girls than parry the remarks of her shrewd observant brother. Some one said it would rain, but Charlotte still pleaded earnestly. "Come on then, Puss," said Charles, rallying her spirits, "only don't upset me, or it will spoil their tour." Charlotte drove off with elaborate care. Then came a deep sigh, and she exclaimed, "Well, he is our brother, and all is safe." "Yes," said Charles, "no more fears for them." "Had you any? I'm very glad if you had." "Why?" "Because it was all so like a book. I had a sort of feeling all the time that Philip would come in, quite grand and terrible, as if he must act ogre. I'm not sure that I had not something of the same notion, that he might appear suddenly and forbid the banns, entirely for Amy's sake, and as the greatest kindness to her." "Oh!" "However, he can't separate them now. Let him do his worst, and while Amy is Guy's wife, I don't think we shall easily be made to quarrel. I'm glad the knot is tied, for I had a fatality notion that the feud was so strong that it was nearly a case of the mountains bending and the streams ascending ere she was to be foeman's bride." "No," said Charlotte, "it ought to be like that story of Rosara and her kindred, don't you remember? The fate would not be appeased by the marriage till Count Julius had saved the life of one of the hostile race. That would be it. Perhaps they will meet abroad, and Guy will do it." "That won't do. Philip will never endanger his precious life, nor ever forgive Guy the obligation." "Well, I suppose there never was a prettier wedding. How silly of me to say so. I shall be sick of hearing it before tonight. I do wish all these people were gone. I didn't know it would be so horrid. I should like to shut myself up and cry, and think what I could ever do to wait on you. Indeed, Charlie, I know I never can be like Amy, but if you—" "Be anything but sentimental. I don't want to make a fool of myself," said Charles, with a smile and tone as if he was speaking sorrow at bay. "Depend on it, if we were left to ourselves this evening, we should be so desperately savage that we should quarrel furiously, and there would be no Amy to set us to rights. How Aunt Charlotte did cry! What a funny little woman she is!" "Yes, I see now who you take after, Puss. You'll be just like her when you are her age." "So I mean to be. I mean to stay and care for you all my life, as she does of grandmamma." "You do you?" "Yes. I never mean to marry. It's so disagreeable. Oh dear! But how lovely dear Amy did look!" "Here's the rain!" exclaimed Charles, as some large drops began to fall in good time to prevent them from being either savage or sentimental, though at the expense of Charlotte's pink and white, for they had no umbrella, and she would not accept a share of Charles's carriage cloak. She laughed and drove on fast through the short cut, and arrived at the house door just as the pelting hail was over, having battered her thin sleeves, and made her white bonnet look very deplorable. The first thing they saw was Guy, with Bustle close to him, for Bustle had found out that something was going on that concerned his master, and followed him about more assiduously than ever, as if sensible of decree that he was to be left behind to Charlotte's care. "Charlotte, how wet you are!" "Never mind, Charlie's that." She sprang out, holding his hand, and felt as if he could never forget that moment when her new brother first kissed her brow. "Where's Amy?" "Here." And while Guy lifted Charles out, Charlotte was clasped in her sister's arms. "Are you wet, Charlie?" "No. Charlotte would not be wise and let me keep the cloak to myself." "You are wet through, poor child. Come up at once and change," said Amy, flying nimbly up the stairs, up even to Charlotte's own room, the old nursery, and there she was unfastening the drenched finery. "Oh, Amy, don't do all this. Let me ring." "No, the servants are either not come home or are too busy. Charles won't want me. He has Guy. Can I find your white frock? Oh, but Amy, let me see." Charlotte made prisoner the left hand, and looked up with an arch smile at the face which she had called up a blush. Lady Morville must not begin by being lady's maid. Let me, Charlotte dear. I shan't be able to do anything for you this long time." Amy's voice trembled, and Charlotte held her fast to kiss her again. "We must make haste," said Amy, recovering herself. "There are the carriages." While the frock was being fastened, Charlotte looked into the prayer book Amy had laid down. There was the name, Amabel Frances Morville, and the date. "Has he just written it?" said Charlotte. "Yes, when we came home." "Oh, Amy, dear, dear Amy, I don't know whether I'm glad or sorry." "I believe I am both," said Amy. At that moment Mrs. Edmondstone and Laura hastened in. Then was the time for broken words, tears, and smiles, as Amy leant against her mother, who locked her in a close embrace, and gazed on her in a sort of trance, at once of maternal pride and of pain, at giving up her cherished nestling. Poor Laura! How bitter were her tears, and how forced her smiles, far unlike the rest. No one could care to hear the details of the breakfast and the splendors of the cake. How Charlotte recovered her spirits while distributing the favors, and Lady Eveline set up a flirtation with Markham, and forced him into wearing one, though he protested, with many a grunt, that she make a queer fool of him. How often Charles was obliged to hear it been a pretty wedding, and how well Lord Kilcorn made his speech proposing the health of Sir Guy and Lady Morville. All the time Laura was active and useful, feeling as if she was acting a play, sustaining the character of Miss Edmonstone, the bridesmaid at her sister's happy marriage, while the true Laura, Philip's Laura, was lonely, dejected, wretched, half fearing for her sister, half jealous of her happiness, forced into pageantry with an aching heart, with only one wish, that it was over, that she might be again alone with her burden. She was glad when her mother rose and the ladies moved into the drawing-room, glad to escape from Eveline's quick eye and to avoid Mary's clear sense, glad to talk to comparative strangers, glad of the occupation of going to prepare Amabel for her journey. This lasted a long time. There was so much to be said, and hearts were so full, and Amy over again explained to Charlotte how to perform all the little services to Charles which she relinquished, while her mother had so many affectionate last words, and every now and then stopped short to look at her little daughter, saying she did not know if it was not a dream. At length Amabel was dressed in her purple and white shot silk, her muslin mantle, and white bonnet. Mrs. Edmonstone left her and Laura to have a few words together, and went to the dressing-room. There she found Guy leaning on the mantel-shelf, as he used to do when he brought his troubles to her. He started as she entered. "Ought I not be here?" he said. "I could not help coming once more. This room has always been the kernel of my home, my happiness here." "Indeed, it has been a very great pleasure to have you here." "You have been very kind to me," he proceeded in a low, reflecting tone. "You have helped me very much, very often, even when— Do you remember the day I begged you to keep me in order, as if I were Charles? I did not think then." He was silent. And then Mrs. Edmonstone, little able to find words, smiling, tried to say, "I little thought how truly and how gladly I should be able to call you my own son," and ended by giving him a mother's kiss. "I wish I could tell you half," said Guy, "half what I feel for kindness that made a home to one who had no right to any. Coming as a stranger, we found one to love with all our hearts," said Miss Edmonstone. "I have often looked back and seen that you have brought a brightness to us all, especially to poor Charles. Yes, it dates from your coming, and I can only wish and trust, Guy, that the same brightness will rest on your own home." "There must be a brightness where she is," said Guy. "I need not tell you to take care of her," said Mrs. Edmonstone, smiling. "I think I can trust you, but I feel rather as I did when first I sent her and Laura to a party of pleasure by themselves." Laura at this moment came in. Alone with Amy she could not speak, she could only cry, and fearful of distressing her sister she came away. But here with Guy it was worse, for it was unkind not to speak one warm word to him. Yet what could she say? He spoke first. "Laura, you must get up your looks again now this turmoil is over. Don't do too much mathematics and wear yourself down to a shadow." Laura gave her sad, forced smile. "Will you do one thing for me, Laura? I should like to have one of your perspective views on the inside of the church. Would it be too troublesome to do?" "Oh, no, I shall be very glad." "Don't set about it till you quite like it, and have plenty of time. Thank you. I shall think it is a proof that you can forgive me for all the pain I am causing you. I am very sorry." "You're so very kind," said Laura, bursting into tears, and as her mother was gone she could not help adding, "But don't try to comfort me, Guy. Don't blame yourself. 'Tisn't only that, but I am so very, very unhappy." "Amy told me you were grieved for Philip." "I wish I could help it, Laura. I want to try and meet him in Switzerland, and if we can, perhaps it may be set right. At any rate, he will be glad to know you see the rights of it." Laura wept still more, but she could never again lose the sisterly feeling those kind words had awakened. If Philip had but known what he missed. Charlotte ran in. "Oh, I'm glad to find you here, Guy. I wanted to put you in mind of your promise. You must write me the first letter you sign, your affectionate brother." "I won't forget, Charlotte." "Guy! Where's Guy?" called Mr. Edmonstone. "The rain's coming off. You must come down, both of you, or you'll be too late." Mrs. Edmonstone hastened to call Amabel. Those moments that she had been alone, Amabel had been kneeling in an earnest supplication that all might be forgiven that she had done amiss in the home of her childhood, that the blessings might be sealed on her and her husband, and that she might go forth from her father's house in strength sent from above. Her mother summoned her. She rose, came calmly forth, met Guy at the head of the stairs, put her arm in his, and they went down. Charles was on the sofa in the anteroom, talking fast and striving for high spirits. "Amy, woman, you do us credit. Well, write soon, and don't break your heart for want of me." There was a confusion of goodbyes, and then all came out to the hall door, even Charles with Charlotte's arm. One more of those fast locked embraces between the brother and sister, and Mr. Edmonstone put Amabel into the carriage. "Goodbye, goodbye, my own dearest little one. Bless you, and may you be as happy as a Mayflower. Guy, goodbye. I've given you the best I had to give, and 'tis you are that are welcome to her. Take care what you do with her, for she's a precious little jewel. Goodbye, my boy." Guy's face and grasping hand were the reply. As he was about to spring into the carriage, he turned again. "Charlotte, I have shut Bustle up in my room. Will you let him out in half an hour? I've explained it all to him, and he'll be very good. Goodbye." "I'll take care of him. I'll mention him in every letter. And mark in mind, if our house is not ready by Michaelmas, we shall be obliged to come stay with you." Grunt. Lastly, as if he could not help it, Guy dashed up the step once more, pressed Charles's hand, and said, "God bless you, Charlie." In an instant he was beside Amabel, and they drove off, Amabel leaning forward and gazing wistfully at her mother and Charles, till she was startled by a long cluster of laburnums, their yellow bloom bent down and heavy with wet, so that the ends dashed against her bonnet, and the crystal drops fell on her lap. "Why, Amy, the Halliwell flowers are weeping for the loss of you." She gave a sweet sunny smile through her tears. At that moment they came beyond the thick embowering shrubs, while full before them was the dark receding cloud, on which the sunbeams were painting a wide-spanned rainbow. The semicircle was perfect, and full before them, like an arch of triumph under which they were to pass. "How beautiful!" broke from them both. "Guy," said the bride, after a few minutes had faded the rainbow and turned them from its sight, "shall I tell you what I was thinking? I was thinking that if there is a doom on us, I'm not afraid, if it will only bring a rainbow." "The rainbow will come after, if not with it," said Guy.
End of chapter 29, part 2.